The story of our communities, people and nation starts a long, long time ago. More than 60,000 years, in fact, and thrive for generations. Our people were strong, and our culture flowed and healed us in times of hurt.
But since the trauma of colonization and the stolen generations, we have not been able to heal in the same way. And we have unknowingly passed this trauma on to our children through sharing our sad stories and having them witness and experience our pain. This is known as intergenerational trauma, and we see symptoms today in broken relationships, disconnected families, violence, suicide, and drug and alcohol abuse.
But this is not where our story ends.
Post-traumatic slave syndrome is an explanatory theory that really looks at multi-generational trauma. One of the things that's difficult for people is their first response is, oh my God, that happened so long ago. We're talking about people being captured, shipped, sold, beaten, raped, experimented on. And then you have to ask the question, did the trauma continue? Yes. So 300 years of trauma, no help, free, no help, more trauma. If it's a sustained trauma, then the impact of that.
There are any number of things that can cause breakdown in a family. Illness, death, divorce are common challenges that can befall a tight-knit family, transforming loving connections into frayed and fragmented pieces.
But family cannot be built on lies. Family has to be built on reality and truth. And we have to be aware of all that past histories live. When I was getting married, I was 19. I refused to sign a paper that would say, oh yeah, married to this person until death do us part. No, I don't know that. I cannot say that because...
And so as a family, we will heal each other. Nobody's going to come and rescue us. We're going to have to come together and heal ourselves. So I invite everyone to become healers of their home.
Being safe and strong communities together, supporting our families to be free from pain, returning to our culture and building a strength of identity, we can stop the cycle of trauma and bring about positive intergenerational change so that we can continue to thrive for the next 60,000 years. There are simple things that we can all do to help heal our trauma.
Set up to oppress you and to continue to injure you. Both those things have to be dealt with. And they cannot singularly by themselves affect a change. They have to be done collectively.
And when we lay down our excuses and defenses, everything opens. In a family, you get what you water, and what you water grows.
What legacy are you leaving behind?
The Black Family First program aims to reconnect the family at the root.
Healing both ancestral and personal trauma by way of creating bonds through communication, understanding, reason, compassion, connecting oneself to family, friends, and the community.
Reminding the older generation to be role models and mentors, and in turn, teaching the younger generation the building blocks on how to live, love, and respect one another for a stronger family union.
That way, the next generation bears the fruits of our labor and our experiences. Black power starts with your melanin, uniting the Black family first.
Good evening, family. Today's another day, another special day. Been running around doing bits and pieces, doing my business, running to try and help the community in many ways. Today, our topic is, does Black love last? And do we have communication problems within the family? You know, it's time to able to open the mindset and able to see what these things are about. Are we able to communicate in our family? Do we always segregate ourselves within the family? So this is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs in the house. And today we're going to have that dialogue. But as you saw earlier, we have a show on Black Eyes TV at 10 o'clock. And it's True Talk. Once again, let me just quickly put that back up. Does we know the difference between information and propaganda? So please tune in, make sure, because, you know, sometimes some people create their opinions upon propaganda or make their opinions upon the information. But then there could be a miscommunication within the whole situation. Let me just play something for you to have that little bit of a dialogue and understand.
I want can live, a family can live together. I want, you know, togetherness.
And the people want the love.
Yeah.
They want to feel love.
You know, want to know, say, culture use.
So how the man really see music as a form of message?
Yeah, as a form of message. I father work I do, you know. So I father work I do still, you know, down to the people. Why I see what I want to happen, you know. And I know so that's not right, but if I go out and tell them still, you know, enough things would happen. So I will have just, it inspire
Truly.
Yes. You know, where has the love gone? Looking at music, where has the love gone? What happened to the days when you could go to a dance and find the woman of your lifetime? Has relationships got much more shorter, where people are going and dating for 3 months, 2 months, and thinking that's a long-term relationship, or even a year, and they say, oh, well, the longest relationship I've been in has been a year. But it's crazy. But you know what? Before I go into anything, I want to play a video. And before I go in today, if you want to come on the panel, please do so. So before I go there, I'm going to play a little quick exclusive from our Madam Queen Afua.
This is a presentation in which I say it's time for an African narrative. We need to build our identity as a people, to prepare our young people to raise for the future. You can fight only for what you love. Love what you respect, respect what you know. Those are the words of Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf, a book that he used to raise German nationalism just before the Second World War. White people love themselves and respect white supremacy because they know about their supremacy. It's in their history, their present, their make-believe, and their vision for the future. All as portrayed by the total spectrum of domination of information that they've created to mold their reality. They project their aspirations, correct their real-life mistakes in movies, ads, documentaries, radio programs, education, books, poetry, laws, systems, and institutions, in which, in turn, they then manifest their realities. Through their control of media, storytelling, values that we use, the culture that we live by, they control the world narrative and reality. Sadly, every time that we use their narrative, they stamp their culture and values top of our minds, in turn programming our cognitive mapping. Each time our cognitive map is molded, the opportunity cost is our perception of ourselves is diminished. The challenge for us in this manipulation is that it was designed to make us less competitive for their domination. Because the world is a competition for resources and we keep playing according to their rules. Perception therefore becomes a psychological tool or weapon that is used in the race of life. We say in brand management, perception is reality. It's an indictment on us as Africans that a fictitious world of Wakanda had to be created by Hollywood to give us some form of inspiration as Africans. Because you will note that within that very same fictitious Wakanda, there was a real America. And the CIA savior comes from a real American institution. This is all part of the system of brand creation and the attenuation of the African identity. The reason that happened is because we, as the older generations of Africans, have not understood the importance of building and packaging an image of Africa's greatness for our children to inspire them. So we continue to leave our children in the hands of white institutions, which were mandated to actually attenuate Black minds. So before Africans can even dream about a renaissance, we need to start understanding the power of the mind and imagination. We have to start afresh and package our values, culture, inheritance, write and rewrite our own history, so that we can package it and give it to our children as a reference point to build self-love, confidence as they move into the future. History is the lens we use to see into the future. For through history, we shape the future. As Africans, we need to remember that we are a great people. Greatness is in our DNA. Our ancestors built the pyramids. They taught the world to read and write. They created irrigation systems, started agriculture, created paper, the first universities. We must use this heritage to build the esteem of our children, to grow their personal pride, lift their self-confidence, while using that to build a race identity and common interest. The biggest deficiency in African culture is our lack of awareness of our history, our inability to articulate our historical achievements and our contributions to humanity. Yet what's ironic is we are a culture of storytellers. It's counterintuitive. Therefore, most African nations are built on the premise that their history only starts with the arrival of the white man. Most Black people's history starts with slavery, colonization, as if we didn't exist before the arrival of the white man. As a result, in their minds, we are slaves, colonized people who were advanced by whiteness. This is why we don't believe in ourselves and why our kids have no inspiration from Africa. This is why our people have no confidence to create because they think they are not capable. However, the facts are, we civilized the world. We invented the first writing systems 3,000 years before Christ, while Europe started writing only 1000 BC. We invented geometry, architecture, astrology, which is what we use to build the geometrically aligned pyramids in Egypt, Sudan, Ethiopia. Our geometric knowledge was used to build the great steles of the Sahara, the great Mutapa Empire in Zimbabwe, an empire that had cities of stone, where granite rocks were cut into perfect rectangles, layered on top of each other, without any mortar. Ashanti gave the world gold that built Cairo, Baghdad, Constantinople into the biggest cities of the time, where all the gold was flowing back from Europe as they came to buy from these big cities. And it's at a time that the biggest cities in Europe only had 20,000 people to 35,000 at most. The biggest university and the one that still exists, and the first university, was built at that time in Egypt too. All this information says that Africa built the world. But this is information that's not sitting in the hearts and minds of Africans. So what use is it? For while our people don't know their history, the white-owned media is telling them that they didn't exist when Jan van Riebeeck got here in 1652. It says we can't farm, so that's why we need white farmers to feed us. We are corrupt, hence we need supervision from white people. And we can't own commercial banks or run businesses. But all in the while, the richest man on the continent is a black man called Dangote in Nigeria, worth $15 billion. He's got more money than even white monopoly capital in South Africa. He's following in the footsteps of Jaja Fopobo and the palm oil families of old. And he made his billions despite Nigeria enduring a century of colonization. He banks his money in blackout banks, operates in a country where MTN South Africa makes its greatest profits, and the country is governed by black politicians. It's time we controlled the narrative in the minds of our people. Yes, we don't own much media, but we have a big advantage. Access to the most effective instant communication platforms that reach our people instantly and intimately. As people who come from a culture of storytelling, it comes without saying that we must speak to the souls of our people through rich content stories, using visual, text, audio, and graphic. In this connection generation, we must leverage technology and the sharing of information to talk to the hearts and minds of our people without intermediaries. Our people are under hypnosis, mind control. It's our responsibility to reverse this possession and mental occupation through smart counsel, interesting communication. Besides telling history, we must educate our people through knowledge about how the world works and how it's a competition between races. We need to simplify complex concepts and package them simply for our people to understand. Things like how slavery and colonization were the worst forms of corruption and crimes against humanity must be a given. The fact that our people lived a prosperous life on this land with sustainable farming practices, sustainable building practices, consuming without depleting for thousands of years before the white man came, which is why the white man had to come from a filthy, disease-ridden Europe to come to a continent with clean water. Animals are not depleted, trees are abundant, clean air and health. And only on the arrival of the white man do we start to see the depletion and the filthing of our environment. We need to teach our people how the Constitution has legalized European pillage by using European laws, systems, conventions, values, and cultures, while ignoring our customs, values, and laws. And yet the laws that are supposed to prevail in our continent and our countries is supposed to be the law of the majority. But what is most important about this endeavor is that we must remember that we're competing with the biggest companies that have huge budgets, skills, and resources, like NASPA's huge 1 trillion rand largesse. But to dominate the share of mind, we must beat them at their own game. We must be more creative, informative, have captivating content that reaches people in the palm of their hand and evokes their emotions before they get contaminated by mainstream media. So I'm appealing to our rich African business people to invest in a project in which we start to digitize the history and heroes of Africa. It is sad that the history of the Khoisan exists in books that were written by white men. Mutapa is superseded by the fictional creation of Sun City. It boggles my mind how when you Google the city of Benin, you only see scant information and you see nothing on Jaja of Opobo. Yet we say that Africa must leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution. But how do we do that without content? This is the information age, but we're not creating digital information, digital content. With what shall we lift our youth and their spirits? How shall we inspire them if we do not have tangible, accessible, discoverable history? For how long should the British and Americans continue to write our history in their own voice? For this, I'm appealing that we need resources to harness and package our history in a manner that is going to inspire our youth.
Show me your power, eh? Show me your power. Let's go. Hey, 100%. Number one. Let's play. Let's stop. Come on. One push up. Let's go. One push up. Let's go. Up and go. Level one. Let's do it. Level one. Come on. Level 1, 2, 3. Hey, fade this, man. Let's do it. Four. You don't move, I get you in the middle. 5. Let's go. 5. Do push-ups. Let's go. 1, 2. I'm already here.
Running through corridors, never-ending maze of my mind. Will it ever stop, or will I find the pathways of decision? Have me tripping over distance. I've been missing who I am. Been missing. Round and round the merry-go, trying to figure out, will it ever stop, or will I find
Who's the greatest?
Perfectly in line with either what something that they were going through or something that they tried to emulate all over their lives and so forth. So it was just, and this is so, and I gave them chieftaincy, and this is Komodi. I was giving you time to, so now that I started, I'm going to finish, and so we can go by.
Okay.
They received the chieftaincy with the Sankofa. This is Komodi. Okay. And then here you can see them here, Keith Sweat. You can see Damian Hall. This is Teddy Riley.
Yes.
You know, That's Damien Hall. Look how happy they were to receive them. And they, of course, I put the beads on them, blessed beads and everything.
Well,
and
a lot of them are my kids.
And they also
Teddy Riley and all of them.
They also received their heads that was waiting a call for them.
Wow.
So this is you see, this is what I did this weekend. And you can see this is Doogie Fresh.
Doogie Fresh.
Doogie Fresh. So they are chiefs. We call them up and say, "Oh, the Queen gave you chieftains." So they are now chiefs. And I spoke to already 2 of them in one-on-one.
And they are chiefs.
Oh yeah. You should hear.
And they are chiefs.
We will finish it, and you will hear the discourse, the speech that I gave them.
Right.
Okay, so you know even more of what I do.
So I'm so glad to hear this because it'll lead us into that's a sign for me.
Yes.
Because it'll lead us into our next conversation.
All right. So before our next conversation, after we introduce everyone, I will play what I told them because it was a surprise to them. She has prepared. We talked about it. We meditate and pray over it. And because our men need healing, and I see that you have, men heals thyself. So this is the process also of healing our communities by identifying who are the leaders. Because once a leader heals, then he heals everything, everybody else that is community that heals also. Right. So we have to just identify them. And how do I identify them? I explain to them, how do you identify? In Africa, the way I was identified as the Queen. Right. It's not that necessarily because my blood, but it has to do with my character. It has to do with my spirit and what I bring to the world and what resources I have and potential I have. And when the elders of our community recognize that, and they do the divination process with our ancestral divination that I was explaining to Ambassador Chabala yesterday, it's really a reference to, it sends us to reference of our ancient libraries of knowledge, and we come then we know if it's confirmation or not. And I will share with you some of the things that I did during my enthronement, and you will see how a king is confirmed in Africa. It is not anything to do with only the human people start the process, but after that it's left to a higher authority, and there are signs of communication, how the higher authority caution that this is the rightful person to sit on that throne. And it has nothing to do with people. It's way beyond. So I'll show you a little snippet of that.
I love that. Yes. Love it. I am Taharka Alim. I am I use music to align and to tune minds. My name speaks for itself, and I always feel as though it's very important for a person to know the name, because the word name means not me or know me. So if you don't know my name, then you don't know me. Ta or Ta means earth. Ha means God, and Ka means spirit. So I'm the spirit of God on earth. Alim, the Noah.
Okay, thanks. Yes.
They say our way is dead. They say our way is no more. And that the Nile Valley legacy ended thousands of years ago. But we are here, and we do remember. It is large in our DNA, tapped down deep in our melanin, our core. So we travel deep within, and we fasted and we prayed. And then one day, one by one, our method had 2 by 2, the thousands, the millions of us wake up to the ancient healing, holistic health from the Nile Valley legacy. It's important that we go, because on that land and that remembrance, the healer will all the way up, and she will come all the way out, and she will spread the wellness around the entire globe.
Okay. Brother Ali? Okay.
My name is Will Thomas, and I'm just a humble servant of Queen Diambi and Ambassador Chabala and Queen April.
Greetings,
My name is Brother Ali the Great, also known as Herusam Namor. Represents the son of Namor, which is the unifier in ancient times of Upper and Lower Kemet, representing the ancient order of Smatawi. I am the youngest child, the youngest son of Queen Afua, master teacher of wellness and healing here in America, residing in Brooklyn. And I'm co-partner working with my mother's business, born and raised. I'm a second generation vegan chef, entrepreneur, and healer. And I'm also a business partner of my mother, and we've been running the enterprise together. So it's an honor to be here. One of my main supportive elders and active elders in my life is Tahaka Elaine and the Elaine family. And so it's an honor to be here today, embarking on a historical moment with my brother Terry, who resides in London, residing in, originated from Africa, Nigeria. Okay, and him and I came together to make this meeting a reality. When I went to Europe a few years ago, I said I wanted to bond my brothers across the water and not just travel and leave, but to build the bridge and the bond. And me and Brother Terry have been actively doing that over the past few years. So both, I'm sure my brother, we both give thanks for this amazing moment of bringing the elders together, because from this day on, we're about to see a global shift. So I say give thanks and praise. Okay.
Hi, my name is Basil Links, and I'd like to introduce you to our new Eat of Eden branch in Clapham, SW4. It's new, it's state of the art, and I'm really excited. One of the things I'm most happy about is the fact that we've created 20 new jobs, and we've been able to develop some of our people that have been working in our Brixton shop that are now going to be helping to run our Clapham branch.
Hi, I'm Candice, General Manager here at Eat of Eden's newest branch in Clapham. Our hardworking staff are here to provide you with the best quality of customer service. Come down any day between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. and enjoy our wide selection of vegan cuisine.
So whether it's a burger meal or eating platter, if it's our callaloo, organic red rice, come down and try our amazing vegan cuisine. The Eat of Eden story continues. This is branch number 2, but branch number 3 and 4 are well on their way. So watch this space. It's been an amazing journey over the last 2 years, and Eat of Eden has gone from strength to strength. So I'd like to say a big thank you. We're going to continue to provide the best vegan food that we can. We're going to continue to try and improve our customer service and go from strength to strength. So please, don't just watch this video. Send it to everyone in your phones and come down and check us out at Brixton, Clapham, and soon to open Lewisham. Thank you for your support. See you soon.
And I'd like to give you, this is the card, Sacred Woman Ascension. We will sing, dance, shout, and uplift our people to wellness as 100 women stand strong as family healers. We are born on this day, which is Sunday, January 13th. So you'll be with us in spirit.
Yes, and Ambassador, yeah, for will probably be there. So,
But you'll come as my guest.
They will come. All of them will come. Thank you.
You'll bless us on that day. You'll both bless us on that day. We'll have you come up. Thank you. So I have all the information.
But I will be there.
Yes, they are here. Absolutely.
I am here.
Hey, Queen, she was mentioning of the graduation because Terry mentioned to her the graduation because that's what we and I were discussing.
You just mentioned it.
We were mentioning, I told her my vision, I would love to have the Queen come for the graduation. But then he then told me a few weeks ago, guess what? She's going to be coming in December before the graduation, so
it was
they
over,
can
but
come
the word
together to meet.
graduation kept coming.
That was the first conversation, so that's why she said the graduation. But then the communication broke down, but then she happened to be, and so now this is the preliminary before the graduation. So
Well, you know, the book planning is another level for graduation. It's a 4-year journey, and we're going to graduate, and finally that book's going to be released, right? But it's going to be released. It's like a baby being born. You just have to make everything just right, so that the baby will go through the birth canal safely and come into the world and be received well by the community at large.
that's right.
And that what happened today, that's why I had to stand. Because like I said, the Most High set up the perfection of the protection of these words going out into the world, and it would go out well. Sometimes you put something out well, and it would be misunderstood, or it would be shifted into something else that is not. And so I know that was the graduation from the King Queen that was needed to protect the word. And it took her name, her prayers from nature to this project. There's nothing more to be said. Not another word has to come after you. So we give thanks.
And Queen, if I may, I'm looking forward to accompanying the Queen.
Yes.
Oh, baby, your body's on fire. Hey, body's on fire. Oh, baby, your body's on fire.
Hi, my name is June and I am the co-owner of Bell Treatment Rooms here in South London, Brixton.
Hi, my name is Basil Links, and I'd just like to let you all know that we've opened a really exciting new business. It's down in Stockwell Road, 205A Stockwell Road. It's called Vale Treatment Rooms. At Vale, we specialize in facial acupuncture, massage, colonic irrigation, makeup, eyelash extensions, microblading, scalp micropigmentation, and we do wart and mold treatments. We also do consultations, health consultations.
So let me introduce you to my team. As you can see, I am having a shoulder massage done by our leading masseuse.
Facial acupuncture is part of traditional Chinese medicine practice. It's a great treatment if you want to rejuvenate your sense of well-being. It's great for things like sagging skin, bags under the eyes, so that you can stay well within yourself and have that radiated out towards everybody else as well.
Colonic can help with weight loss, partly because it hones your mind to think about what you're eating and it gets you off to a fresh start.
There's a fantastic team down here, a wealth of experience, and I'd really like you to look us up, check us out, and spread the word. Thank you.
My vocation, my spiritual vocation, is dedicated to empowerment of women and girls, and also include the indigenous people. I received this concept from and it's from the the scripture in Isaiah chapter 1 verse 17, which not by coincidence but by spiritual calling. I'm named after Prophet Isaiah, the Jewish. Both my parents were lay preachers. Mama Elena, who of course was a princess, a Luma princess, and my father Robert, was of the Lion clan. And so I received this vocation, and I had been praying and fasting and meditating for a calling after my period of retirement as a diplomat, career diplomat, which has served for 31 years.
Wow.
And after 14 months, I woke up. I have a Bible beside my bed, and without looking for any particular passage, finger touched the passage from the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 70. This is social justice passage. Learn to do right, stop doing wrong. And to paraphrase, stand up for the oppressed. Plead the cause of the widow and support the orphan. It was powerful because I had been, at the time, I was helping a female friend run a trust, international trust for the education of Zambian orphans. That was during the period of the pandemic, HIV/AIDS. So we had a couple of million orphan children, orphan because they'd lost their.
Please plug into Black Eyes TV.
On the beat,
and watch Black Eyes TV so that I can get all the information I need and the entertainment so that I can really relax and get published. So please, Black Eyes TV.
Peace. Hope you enjoyed that little bit. Peace to Kushti. Yes, Basil has all shops around the corner. He has the Eat to Eden, he has the Pansy, and he has the Therapy. He's a real estate dealer, so what he does is he's able to get properties, and then he creates business partners. So he's always opened ears for a lot of stuff because I do import and exporting with him. So if you're interested, when things open, then you can have that conversation. So yes, family, today we're talking about, does Black love last? And do we have a miscommunication within the family? And I just like to talk about certain situations of relationships and how we go into relationships, in the fact of when we first meet somebody, what are we looking for? Because in the mind, sometimes it is a short circumstances of, we keep our minds short in that we're not looking at a long-term relationship because our excuse is that we don't know the person as yet. So we dive in, but then the problem is that we go fully in with certain circumstances that we don't even actually understand or know each other in these cases. So what happens most of the time is that relationships, they start to realize they don't know each other. But what I've started to notice a trend, because when you sometimes ask some of these young ones, what's the longest relationship they've had? And they think it's long. And I'll say to them that, and then they'll say, oh yeah, my longest relationship is 6 months, a year. It's crazy. You know, and then you think to yourself, whoa, how can you think a 1 year relationship is long when our grandparents were doing 40 and 30 years? But yet you think a 1 year relationship is a long-term relationship when you're just about getting to know each other. And, you know, these are the kind of things that I kind of realized to myself, you know, are people going into the relationship for the fun of it? Or are they going into relationships for the long term, knowing that they may have children, knowing that they have to work together, knowing they have to communicate? And that comes on to the other side. Are we communicating with the family? You know, some people have on the phone their fathers or their mothers in years. And then you think to yourself, whoa, how can you not speak to mum? I know that there might be certain situations, but even if you're not talking to mum or dad, a call could just say, yeah, what's happening, dad? What's going on? And that one call shows respect, even if you're not talking to them. But a lot of people, man, it's like, nah, that ego kicks in. Nah, man, I'm not following that man. That man did me wrong. Rah, he left my mum, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, regardless of who your dad is or where he's coming from, he's still your father, and you can't get rid of that. Even when he's gone, he's still your father. Just that one call can make a total difference. And then we have this other thing where we're always beefing and arguing within the household. Whether grandpa or father or mother's right or wrong, you know, you have to respect their space because they brought you to life. And, you know, okay, sometimes they may be in their certain ways and certain circumstances of how they've been brought up. But still, where has that respect gone? We're in so much situations nowadays that this is what's affecting even the love relationships that we are going through. If we can't even communicate in our household, how are we going to even communicate with the woman that I'm with? And there has to be some form of balance in these situations. How are we balancing it out? You know, some people will use sex as, once I've had sex, the feeling feels right. But that's just a feeling. A feeling is like a sweet. And when you think about a sweet just, it comes and it goes. And when you can't get it no more, it's done. But it looks like that's what we base our relationships on. I just want to feel good for that moment. So when I look at these young ones and they're telling me 1 year, 6 months and all that kind of stuff, and I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's the longest relationship I've had. You haven't even had a relationship. You haven't had a proper partner. Even a year is not even a proper partner. All these healings and all this kind of stuff, you know, it's beyond that. And it's your way of thinking. What has brought you to think that because I've been out with someone 6 months, that's a relationship? And then some people, they'll tell you, yeah, well, I've been with someone for a week. Wow. And then you got to ask yourself, boy, How are you dating? What are you doing? Are you communicating? Are you, the simple little things? Because it doesn't mean that you have to take the woman to the biggest restaurant in the world. You can walk hand in hand together in a park. But it shows your appreciation. You don't have to take your woman to a rave or say, yeah, I take her on one little holiday and that's it. So then you got to ask yourself, what am I doing? And and I always say to the ladies sometimes, if they're gonna go into a relationship, do they even ask the question, where are we gonna be at in 10 years' time? Is this relationship gonna be what we're gonna be doing in 10 years' time? They ain't got a clue. It's all about, what am I gonna do now? Yes, brother E. And then I have to ask myself these questions. Why? Because if you're gonna have children and sex is equals to having a child, and you're gambling or taking that risk, shouldn't you build a future? Shouldn't you build some form of communication? Shouldn't you build some form of understanding? It's so simple. You could talk to the woman you're with, having that conversation, building that empire, having the same mindset, not the mindset of what I want to do, but what we want to do. I was watching some pirate film on Netflix, The Loss of the Pirates, and they were talking about Blackbeard, and all he was doing was just spreading his wings and sleeping with all different women, and then catching syphilis, and he had to inject what do you call it? Oh man, what was it called again? Mercury into his privates. All that looting and making all that money was irrelevant because you were dying. So how was you going to pass your seed on to the next? Because you didn't understand what the partnership between a man and a woman was. And also, I'm just asking people out here, I've always wanted to ask that question. What is your longest relationship? Because it seems to be like most relationships don't even last long no more. Especially some women as well, in the fact that if that guy does not have what they want, they're going to sack him immediately and not even giving the guy the opportunity. Or this guy comes around and says, she don't fit my potential. But even though they're having a good relationship and having a good conversation and they're good friends, but she doesn't meet up to my caliber. Then why do you talk to her? Why are you always around her? Why are you misleading her? But what do we have to do to able to create in that conversation? What do we have to do to creating that relationship, to making that bond much more stronger? Then we have to look into the family. If we have no respect for our parents, how the hell are we going to have any respect for anyone else? If we're not working and doing teamwork within our household, how are we going to even how are we going to have teamwork outside our home? If our home is our first economics, our first government, our first way of learning, and that's disarrayed within the household, ain't that what we're going to mirror reflect in our relationships? sometimes we just have to think about certain things in life, in that, what do we want? And finding the woman, or the woman finding the man and asking them what do they want, to able to create some form of joint adventure, to making this journey much more smoother. Because if you're both on the same page, you're both able to doing the same things. And this is why when you have things like vision boards, you know, when you're in a relationship and you say, okay, let's make a 10-year vision board, you're making a strong commitment. Let's build on this. Because of the mistrust, why don't we just get something to working together? If we don't trust each other, then let's put something into the pot and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Because what I see now with the young ones, peace, melanated goddess, what we see with the young ones today is that the relationships are not there. They don't have no understanding. All they know is that they can put a spliff in their mouth, sleep on the couch, go partying, and come back home and do the same thing over and over and over again. Now we're in lockdown. We're going through certain predicaments. They're locked in their house, and all they can do is go to each other's house and make love, as they call it. But they can't do nothing, because walking in the park, doing a jog with the woman or doing a jog with the man is boring. But we're in lockdown. No shops are open. So why don't you just go out for a nice walk down the riverside, or down the River Thames, or down any form of park? Why don't we do this stuff? Getting to know each other much more and much better. What's going on? Because all I'm hearing is these short relationships. And then within the family, there's so much miscommunication. Son doesn't have respect for mum. Some people don't have respect for grandfather. Some people don't have respect for father. They can't even pick up the phone, as I said earlier, to able to communicate. It just takes one call and say, yeah, hi, mum, what's going on? Even if you have your disagreements, because you only have one mother and you only have one father, you only have one sister and you only have one brother. Why do we discommunicate from each other? Because these are the teachings that reflects us in that future of our relationships. If I disregard my mum, I'm going to disregard my wife in my family. Why aren't we discussing this kind of stuff? Because these young ones now are not going to last, and they're going to stray. Because if the black woman doesn't respect the black man, she's going to have to go for alternatives. And if the black man don't respect the black woman, he's going to go for alternatives. Are we fair of our black love relationships? Are we actually thinking about our family? Or are we destroying it ourselves? Because we make the excuses that the system is what's destroying us. So it makes me think much more deeper in the fact that, what are we going to do about it? Because it's all good talking, but what are our solutions in many situations? So I'm going to go into one of our archives, but anyone that wants to come onto the panel, please come on. Let's talk about this topic, because I've heard this too many times from these young ones, and it's not looking good. But I'm going to put a positive note that it can get better. But let me quickly just play an advert while I search for one of our shows that we did back in the days when we were talking about courtship within the relationship.
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivered into this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, 20s of chattel slavery. We've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. So the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists. But they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. They're Muslim sacred women, and Christian sacred women, and Buddhist sacred women, and Akan sacred women, and Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches. And those branches, if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together and we help her. We nurture each other. And or in sacred, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that sacred woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want, and the men want. Everyone loves the sacred woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.
Yes, family. Yes, family. I hope you saw that. That's the Sacred Woman documentary coming out very soon by Queen Afua, and she's discussing. Man, let it go then. Why do you jump on? Let's talk. Yes. Anyone that has, I want someone to come on and just have this quick conversation about the communication within the family and the shortness of the black love within our youth. So if you have something to say, please come on. Come and say your little piece as I'm asking people to discuss. And at the same time, today we've got True Talk on Black Eyes TV 7. Apparently around 10 o'clock UK time, which is, do we know the difference between information and propaganda? That's tonight. Do you feel that there is propaganda going on within our relationships? Do you feel that there is miscommunication within our relationships? Do we use our ways or our thoughts or our opinions to create judgment within our own family. Just because we heard something on telly, does it mean it's right or it's a fact? Yeah, brother E, come on, bruv. Come on. Yes. So do we think it's a fact? Or are we going through certain situations that we don't understand or never been taught? What is it? Because these young ones, as I said earlier, it's like a year is like 10 years for them. They'll say, yeah, well, I've had about 5 relationships and they've only lasted for about 6 months. And they feel that they know what relationship is. Isn't that crazy? You know, some of these young ones, they're 21. I know someone who's what, 20, 25, and they've got 6 kids. And the longest they've been with one baby mother is 7, 8 months. And do we feel that these people have been misguided? Is it lack of education? What is actually causing these situations to happen? Because if the future generation's like that, then you might as well just have people that carry babies and people that produce babies. That's crazy. If that's how we see in life. So, before I go into any forms of certain conversations, there was a book tour that we had a discussion on. This is what I'm trying to find. And they were talking, you know, about relationships. But this one's about 30 minutes long. Let me quickly play that because so that people can get ideas on what relationships are, and then I'll go on the long ones a bit later. But I'm asking for people to come on. Yes, brother E. Peace, 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 brother E. It's like brother E can't hear me. Yeah, well, I'll wait for brother E to come on. And while we wait on brother E, I want to play a little video of a discussion that we had. And these authors talk about relationships within their time. Let me quickly hold on. Let me quickly.
The camera, the one and only. Now today, we're going to have a discussion. Everyone needs to introduce themselves.
Greetings, UK fam. My name is TC Carrier from LA, all the way from Cali, on the Kings and Queens book tour with the Queen Shazan and King Kevin, promoting our books. Mine happens to be entitled The Secret Science of Black Male and Female Sex. We've been here all week, just getting it in.
Hi, my name's Shazan. I am organizer of the Kings and Queens book tour and author of the self-help novel Journey of a Sister. I'm an artist and I'm also a poetess.
King Kevin in the building. What's up, Black Guys TV? Come away from Miami, Fort Lauderdale to London. I'm here part of the Kings and Queens book tour and been having a lot of fun. I'm a mentor, author, and filmmaker, and I'm loving London.
Now, family, I know you're dying to ask these questions, and I know you want to see the information, but today we're just having a nice, decent conversation. So we want the authors to give us a little information on their books, and then we're going to just talk about things that we need to hear.
Cool, thank you, Mr. Riggs. So my book, The Secret Science of Black Male and Female Sex, we've been lecturing on it, like I said, all week. Basically, it's based on ancient African principle that is called the law of gender. The information was given to me by an experience I had, a sexual experience I had, and I guess we can go a little deeper in that since we're on Black Ice. So so basically I was 3 months in Ghana volunteering in a village, helping build a library and a well, so on and so forth. So I was way out in the bush. So I think what happened out there was that I obtained a frequency so that I was able to upload information. So basically I was out there taking notes about Afrocentric life and how everything was in balance. People knew their roles, male, female, children, elderly, and they all played those roles, and it worked. So I got home, and the first night, of course, I was with my queen, and while we were having sex, the moment I ejaculated, I felt my spirit leave my body as well, and it wound up in her womb, which was a temple. And in this temple, I saw a throne, a giant golden throne, and on the throne there was a light with the silhouette of an African goddess. I can see the outline of her body. Long arms, long legs, long neck, very, very regal. Almost, I guess, like a Somalian, that type of body structure. 25 feet tall at least. And she was just tossing me around in the air, showing me how insignificant I was in her realm, in this sacred feminine space. So she basically told me, forget everything you wanted to write about, forget everything that you learned. You're going to study the secret science of sex. And if you do that, if you follow me and do as I say, I will take care of you. If you serve me, you won't have to worry about anything. So immediately after that, came back into my body. My queen was still knocked out. It took about 5 to 10 minutes to get her to reawaken. She was cool. She didn't know what happened. Everything was fine. And then I didn't tell her what happened because I didn't want her to lock down this gateway I wanted to see this goddess again. So I never told her. I told her later after the book was released. And basically after that, I was literally butt naked on the side of the bed writing this book. And it took me 2 months. And then 3 months later, it's in this hand. So that's kind of how the journey came here. And that's how I got here.
Shazam, it's your turn. We want to hear about your journey. But this is the lady that doesn't like to show her journey.
Well, so my journey started when I wrote the first edition of this book, which was entitled Single, Spiritual and Sexual. And it was first published in 2011. And again, 11,000 words of the book was channeled, which simply means that it was coming through me rather than me making it up. So how this book connects with TC's book my book is a novel. It's a Black romantic novel, but it's also a self-help book. So there's a couple in this story and it follows them on their journey of development, spiritual development, the development of their relationship, and their sex life goes through a transformation. So in year 8, they performed their first sex ritual. And this is something that I wrote one night. I just woke up in the middle of the night, wrote this scene, went back to sleep, and didn't even remember writing it the following morning. So it's only a few days later, I was flipping through my notebook and I saw it. And I was like, oh, this is good. I need to include this in the story. And so a year after they'd done this ritual,
they built this multi-million-pound business empire. So there's me thinking I made this up. Now, when I published the book on Amazon, and I was doing a search for it, as we do, new authors of our own book, and when my book came up, T.C. Carrier's book came up beside it as recommended reading, The Secret Science of Black Male and Female Sex. And I'm thinking, what's that all about? Let me order the book. And when I read it, it was explaining the whole science behind this thing that I had written about in my book. And so that kind of led me to do more research on this thing to do with sex rituals. And unbeknown to me, I had actually performed one because I've had a number of spiritual experiences whereby, which has kind of led to this book, and it's even led to this whole tour that we put together, because ultimately I now understand, I mean, having grown up in the Christian faith and had my sexual energy suppressed through the faith and, you know, feeling bad about something that feels so good. And then getting to a point in my Christian walk where I was questioning a lot of what I was taught to believe, and I asked God for the truth. So this was where my journey took a turn, and I began to learn about sex. Like now, what I know about sex and sexual energy and what's actually happening when a man and a woman come together in that space, the transference of the energies, body fluids, you know, DNA even, I'm much more aware than I was when I was a Christian. So basically, I wrote this book to share everything I'd discovered since asking God for the truth in 2007. So yeah, and that's basically it. It's a wonderful love story, but it's also a self-help book, and 46,000 words was channeled. So that it has a lot of ancient wisdom in it, which I don't take credit for. And it also features my artwork and poetry, because I am an artist. This is one of my paintings. I don't know if you'll be able to see it from here. It's called My King, quite appropriately titled. Yeah. So at one point in my journey, I took 9 months out and just focused on learning how to meditate. And during that time, I painted these paintings and also wrote some poems. So the paintings also have poems to go with them. So when I came to write my book now, I realized that I could use my artwork and poetry to illustrate the book, which is what I did. So, yeah. And then when I went to Ghana in 2015 for 4 months. And when I got back from Ghana, I decided to revise the book. I revised the book and added 2 new chapters and retitled the book Journey of a Sister, because I had so many women and men from the first edition saying how the book had helped them on their journey. So it's our story. It's not my autobiography. And it's a story that many of us can relate to. So that's why it's now titled Journey of a Sister. And it is for brothers as well.
You know one thing though, 2 of you lot have been to Ghana. I think it's King Kevin's turn soon to make it a number 3. So King Kevin, fire it away.
Thank you, Mr. Riggs. Yes, I'm King Kevin Adorable. And part of the Kings and Queens book tour, thanks to Queen Suzanne. And yes, I wrote a book called 7 Types of Queens Kings Desire. This is my 2nd book. And it's a beautiful relationship, self-help book. And also empowerment. It helps women understand their beauty and how important they are in society. So what I did was I did a compare contrast of women of ancient times with women of today, so they can understand what a vital role the divine sacred energy of the females played in society, which many women don't know and have no idea about. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know. As a matter of fact, there was a mother God before there's a father God. Now, how did I start writing this book? I actually came from a heartbreak, some years ago. And after the breakup with the woman I thought was my queen, I was already working on the relationship book. Actually, it was a dating book. And then I changed the direction of where I was going with the book to make it into a relationship self-help book. And as I started writing, I began learning new things regarding women and society, as far as back as Queen Aset, who performed the first recorded resurrection. Most people, when you ask them regarding resurrection, they think about Jesus Christ being resurrected. When actually Queen Aset resurrected her husband Asar from the dead. And what that symbolizes, women, your words of encouragement, your energy, how it can resurrect the dead spirit of a man. Because a lot of men today are walking dead, literally, especially young men. And it's going to take the woman to wake them up, to help them understand how important they are in society, because we need our men to be protectors, providers, and to give guidance. And that's very important. And we lack that. Not just here in the UK, but also back home where I'm from in Fort Lauderdale. So as I was writing a book, and I didn't really realize how important of a book I was writing, how much society really needed it until I was, knee deep into the book. This is actually the first project I worked on where I became one with the words. It's like the book literally changed me in my viewpoint on relationships, on women. Not that I was bad with women, but I really didn't. I was always a gentleman, as you can tell, right? I'm opening the doors, giving compliments. But, because I was raised by a queen, my mom, Queen Rosette Pierre. And so I hope that when women read my book, they understand how much we need them, because today you may, some places you hear that women are desperate, when really the men are desperate, because if the women aren't right, the men would never be right, so that's the whole premise of the book. And yeah, I love it.
Okay. Okay, you can talk as much as you like.
Brother E. Can you hear me, Brother E? Brother E, you're on mute. Anyway, people, I hope you're enjoying the information. I'm going to continue playing until I have some more people on the panel and we can have this discussion. So I'll continue playing.
You see, we're in the space of New York in London. but yeah, Suzanne has something more to say to you, which is vital information. There you go, man.
Thank you. Now, I just wanted to add how King Kevin ended up on the Kings and Queens book tour. Well, obviously, his book is appropriate for the title, but King Kevin had contacted me last year and asked me to write the foreword for his book. And when I mentioned to him that I'd invited TC Carrier over, I asked him if he knew TC, and he said yes. He'd actually referenced TC's book in his book as well. So it seemed quite appropriate that all three of us should do the Kings and Queens book tour together. That's all I wanted to say.
Next sector. As we know, this is the USA UK link up family, and we want to kind of go over the overview of what's been happening since they've landed and your views about the whole event so far.
Thank you, brother. It's just been overwhelming, to tell you the truth. We had a tight schedule. Queen Suzanne has really put the name out there, has done a wonderful job with promoting and just putting us out there first. And first of all, I want to thank you, sister, for doing that, because without you, none of this would have been possible. And just the UK fam, I did not know about the community out here. A lot of brothers in the States don't know that y'all are out here, y'all building, y'all learning, y'all coming together. And me and King Kevin was so impressed by how much further along you are than we are. we may have the little more knowledge or access to it and the resources, but I'm telling you, UK fam, you guys are doing 10 times what we doing with half of what we have. So I was really, really surprised and appreciative about that. And we'll definitely want to make that connection, as Mr. Riggs says, to build that gap between the UK and the US, because you just brothers from the other side, and we need to make that connection to tag team on this system.
Well, I just really want to, first of all, thank Terry for the support and the work he's put into helping with the Kings and Queens book tour and putting up King Kevin and TC. He's been absolutely fantastic.
The man.
Yeah. He kind of saved the day. So he's been wonderful. The tour itself, I mean, I didn't really think about what I was doing when I organized all these days. I wasn't really thinking, what am I doing? But somehow it's all coming together, and the events so far have been really great. We had a brilliant launch. How many events have we done so far? We're about halfway through the tour. We've got 3 events left to go, and the reviews that we've had on all of the events are just fantastic. So we're looking forward to just doing the last 3 events Friday night tonight. So what day is it today? Thursday. It's Friday today, isn't it? Friday. Yeah, sorry. Friday. Yeah, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So we're having a big grand finale at Brixton Library on Sunday. So we're just really looking forward to having as many people come to the events as possible and hear what these 2 brothers have come to say, because they've come all the way from America to share some important information. Some of this information, we just cannot really put it online. So this is why I've asked them to come over, and we've organized the events for people to actually come and hear how we are going to rebuild our community. Because if you're wondering why we are at the bottom, so supposedly at the bottom of society at the moment, it's because we've lost our power. We don't even remember who we are. And this is what we're here to do, is remind us of our greatness and where our power lies and how we can access it. And I do believe, in fact, I know that we have a lot of information buried in our DNA, and we can access that information if you're doing certain things, eating the right food, spending time in nature, even the music you listen to, meditation. So there's ways that you can elevate your consciousness to become that king or that queen, to so that you can practice these rituals, because this is how our ancestors built great civilizations, was through practicing certain rituals, which you can only really practice when you're operating on a certain level of consciousness. And that relates to your crown chakra, which is why it's called the Kings and Queens book tour. So we would like as many people to come as possible to the last 3 events and hear this information, which is going to help you elevate yourself and reclaim your thrones. Okay? So.
Yes, the experience with the Kings and Queens book tour has been phenomenal. I mean, we've met so many great people. The black on black love here is like outstanding. I heard about it, watching YouTube and reading different articles, but to be here firsthand, experiencing the love energy here, I mean, my spirit needed it, and as TC and Suzanne was saying, that we are here to reawaken the greatness in you. It's just sort of like an excavation. We're digging out the dust and the dirt, and we want our people to shine. We are great people. We come from great people, and unfortunately that has been buried due to society and media and negativity. But this Kings and Queens book tour has been something that I believe London needs, and also hopefully we could bring it to the United States, because that's not a bad idea to bring it to the United States. Yeah, I definitely think that we should definitely bring it to the States, and you need help in Florida. I got your back East Coast. TC got the West Coast. Yeah, definitely. And no doubt. And actually, I came here not just for the book tour and sell my books. I came looking for love in London. You understand? So no doubt, no doubt. And the workshops, they're breathtaking. This is a life experience, and so anybody, life changing. And if you missed it, you still have 3 more days to catch up with the rest of them. And my book, Seven Types of Queens, King's Desire, helps women understand their queen type, because all women are queens. It's a matter of knowing what type of queen you are, so you can attract the right type of king, the right type of man. One that really wants to build with you, and someone who you can connect the stars with, like our ancestors did, to do great things. And yeah, that's my piece.
This is the Black Eyes TV time, the nitty gritty, the information that people need to hear, because we can all talk, but we have to prove that we can do. So basically, we're going to go through 4 things that we normally always go through. As we know, Mr. Rich, have you enjoyed what you've heard so far, Mr. Rich? Okay. So, we have to include the man behind the camera, because he's always been sneaky behind it. Richie Rich, shout out. What's up? Anyway, so now basically we're going to go into 4 discussions. First discussion is we're going to talk about our history and what we know about our history. The second one is understanding about our health and well-being. And then the third one is the mind, and everything comes from mind and spirit. And then the last part, economics. So basically, we're going to bring a topic in. What do you feel like you like to talk about in history that we can discuss?
In history, excuse me. So what can we talk about in history that relates to the Kings and Queens tour? Again, we all take it back to Kemet, which is ancient Egypt. And in ancient Egypt, they had, which was the greatest civilization that the African people have ever created. And that's why they want to keep it from us. They want to whitewash it. They want to make it not from us. They want to distance the Black African from this greatest civilization known to man. Everyone at the time went to us when they wanted to learn politics, when they wanted to learn spirituality, philosophy, mathematics, all the sciences. We taught the world what it meant to be humane, right? So now they wanted to take that piece from us, right? As we're in Black History Month here in the UK, right? Marcus Garvey used to say, a people without a history is like a tree with no roots. They took our roots and undercut us. So with the Kings and Queens tour, we trying to reach out and bring those roots back. And one of the things that we had in this society, which was called Kemet, which is land of the Black, was they had a saying that they put over all the temples and walls in the doorways, up above the doorways, and it said, "Know thyself." Know thyself. And that basically means, okay, so know thyself, what basically means that in you, in all Black people, my brothers and sisters, is the answers and the keys to all your problems. All the solutions lies in you, not from some phony, fake white Jesus up in the sky, not any other religion, but it's all been in you. Inside of you, you have your own universe. And the universe can be broken down to uni, which meaning one, and verse, meaning a song. So one song or one harmony, one vibration, which holds all the universe in a delicate balance, whether it's outside of you, the same thing goes on in you. So once you know thyself, you'll be able to figure out who you are, where you're going, and where you belong in this world.
So in the Egyptian times, right? They used to talk about that statue where they call Bess. What's your ideology on Bess?
From what little information I know, and that's the one thing about ancient Kemet, is that everything had 360 definitions for that one truth. Not like the white man that puts one truth in a box and then says, this is it, and if you don't believe this, you are wrong. There's 360 degrees of information of everything. From Bess, as my Mr. Riggs put me on the spot, Bess is a small, what kind of type of creature would you say he is?
he's like a little troll with big ears, the little short guy with his big giant sticking out, you know.
Right. And he's always sticking out his tongue. Yeah. So he's from what I know, the life giver of creation. Everything is born out of, as they say in the Bible, Jesus spoke the universe into existence, right? And all it means is speaking is a vibration, it's a frequency, and that's where creation starts, with the frequency. Best represents this frequency. I know in the Aztecs and the Mayans and their calendars, if you look in the middle, there's that same best creating the universe inside. So from what my understanding of it is that represents a part of creation, a primordial part that brings all this physical dimension together in the beginning.
Yeah, so King Kevin, give us a bit of a history or some form of knowledge or information to the people, because you know they want to hear some knowledge or compare your history to what you've got in your book, like the Queen. What's the Queen's name again?
Queen Aset or Queen Nzinga.
Yeah, Queen Nzinga. You know, a lot of people will want to know about it and how it's related to the book, and you know, give us some information about it.
Oh, no doubt. Quick. Oh yes, Black. Shout out to London, the whole UK. Black History Month, straight up. The month of October in the States, Black History Month is in February, the shortest month of the year. I celebrate Black History Year, so that's every day. You understand? As far as my book goes, with Queen Nzinga, she was a warrior queen from Angola, and she also was the queen of Matumba. Am I saying that correctly? So she's the queen of two countries towards the southern region of Africa, and she fought the Portuguese for over 30 years. So this was around the 16th century. This queen here was such a fierce woman. And once I found out about her in Chancellor Williams' book, The Destruction of African Civilization, I was like, I have to include her, because I never heard about her name all my life, never heard about it. And she's such a powerful woman. And so, I heard about that. I still haven't seen any of the films. I just read a couple of books. As a matter of fact, after reading his book, I marked her name, knowing I was going to include her in my book. I went and researched her and bought a book about her. And she was such a powerful woman and so serious about serving her community that she even killed her brother because he was trying to enslave, as a sellout. You know what I mean? Like today's, or who you call a sellout? Michael Jordan. Ray Lewis. Listen, man, I keep it real 100, man. You know what I'm saying? So, because our people need the truth. You need to stop hiding from things, But she just loved her people that much, and she was going to refuse to allow her brother to sell out her people. And we need women to stand up for their people, definitely standing beside her man. Because besides every great man, there's a great woman. And vice versa. Look at Michelle Obama. If it wasn't for the feminine energy of Michelle Obama, we wouldn't have a black president in the history of America today. Who knows? Could have been another 20, 30 years until a black president would have came along. So shout out to the First Lady, Michelle Obama, and also Queen Nzinga. Now, I want to touch on something about the black cat theory. In my book, I have the black cat theory, which is a bonus chapter in 7 Types of Queens, King Desire. And the reason why I have that, it's not even a theory, it's a fact. Bastet, who is a Egyptian goddess, is represented by the black cat. And it's very interesting. As I mentioned earlier in the show, I mentioned the fact that there's a mother god before there's a father god, in Akebu land, which is today's Africa. Bastet was worshipped, she was praised. And so black women were worshipped and praised, and everything circled around the women. It wasn't until the Europeans came in to colonize Africa that they took away what made us strong so that we could become weak. So they, in some degree, they turned the dynamics of our family structure. So instead of the women being praised and worshiped, they were stepped on and degraded and just abused in all kinds of ways, to now the men take on the spirit of the Europeans. Dr. Amos Wilson, I'm sure you all heard of Dr. Amos Wilson, the psychologist, right, and author, rest in power, strong brother. he always said that if you don't know your history, then you are whoever someone tells you that you are. And that's what's going on today. We're taking upon the European spirit, who they worship, their holidays, and what they hold important, and their educational system. How are we going to allow the Europeans to educate our children, and we just let it flow? Okay, you go to school, learn history, that's great, and not really knowing the lies they're teaching them, you know. And so the black cat theory just pretty much explains why the black woman is called God, and why every woman is a mother god. She has the power to create, you know. She has the power to pull things from the spiritual realm into the physical. And so when a man and a woman puts the energy together, a black man and woman put the energy together, we can build anything, you know, whether it's businesses, whether it's community centers, schools, and things of that nature. We have that power. And so the system is built to keep us divided, that whole divide and conquer thing. And so the Kings and Queens book tour, go ahead, stop that. The Kings and Queens book tour is built and created to put us back together. You know what I'm saying? To reassemble us and awaken us. And that's what's been going on.
Black Ice T V.
Yes, family. Before I play part 2, and we're discussing on the facts of relationships in the black love, in understanding why is black love so short. And as I said earlier, in that I'm kind of looking at asking young ones and I ask them, what's the longest relationship you have? And some of these people are like in their 25s and they will say to me, well, their relationship, the longest they've had is a year max, but majority of the time they will say 6 months, 8 months. And they'll say, yeah, that's a long-term relationship. But when grandma had a relationship, their long-term relationship was 30, 40, 20, 10 years. You go on triple times the figures that of these young ones. So then it made me think that if these young ones have short relationships, where are they learning this from and where is it coming from? So then I have to ask the second question is, do we have communication problems within the family household? And that's where it gives me, it's bizarre in the fact of, if we're not educating our children within our household, how are these children going to even have an understanding or even get to know how to dealing with things when they go into their relationships? So if father's not around or mother has multiple boyfriends coming into the house, how does that reflect on our children? And how does it reflect on their relationship when they come to meeting the woman of their desire? Is it just on a quick feeling, a quick understanding? And and then it just makes me think. But by the way, before I even go into a bit more further, please press that like button, share, like, and subscribe. This is your daily chat room where people can come on and state their opinions, come and promote their products and services, or to have a discussion with Mr. Terry Riggs if they like, and you could be the devil's advocate, or you can able to talk on the others on the behalf of what you've seen or what you understand within the relationships of our black love, and see what can we do to improve, to making our family bondage stronger. Because as I said once again earlier on, not many people will phone their parents and say, how you doing, what's going on, good morning. You don't even, kids these days, they just wake up and they're not even saying good morning. So then I have to think to myself, whoa, where is the greeting? Where is the respect? We all went on the table. Now everybody's eating in their bedroom. They're not even eating on the table no more in the breakfast and saying, good morning, mum. Thank you for the breakfast. Thank you for the lunch and dinner. We're not even hearing that. So I'm just looking at that. All the things that are happening within their growth, let's say from 0 to, let's say, 15, with them being in a household, what type of training are we giving our children? Because now that they're becoming adults, it's like they have an opinion of how a relationship should be. But in the old way, before you become an adult, you had to be at least 21 to be a full-fledged adult. But within that 21 to 0, what are these children learning? Sex has become normal, that it's just nothing. There's no energy, there's no spirit within it. There's no communication. There's no building a foundation. There's no legacy in the fact that let's build a 10-year structure with our relationship to see where we can have an outcome on the 10th year. Because if there were strategies and there was plans, by the time these kids, from when they're 20, 25 to when they get to 40, 45, they were even able to retire because they've set their goals, they've bought their property, they've bought whatever they need, and they can have a happy family. But what we do sometimes is most of the time we blame the system. Oh, the system does this to us, the system does that. I get it. But at the same time, if I am working and I know that the money is not sufficient, then the reality is I have to make a second income. I have to make a third income to increase the income that I have so that I can make that legacy or make it sufficient for the next generation and the generation after that. That's the legacy that I'm trying to get at. In building our Black family, we need these kind of things of structure, because it's like, if we have no structure in our household, and imagine two people growing up in a household, they don't know how to wash plates, they don't know how to clean their rooms, they don't know how to do anything within their house. Their house is falling apart because mother's just about coping and they're not contributing as a team. These are the tools that you're going to be learning. So when a child actually goes on independent, they have to go takeaways. They have to hire people to cut their grass. They can't do nothing for themselves, that they become not self-sufficient. So then these are the kind of teaching that we want to teach our children. And so imagine those children teaching other children. Peace, Menei Goddess. How's things going?
Going good. Terry, how are you? Peace to everyone in the chat, everyone listening. Interesting topic you got here.
Yeah, because, I was asking a couple young ones, and I was saying to them, like, this person's not even young. They're about 29. And I asked her, like, what's the longest relationship you've had? And it was like, the longest one I've ever had was 9 months. And they think that's a long-term relationship. Have you ever heard of that?
At 29, no. I mean, she didn't think that was really long. It's probably long for her, but that's a lot we've had. Do you think people really want relationships nowadays?
That's my point. So then it goes back to the second question, in the fact that if they're not looking for a relationship and they know that they're not having a mindset of that long-term relationship, is that education coming from the home?
A little bit of home. I wouldn't say all of it is at home because, you know, we live in a society. So I would say my home, your home, the neighbor's home, the whole
Mm-hmm.
community, the social media, you know, it's
So that,
you know, people feel like they have arrived when they have a boyfriend. Like you don't really see it like everyone getting married. Like marriage is not necessarily the end goal. It's not desired. They have a boyfriend, and it's normalized for relationships to kind of be transient. Like that's normal. That I mean, it just didn't work out. Okay, like that's I don't know. So I don't think that.
so then let's go to that. Let's go to the family, right? Do you feel that most families have communication problems where there is not like a clear understanding within the family?
What do you mean?
Like for instance, the relationship sometimes with father, mother, brothers and sisters, that we have so much disputes that we don't look for the bigger picture within the family.
I think the family just is broken down. I mean, it's not
Mhm.
everyone, you know, like like the person that you're referencing, right? A 29-year-old. A
Mhm.
lot of people who are that age, it's more common to not have both of your parents in your life.
Mhm.
So that's already a breakdown. So then how do you expect this 29-year-old to see relationships as permanent when they can turn left and right and not see permanent relationships? And that's not just only in their immediate household. That's just in general. You know, I mean, like, uh, it's just very commonplace for people to pop in and out of people's lives, and that seems to be normal. So for her, she's like, you know, I don't. You said it was a woman or was it a man?
Woman, yeah.
Okay, for her, it's like, you know, she did something big.
Mhm.
She kept a person for 9 months. She like, you lucky. I didn't keep it moving.
So
You know what
then,
I'm saying? Like,
would you say it's based on a criteria
what's based on the criteria?
in her relationships? If it does not fulfill her criteria, she will remove herself.
No, not necessarily. I don't really know this woman, so I don't really know
Okay.
the reasons of why she particularly, her relationships were kind of short. I think it was Raven had a show one time, and he was talking about similar topic, like the criteria. It's possible that she doesn't have a criteria, which is why her relationships are ending quickly, because she's just figuring out different things that, we're just assuming that she's the person breaking them up. It's like you don't really know why the relationships aren't working out, but basically, it could be argued that she doesn't have a criteria, which is why she enters into these situationships with people without having a criteria, as opposed to the person not meeting her criteria.
And
See
let me
the difference in that?
let me put a situation into the equation. She mentioned that she's had at least just over 10 relationships. Would you say that the issue comes from her, or would you feel like it is the misunderstanding? Just look at it in your perspective.
What do you mean the misunderstanding? What do you mean by the misunderstanding?
The misunderstanding in the fact that she doesn't understand what relationships are.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't I could have told you she hasn't been in no daggone 10 relationships. 10
So
relationship, like a whole relationship.
yeah, she's been in. Let's say, for instance, the shortest one is 2 couple days, and then the longest one is 8 to 9 months.
You're not in a relationship with someone for a couple of days. You know, you can
That's my
have
point.
sex with someone that you're not in a relationship with. So if she had sex with someone, that's what she did. She had sex, but she wasn't in no relationship.
So then, would you say that she doesn't? She's not educated to understand what a relationship is.
Yeah, she's not. No.
So in saying that, would you feel that even though the environment, the education wasn't applied within her family?
No. To be honest with you, it's not about education. It's about modeling.
Yeah. No, as I said,
It's about modeling. Because to be honest with you, if my mom would have told me verbally, right, about what a relationship is, who the heck is listening to dating advice from their mom? It's like, okay, it's not until you actually start dating, right, and then you might could have, but I'm talking about like if you're 15 years old, 17 years old, you're liking guys, and your mom's like, well, make sure that you're like, okay, mom, because you just know your parents is telling you they don't want you to get pregnant, they don't want you to, go down that route. But as far as it's different when you see it happening, right? When you see the women in your community demanding to be respected and to be for solid, committed families. When you see family units, when you see people having children with one person, I think that type of instruction that you're talking about, that type of guidance goes a lot further. Because if you're saying, oh yeah, son, you need to respect women. Let's say you got a dad that's like, hey, you need to respect women. You know what I'm saying? Like, be good to your girlfriend. And then this week, the son is introduced to Miss Tisha, and the next week he's introduced to Miss Taniqua. Then, yeah, Dad, I'm really, that son is gonna want to get the hose too. What I'm saying is that you have to lead by example. That's the teaching, not an explanation of what relationships are and commitment. It's the community just has to do better and physically manifest all of this stuff that
So,
they're
like,
trying to.
as you see in your community, do you see it going in? How can I put it? In a perspective avenue. Greetings, brother E. Do you see it like
big
the
up.
environment is giving us situations where
Okay, we can hear you now. Big up, E.
Big up, E. Yeah. Yeah, do you feel that
big up, sis.
Yes, E. Yeah, you was talking about earlier about communication.
Yeah, man. I certain, especially from certain backgrounds, like back in the days, the parents was looking like used to a bit more one-way traffic, where these days the youths they want to have a bit more stake in the results or in the decision making, where it's not just like, okay, because you're older, you tell me what to do. It's more like, okay, let's discuss this. And I feel like there's a lot of parents that haven't been able to adapt to the new model or times that we find ourselves in, or children's or young people and children even being in their 30s or whatever's expectations of how parenting should be done in this age. And I feel that's bringing a breakdown in communication and also breaking down relationships, because both sides are expecting things of each other that the others don't agree with. So it's just like, oh, let's agree to disagree. You stay over there, I'll stay over here. Especially once they get to an age where they can leave the house.
Mm-hmm. And that could be a neglect to their parenthood in forms of their parents and things like that. Because I'm just looking at, like, by us looking at what's happening in a household, would you say it feels that it affects the community in a whole?
Yeah, definitely. You know, if already in your household you don't have a that relationship, then when you're like, say for example, in certain like families or whatever, there's like extended family, like where you call someone uncle, where who's not your blood uncle, right? When you got that kind of relationship, then you start to see like much more people as your extended family. When you have a situation where you're not even seeing your family as family, then how are you gonna treat, you know, your people that you see on the road or stuff like that?
You just put on a point right there, right? Do you feel that it's wrong for when a mum brings a man to the house for the child to call him uncle?
Say that again, please, bro.
No, I said, do you feel that it's wrong, or do you feel it's okay that when a woman brings a man to the house and says to the child, you should call him uncle?
Like, what's her relationship with the man? Like she's in a sexual relationship with him.
She's looking to go into a relationship with this guy, but she's telling the child, say hi to uncle, blah, 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 blah.
Like, I think it's more, it depends how the person is, right? And obviously what the situation is with the father. And but if the person like carries themselves like that, if they're a respectful person, if there's someone that would automatically treat the child with their best interests at heart, then I think it's a little bit different than just giving them the title because they like the person.
No, because I'm just looking at it in the fact that a 5-year-old will look at this guy and say, "Oh, this is uncle," and then next minute, 6-7 months down the line, it becomes a situation because of what he's been taught what an uncle is.
Yeah, and I guess like I'm saying, it depends on the relationship. Like, say for example, the mum, right? Or if she's gonna be like, if she breaks up with this guy and she still maintains a good relationship, it just didn't work out, and the guy is still like respectful and like a positive person, then I don't really see much of an issue. But if it's just like he's just given a title without any merit, then yeah, I think that then, you know, it just becomes something that the child just dismisses. Okay, they might call him that, but they don't mean anything, and there's no value in it. So yeah, there's just no point.
Yeah, cool. As I'm looking at the mindset and looking at what's happening today, because this fear and ego in many situations within the family household. And, you know, I get it sometimes when you're not getting on with your parent, but does it mean that you have to neglect your parents? And these kind of communications, do we expose our children to the truth, or do we hide and give them a false pretense before you go into that relationship?
For me, like, I try to give the truth at all times, right? So not everything I'm gonna tell them, right? But I'm not gonna lie about it, because at the end of the day, I'm always trying to help my children make better decisions. So if I don't give them the correct information, then that's gonna affect their critical thinking as they grow up. Like, they're gonna be adding things together and getting the wrong answer.
Yeah, because you know, there is that blanket. We have a lady from Canada, Miss Jenkins. She agrees. According to the youth, some of our youth do not like it. So yeah, so in looking at in the understanding, what do we feel that relationship is supposed to be about?
Building.
Is that it? Or it's just
Yeah, like
building
building and maintaining, right? I think building and maintaining is the fundamentals or foundation.
Because I think that we're not able to create a mission statement of where we're going and where we want to be. And as I said, I know society gives a whole heap of changes because of circumstances. Things may change, but do we in today's world, do they actually structure and say, for instance, I'm in a proper relationship with this woman, even when we have children together, are we structuring a long-term plan, or is it that we just go day by day?
I think it's sort of like depends on the people, right? Like, because I got some friends that do both. Some people are just like, see how it goes, and some people are looking to make it work, regardless, kind of thing. But at the end of the day, like you can only build a house as strong as the materials you start with. So, if you start with the right, and even that comes down to your model of what it should look like, what you learn from your own household or what you've been able to observe from mentors or like people that you see around you. So like Sis was saying, basically the examples.
Yeah, because and this is the thing that I've been, as I said to you, even in the forms of fathers not being there, mothers sometimes are in certain situations where they stop their fathers from seeing their children and not able to see the reflection that they put upon their children as a mirror reflect. Hold on.
Yeah, I agree. Like, it's difficult, right? Because I'm like, Sis, I don't know, you can tell me if I'm like talking out of line or whatever, but like females are quite emotional, right? And like I don't say that's a justification, but like when they're going through like such a traumatic experience as now having to have a baby, like carry a child with someone that they're no longer with and might have done dirt on them or whatever, it's hard to like go through that at the same time as raising a child and always be conscious of how your actions are affecting them.
Wait, you said it's hard to do what? I missed the last part.
Like hard to be like going through how you're feeling and at the same time always being conscious of how your actions are affecting the child.
Oh yeah, I would agree. And I would say that on both parties are kind of like not necessarily aware because of the circumstances. I wouldn't just say it's because of a woman's emotions, right? Because there are plenty of examples in which you could say, let's just say a man has a certain financial obligation with the child, and he's like, I'm not paying that, and I'm not gonna come see the child. Oh, you took me to court. I'm not coming to see the child. See what I'm saying? I don't think in that moment, the man is really thinking about how that is going to impact the child. It's more so of the anger and the rage or the feeling of loss of control that they use that as a tool, as a I'm trying to defend myself, and they're not thinking about the impact on the child in that moment. And I think that both genders definitely participate in that. I mean, I just call it dysfunctional behavior. You know what I'm saying? To me, and there are members of our community that don't engage in that way, and they're not dysfunctional, and they can split up and they can co-parent, and You know, they have mutual split visitation and split finances, and they just do what they need to do for their kids. But then there's that element of the community that's they really on that
Yeah, I
dysfunction,
totally agree still.
you know.
So like Mene, what would you class as a good man if, let's say, both parents don't agree and they've split, but the man is trying to give as much as he can, but because the mother is keeping that distance away from him and keeping the distance away from the child, would you class that man as being a bad man?
Terry,
Mm-hmm.
what? I don't really understand. You can't ask
The
a
reason
question
why
like,
I'm
what is
asking
give
it,
as much as he can? What is, hold on. Let me tell you the part that I don't understand. He's giving as much as he can, right?
yeah.
And then the mother is keeping him away. What does that mean? Why? So I don't know. Why is she keeping
Okay,
him
let me
away?
put a scenario.
I
Let me
mean,
put a scenario in it.
you know, was there domestic violence? I don't know. Like you can't just be saying
Okay, let's
these
talk about a
kind of
normal
like
relationship.
ridiculous.
Okay, let's talk about a normal relationship. They've split because they can't agree on anything. They've split, but because of that split, the woman is hurt. And she's now made a decision that she doesn't want her child to see this man.
Terry, I can't believe you're saying this on Black Ice TV, yo. I just can't even believe.
This is not Black Eyes TV. This is I'm just playing devil's advocate here. This is Black Family
Yeah,
First.
but your devil's advocate is perpetuating this negative image, right?
No,
but as if the woman is let me finish, that the woman is keeping him away and that this man is out here with this violin saying he wants to see his child. Come on, man. Come on. I'm not even answering that question. Like seriously, what is the best that he can? He did the best that he can when he shot up the club and created that child. So you need to do the best that your child needs, not the best that you can. That's it.
Yeah. But
sometimes that's not enough. The best that you can. Sometimes it's not enough. If the best you can is $100, then no, that's not good enough. This is it.
So, but he's trying his best. He's going through, but
you need to do better. He should have done better before he created a child. Sorry, Terry. He's doing his best. You over here with the violence.
No, I'm just looking at both sides. It's the same. It's the same format as the man. If the man is looking after the child, the woman has made a mistake in their relationship. Like for instance, she may have cheated on him, and he decides that he doesn't want nothing to do with the woman. So he has the custody of the child and not allowing the woman, but the woman wants to give the best for that child.
You know, I have a girlfriend. That her relationship with her child's father did not work out, and they never ever have gone to court. And her child spends an entire week with her and an entire week with her dad. Her child has her own room at her mom's house. She has her own room at her dad's house. Her father had a girlfriend. Her father had a fiance. Her father had a wife. That stepmom loved that little girl. They were a blended little family. Every event that the child had, all the parents attended. It was, they split financial obligations 50-50. Any medical expenses, they split it 50-50. There are tons and tons of, my friend is not an anomaly, right? There are tons of Black people who put their children first. We need to stop always talking about Pookie and Ray Ray and Shaniqua and Shatika. We need to stop doing that and making it seem like that is all of who we are. No, it's not.
And that's why I said I understand that in that it's a joint effort, because what I'm hearing a lot of is the situation between the parents, not the child, not in the best interest for the child.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with Melanated, man. It's like you can do better in it. Like you can always do better, and yeah, just do that. It's like you can't be, like people will just feel like, I don't know, like they watch too much like Housewives of something, or like you gotta put the children first. Even if you don't like the person, even if you hate the mom or the dad, like you still gotta do what's best for the child, innit? That's your responsibility. Everything else is just excuses.
Because like I told a friend that couldn't see his child, I said to him, buy that same present that you buy that your child, make sure you write letters. Yeah. Even if it's a million letters to the time you see that child, but do as much as you can, because that's all you can do.
But when you say you can't see the child, what do you mean? Like court told him that he can't see them or something?
Yeah, she put a court restriction on him.
Well, what is she put a court restriction? Why?
What did he
must
do?
have been abusive.
No, they were just violent against each other. But the court, she won more of on her side, in the fact that they put a restriction on him.
Listen, I know this happened to my homegirl. The guy was physically abusive to her, right? He had hit her more than one occasion. But this particular time, she was holding the baby, right? She was holding the baby, and he hit her. And she turned her back to protect the baby, and he started punching her on her back. She did put a restraining order against him, and he took her to court for visitation, and he got visitation of the child, even though he put the child in danger by hitting her. So fathers definitely have rights. Fathers definitely can get visitation. His visitation started off supervised. It was supervised for like 6 months or 8 months. And then it went to unsupervised, meaning that, he would be able to take the child away and like spend the night at his house and all that kind of stuff. And she made the police department be the pickup and drop off of, the child. And there was nothing that she could do. She couldn't say, how do I know he's not going to physically abuse my child? Like, how are you just going to, he clearly is aggressive and violent. And the courts basically said he has the right to see his child. So I just feel like fathers need to exercise their rights. If mothers are exercising their rights and they're getting financial support or whatever, they're getting custody agreements drawn up, fathers need to execute their rights as well, exercise their rights as well. Because like he's saying, like he should be able to have visitation with his child. But the question is he seeking it out?
Yeah, I agree, man. Like I think that all you can do thing, like it's just like, easy way to quit. It's like I tried, the court said no, so I'm not gonna, appeal, like stack up my money, try and find a great solicitor or whatever. Like, because like, yeah, man, like for me personally, yeah, like I'm never gonna allow that. Like, if that happens, I'm not gonna stop until that changes. It's not gonna be all I can do.
Because sometimes it gives the male perspective an excuse in looking at that. Oh well, if the mom's not gonna do it, I'm just gonna do what I'm doing.
That for some guys, it's like a release form or something. It's like, okay, now it's not my fault. Look, the court said it, so I tried. Now I can go back to doing whatever I wanted to do without any responsibility.
And it gives them on a long term where they have that get out of jail card, and then they go and proceed to doing the same thing over again with the next woman that they meet.
Yeah, and it's her fault obviously because she's stopping man from seeing the child.
Because I've seen certain guys at first when it happens to them, They start bawling and crying and, oh, she's not going to let me see my child. How could she do this to me? And then 6 months later, it's all good.
But
Move
yeah,
on.
man. Like, you know, it's like, it's a difficult one, yeah. Like for me, when like it depends at the age that you meet the person that you have a child with. Because like for me, once you got past a certain age, then you have like a responsibility, like on your due diligence and like your character judgment, right? Like when you're young, like or like younger, you can meet someone and you know the ones there, you're a bit naive and excuse me, end up with someone that you find like they might be crazy or whatever. But yeah, man, it depends. Like when you're older, you gotta take a lot of responsibility for you even having a child with that person in the first place, and look at yourself and like, right, how was I willing to do that?
But you know what's really like twisted is that people look at marriage as a deeper and more serious thing than having a child. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
that one, that's crazy.
that one is crazy. It's crazy. Listen, my own family member, you know, was concerned. She started feeling like, you know, oh, I'm getting older, I'm not gonna be able to have no kids. And the weird part is that she was in a relationship, like I guess she had sickle cell trait, and she was in a relationship with a guy who has sickle cell trait. Which I was like, yo, once I figured that out, I'd have been out of there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we can't be together. We can't, huh?
I said both of them have it, then they're more likely the child
Yeah,
may
both
get
of them. Exactly. The more, I think they have like a 50% chance. I think if both of them have it, I don't think it's 100% chance, but I think it's a 50% chance that the child will end up developing sickle cell. So they don't have they just have the trait. But so she stayed in a relationship with this guy for I can't remember, like 3-4 years or so. Don't know why. And then ended up in a new relationship with someone else. You know, things are going well. And at this point, the biological clock is like ticking, you know, and she got pregnant and lost that baby. Got pregnant again. And I'm happy. I'm like, okay, you know, so I'm like, okay, so you guys gonna, you know, what's next? Are you guys gonna move in together? You're gonna, you know, you're gonna get married. And my girl said, married, slow down. Like, I'm just having a baby. What do you mean slow down? Like, I couldn't understand that you were still not sure about this person's character. Like, you want to take the relationship to share your life with them, but you want to bring in a life into this world with them. That's backwards thinking. I don't know.
I think like having a baby has become, you know, very casual, and yeah, like getting married is, yeah, it's become like, yeah, the big thing.
It's backwards.
I think I think they've put so much fear on it that I think that sometimes the marriage thing, even at its best, is that they feel that it may not even last long.
But that's the whole point, is if it doesn't last long, right? Then it should be not as serious. The child, you're bound with this person for more than 18 years, but at least you're both responsible legally for this individual. So you are connecting yourself with another person intentionally for 18 years, but signing a piece of paper, you feel, oh, that's too deep. Well, this doesn't make any sense.
I know, and you can get a divorce anytime, but you can't, like you're saying, you can't just separate from the person that you had a child with. Yeah, forever going to be connected through even like their influence on someone that you care about.
You know, you listen. I have ex-boyfriend. They don't know where I live. right? But if you have a child with someone, do you know legally every time you move, you have 48 hours after the time that you move to inform the parent, the other parent of where you live. You cannot be like, oh, I changed my number. You cannot do that. Legally, you cannot do that. That's just the father of your child has more right than someone that you used to have their last name. They used to share the same last name. But you could literally get divorced from someone, cut the ties, you go your way, I go mine, I move to another country, I don't have to tell you nothing. So which one is more permanent? I don't get it. I don't really get it. So it's just that's why when I joined the panel, I said my question was, do people even want to be in relationships?
And that's another thing. Do they even know what a relationship is?
I think, you know, sorry, bro, go on.
No, go on, E.
Like, I was thinking, like, people do want to be in relationships, yeah, but they want to be in it when it's good. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, like new relationships are usually the good ones. Like for people that are dysfunctional, as you're saying, right? Like, okay, yeah, like it's the honeymoon period. Oh, the honeymoon period's dead. Like, oh, gone. Sorry, over. Now it's hard work. Now let me go to the next honeymoon period and just go from honeymoon period to honeymoon period, and then just blame it on the person. Like, oh, you changed. Everything needs to be different. Like, now I don't want to be with you anymore. Instead of, you know, going through the harder times to get to something deeper. And I suppose that's really, like, you know, it's so easy now to chop and change. You know, you can just go on your phone and find someone new.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, so what you described is just like companionship. I think companionship is different than a relationship. You know, like they just want some company. It's companionship. It sounds more temporary. You know, I think when I say do people want relationships, I don't. It's like, I forgot who I was talking to, but they was trying to explain to me like marriage does not benefit the man. They didn't see anything beneficial in their marriage from a man's perspective. It's all about the protection and well-being of the woman, and the man is like the workhorse. And you know, like a single man could have all of the benefits of a married man without the responsibility, without the pressures, without the accountability. So they were like, yeah, it's not in my best interest to be married.
Like, you know, like I suppose I used to always think that as well. Yeah, like, oh, like what's the point of getting married, kind of thing. Obviously, like there's certain tax benefits and, you know, legal benefits and such things like that. Yeah, like which are important, I suppose. But I'm like, now I'm for it in it. Yeah, why not in it? Yeah, like it creates a good like structure or blueprint. Like having children, they'll have something to follow. Like, okay, getting something that is more secure, especially having daughters and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? But I don't really like. I'm not compelled to get married. I feel like women, it's much more like a Disney thing. Like, you know, when I'm older, I'm gonna get married and I'm gonna have the dress and like, because I'm not gonna change once I'm married. You get what I'm saying? I'm not gonna start being. I'm not gonna be different.
Would you say?
Oh, I've seen.
Go on,
I've seen couples that like been together for like, oh man, let me just say, couples that been together for like 7 to 10 years, and they like, you know what, forget, let's go get married, let's do this on paper. Kid you not, they went from being, I can't even say boyfriend and girlfriend. They literally was like having children, multiple children, and they ended up getting married legally. And all of a sudden, the girl go to the store, and the man like, well, how you taking so long at the store? Where you at? Video calling her. She was like, yo, we never had this clocking business where you clocking my. But it was just like it's different. He said it. This is different. You're my wife. She was just like, what? I don't know what's gotten into you. Like, why you're acting like this, you know? And I mean, like, she just humors him, but she just feels like, you know, we literally have been together for a very long time. And, you know, we have, you know, children. Like, where's this, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's because, like, the whole last name thing. I don't know if that psychologically for a man that changes something. But, yeah, you saying you're not going to change, E, but you might be.
Yeah, but
like, look,
people said
woman.
that to me.
Look,
Before
woman.
I had children, people said the same thing to me, right? That like, yeah, when you have children, like, gonna change. Like, to me, yeah, like, say for example, in my relationship, yeah, from the beginning, like, it was always like a lifelong commitment. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't unsure at any point. Do you see what I'm saying? And like, it's kind of mad now because of the whole entanglement kind of thing, right? With Will Smith. But like, before I saw an interview and like I used that as like kind of a something for my relationship. Yeah, they're like, Rare, like, how comes you lot have been so like successful in a relationship like for so long? Yeah, and he said that because for us quitting wasn't an option, and like that's just how it is for me. Like, quitting in my relationship is not an option. Like, the only option is working through whatever it is. Do you see what I'm saying? And like on the other side, like we're on the same team. So it's like I don't understand how us being married is gonna change that.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that it should. I think that people should live and conduct their lives as if they were married before they even um join, you know, before the actual act of being married is what I'm saying. Like, you
Yeah,
know, you
yeah.
should regard your partner as your spouse before you get married. Like, why wait until then to like change up and do, you know? But I worked with someone, and they literally cheated up until their wedding day, and they would always say, you know, I've been faithful to my wife since we've been married. I've been faithful to my, like, that's like, he's proud of that like, once I got married, I stopped fooling around. I stopped being with other women. And I was just like,
Yeah. Yeah, like to me, it's like that's like people holding themselves back until they get married. Like, they're not giving everything until they get married. I don't get that. You know, like, you got a couple hidden gears in your locker. Like, once that ring comes on, it's like, boom, okay, now we're married. I'm about you. There's a whole different person gonna come up. Like, what? What's that about? It's like you're
So
supposed to
then,
be giving everything, and
would
before
you
that.
say it's a false pretense? That as soon as they get married, they put on something false into that equation.
I think marriage means different things for different people, right? Like, I'm not so for marriage, but like getting married to me is not like I'm not against it at all. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. So like I'm not like, oh nah, I don't want to get married. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you want to get married, say nothing, let's do this. It's more like that. But for other
this was
people,
said, all right, say nothing. You
like,
funny.
is it like if it doesn't really mean nothing to you, if you say it don't mean nothing to you, then it means something to them, then why are you not gonna do it?
Right.
And a lady from Canada said, some people only want the baby. But
And yeah, to answer EIE, like, how long do I intend to be married? Forever, man, and yeah, beyond. Like, I don't know if there's an afterlife or whatever, but boy,
I didn't even know there was a
there
time
is.
period of marriage.
I'm looking to to continue it then. You see what I'm saying? That's what I already told you. If I die first, then boy, remarriage is out of the question. Cause I don't want to end up in some situation where in the afterlife and I'm having to, you get me, deal with someone else.
Yeah, I don't. I think what he's saying is that you shouldn't wait till you get married to be good to your partner and to change in some kind of way. Like if you have a partner, what what's gonna change? What's you know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be like messy and sloppy while we're dating, and then all of a sudden you're gonna clean up after when we get married. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be out in the club and doing whatever, but then as soon as we get married, now you're a homebody. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that doesn't even make any sense. Because the whole time he's gonna be a homebody, he's really resentful because he want to be out and about. So why don't you just date somebody who's a homebody like you, so you could be home or whatever? Or if both of you want to be out and about, then you just both be out and about. Like what's with this switch up thing? I don't.
It's kind of like someone saying, okay, when I get the job, then I'm gonna train to get the skills to do this job. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like you get the skills before you apply for the job. Like before you're married, you become your marriage, like make yourself marriage material or whatever, way before, and then you get married. Not because then it's like a lottery. It's like you don't even know if that person is gonna be like that next level is what you're looking for. It's like, no, that's not for me.
Yeah. I'm with you with that.
Yeah. But then do people by the time let's say for instance when they get married, do they actually structure or create some form of plan after they've got married?
Yeah, I think most people do. I don't think people just, get married and they have no plan for themselves. It's just that sometimes things don't go according to plan. But I don't think people, save for a wedding, they plan for a future, they plan to, maybe buy a home together, they plan for, retirement, all of those things, but sometimes things don't just go the way that you plan for them to go.
Because imagine one guy, he did a stupid move, and he didn't explain this to his wife. He got married. They were supposed to build together. They bought a property, but then he said he wanted to step back and do part-time work when they needed the money to do full-time work. And he was trying to go in the direction of his goals instead of a togetherness, which created the ripple effect of them splitting.
Like they split because he wanted to be part-time or because he didn't tell her in advance, or like what was the?
He didn't tell her. He didn't tell her. He didn't even negotiate on his reasons why. Their relationship only lasted in their marriage. It only lasted a year. Where their
Like, to
relationship
me, it sounded like if it wasn't that, it would have been something else. If you can't work, like, yeah, man, there was no compromise there. There would have been another point of contention where it would have just been like no, and then she would have been like yes, or vice versa. And yeah, man, like they did the right thing in not wasting each other's time trying to keep it going, man.
Because what was going to happen is she was going to get the burden to have to make more money to paying for the mortgage.
Yeah, that's a joke thing.
Yeah, how do you how do you just say, hey, I want to sleep a little bit more, or I joined my PlayStation group and I'm just gonna work part-time and you could just, take up the slack. Is that all right, babe? All right, love you. What the hell?
Or we could live on the street. It's up to you. You want to live on the street?
And then he throws it in there. He throws it in there. You said till death do his part, babe, didn't you? You can't leave me.
Yeah, you pay it off, and then afterwards I'll leave you and take off.
But that's why I talk about the communication barrier. where people are not communicating. They just think they can do what they want to do without putting the we in it. It's all about the I.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was
but do you think?
communicating, all right.
Yeah, but do you think he became like that when he got married, or he was always like that? Because that doesn't
He was
seem
in
like
full-time work before the marriage.
Yeah, but he was in
And see
full-time
what
work before the
list?
marriage. He was putting bait on his hook in it to catch a fish. But really and truly, like, there must have been some kind of telltale signs that this guy is really about himself. Because like, what kind of person that's not just thinking about themselves is like, okay, yeah, you just carry all the shopping, I'll just walk right next to you. Like, what kind of stuff is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. I need to cut them kind of guys off still.
Because that's the mirror reflection that I'm talking about. Where if he could do that in his marriage, he could do that in the same place in the workplace.
Nah, bro. My friends can't be moving like that still. Like, I'm telling
you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, but you see, this is what I mean. I don't know if it is, but as I said to you, some people have just not got that schooling. Their mindset is, some guys, they're just like, they're big men and they'll rather sit in front of a PlayStation and play games and smoke weed and think that everything's going to be hunky-dory. No motivation at all.
Yeah, but how did, like, even the woman though, right? Like, how did she end up marrying that guy? Like, because that was like, I'm not putting the blame on her in it, but there's like me, I'm always like about personal responsibility. Yeah? So like, even when someone does something to me, like I look at myself how I gave them the opportunity to do that.
But then it could be, then we say that the marriage was kind of like a gamble in the fact that she really didn't really know him in the 3 years that they were together.
Like, I feel like this is the catch-22, right? Because like, see, like sometimes, like before, family was more involved in the decision-making process of who you marry, right? So like sometimes it might be a situation where like it's overbearing, but the other times you get the benefit of some kind of wisdom and some kind of like vetting process. Because boy, that was a mistake.
So and this is what sometimes it just looks like it's a gamble. If you haven't prepared or even had an understanding of the partner that you've chosen in the first place. And a lot of people, because sometimes they fall on the factors of how it feels is what makes their judgment.
I'm with E. I don't know how she picked up this man, that
but that's what I'm trying to say.
Proposition something like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was all good till the day they got married.
But like maybe he was sizing up her pockets. Maybe he was sizing up her pockets like, she really could hold us down for real.
So
you know what I'm saying? Like,
but then it comes to the equation. How would she able to judge or even to know that man is going to be like that before the marriage?
Sometimes you don't. Maybe he was, pretending. I don't know. I'm just saying, it just still sounds wild.
You gotta look for the tells though. Like obviously there's like, I don't know, professional honey trappers or like, you get what I'm saying? but like, you're gonna see it in the day to day, like, how they move when they're tired, like how considerate they are for you, like, how, like, when how they attend to you. Do you get what I'm saying? Like obviously there's a give and take, but you always got like, you're like, right, is that how you're moving, kind of thing? Like you're not even. That's how I'm seeing it. Like you always got to be watching, like especially at the beginning, because people are gonna show themselves sooner or later, innit? For her, obviously, took her quite a bit of time. And like me, like I like to, especially in relationships, like I like to address things early so we can, because I don't want to waste my time. You know, I'm looking like, you know, I like my relationships to be serious, like on a friendship level or whatever level. So early, I'm always trying to find out the reasoning behind something and find out if that person and me are compatible. If not, then like we don't need to waste each other's time in it. We don't need to be.
So would you base your relationship on a track record?
Yes and no. Like some things, right? Like, you know, if there was like, say for example, you like have a friend and they've got a friend and they're moving mad, like they stole from their friend or they're doing something crazy, and then you'd be like, right, like, and you're telling people like you're advertising this as your friend, then like your track record is a bit like shaky. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, you have to take it into consideration, but it's not the only thing in it because people do change, and you know, also they react to the person that they're dealing with.
But then, do you find that a lot of women nowadays sometimes dismiss their past and try to see that they will have a change, or try to change try to change the guy's situation to their narrative?
What do you mean their past? Like the body count or something?
You know, like, you know, certain guys, you know what they are. You know they're a gallus. You know that they get money off the street, but yeah, you're still gonna choose that guy, thinking that you're gonna change him.
Yeah, like it's a hard one, yeah, because you know, like certain guys are charmers, right? And yeah. Sometimes females or women get fooled by the charm for real. Like, but yeah, I don't know why. Like I think it's short-term thinking, right?
Go on.
It happens bare times with like females. They're like legit and they're serious and they want to have a family, but they're attracted to criminals. Like it's a bit of a crazy phenomenon. Like, you know, that's like a real thing. You know, like, yeah, I want to have this future with this guy that is like out there risking his freedom every day. Like, do you get what I'm saying? It's a bit of a, you know, oxymoron or whatever.
Like he's the man, and because he's got the nice car, he's running around up and down, and you know, and yeah, it's like they're looking at relationship, but then
yeah, but a lot of the time he's not that guy. Like they go for the guy even that's doing that, but it's got the potential to be the man in that field. It's like, you know, like one day he's gonna be, you know, the guy running this block or something. It's mad. You know, or it's the like, yeah, he's gonna change. Eventually, he's gonna quit. Like, and it happens. Like, obviously, people come off the road and they make positive changes, but like, it's a probability thing. Like, would I be objecting from my child being someone that is reformed, or like, I don't want to say reformed, that sounds like, but you know, they used to do it, but now is doing positive things. Like, that's a changed person. But for them to start dating them while they're still like doing that is a bit, you know, that's a bit suspect.
Because like sometimes when I sit with some of the guys, right, and it's like everything is calculated. And there was one guy, and what he used to do, he used to hire out on the weekends. He will hire out a car, a penthouse, and he will go raving. And you know, before the night's ended, he's guaranteed some woman in his house, in that penthouse, and he give them all the gift of the gab. You know, how do you avoid something like that? Because some women, because they look at status, they fall for that trap.
Like for me, like it comes more from an example, and like I think growing up, you need to kind of teach the girls what to look for, and you know what's cool, and you know the cause and effect. At the end of the day, like it's a difficult one. But for me, like especially as well, if they got their own, then it's harder to attract them for shiny things. So yeah, putting them in a position makes a difference.
And that's what I'm saying about, even though it's a difficult world out there, the communication of teaching our children how to dealing with life nowadays. It's not an easy task, but then they're just not being there. How do you expect the child that becomes an adult to able to dealing with that situation?
Yeah, they're just gonna be freestyling, right? You know, that's what, you know, parents. That's why it's really important to have a good dialogue with your children and have a like, you know, be able to influence them in that respect. Like they respect your opinion and you know their friends and you know them interested in whether you like the person that they're bringing home. Because you know some people is like, well, I don't care what my parents think of you. Like I'm gonna do my thing anyway. Like that's if that's the case, then yeah, man, they're probably gonna be attracted to the person that their parents don't like. So yeah, man. And then like it's harder as well, right? Because if the person who's advising them is like a single parent and they're not necessarily having like, you know, a successful relationship, it's a bit harder to like, you know, take the advice. Even though they might be right, innit? Someone that smokes cigarette can tell someone else that smoking cigarettes is bad, innit? They're not wrong. But it's harder to listen to them.
But then, you know, if we reverse it, right? How does a male know when a woman is manipulating him?
How does a male know when a woman is manipulating?
Especially like let's say if he does have the money and he's flaunting it around, but she's her goal is to get into that money. How do we know?
It depends how you move. Like, you know, like if you're, you know, doing that Quavo thing, like just buying them stuff in it, then it's harder to tell. But if you don't make that like a main thing in the relationship, like I'll give you an example, right? I have a brethren that he used to like for say 6 months when he's meeting with a girl, he wouldn't even show them that he's got a car. Like he would just like he would be meeting them on public transport or you know like taking cab or whatever certain times. And then like he would expose them as he gains to trust them more, he will expose them to his real lifestyle. That's one way, but you know, at the end of the day, it's like you gotta be a good critical thinker and a judge of character. And the experience is gonna help. Like you're gonna get burnt, like, you know, like not physically hopefully, but like, you know, the ones there. Like and you're gonna learn. That's the process of this thing. You meet someone, don't work out, and you're supposed to learn from it.
EIE says I'm books proof.
But I do think that.
Go on.
I do think that you know, a woman that has the title of gold digger and a woman having a certain standard of a man having a certain financial standing, I think there's a difference between those two things. And oftentimes women are ashamed because they don't want to participate in struggle love. You know, if I had a daughter, I wouldn't encourage my daughter to be in struggle love. I wouldn't encourage my girlfriends to be in some sort of struggle love. Like, no, I think that a woman, you know, they always get blamed for who they open up their legs to, right? Mm-hmm. So she should be mindful of who she opens her legs to, and it should be someone that if in the event that she chose wisely on a man's ability to provide for her unborn children, she definitely should consider that. That shouldn't be the only criteria that she has, but she should definitely do not go out there and procreate and then want my tax dollars to take care of you being irresponsible with your vagina. No, put some consideration into what you're doing. Put some consideration into who you're aligning yourself with. Just like the man should put some consideration in who he aligns himself with. You know, don't start calling her, she's a bad this and she's a bad that, she's not a good mother. Why did you put your seed there? Like you didn't use some discretion, you know, I think on both ends. So I don't consider that to be gold digging. I don't. I consider that to be wise and smart.
Same there. It's like, what's the
But
difference, yeah? Being attracted to someone, like financially attracted to someone and physically attractive. Like, why is one more acceptable?
Mm.
that's a strong one.
So
Because
somebody asked me the other day if they was wrong for aligning themselves with a woman who was in good financial standing. He was like, "Is that wrong?" I guess men aren't used to like thinking that way. So he was like, "Am I wrong because I'm considering that like that's part of the appeal about being with her is that she's good in that area. Like he could see them making moves together, right? So he's considering that in like, should I enter into a relationship with her? And I guess as a man, he just felt a little guilty or felt like, is this like I don't know, should I even be? He's like, I feel funny like saying like, yo, yeah, she made good money, like you know what I'm saying? Like he felt away, like thinking that way, and I was like, why? If you're trying to like make moves. You should be with someone that you could make moves together. Like what's I don't get that. Why that's a bad thing.
Yeah, like I think mainly, I suppose, because money in relationships usually dictates like the decision making, you know. Like obviously in a healthy relationship it should just be made on like, you know, the better decisions or whatever. But yeah, like money is a big influence in the power structure. Even like, you know, nowadays, like women are much more influential in the decision making relationships just for one of the reasons is because they now able to make their own money. So they don't have to rely on the guy, or the guy can't like cut them off and tell them what they can have and what they can't have, kind of thing. So like I've seen it with a guy that like his missus was like making peas, and at the time he wasn't working, and the way she was treating him, boy, that was you. I had to tell him about himself a couple of times. Like I even had to tell herself about herself a couple of times because like I can't even allow her to be talking like that in front of man and that. But like yeah, man, like, I think that's the problem. But in a healthy relationship, really and truly, like the money is everybody's money, in it. So what's the big deal? But
yeah,
yeah, like what, like to back to my question, like most people find it acceptable for you to be like, you know, with someone, or not solely based on your like attraction, but like it to be a good attribute. Like, oh yeah, like yeah, I'm like I find them really attractive or sexy or da 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 da. But if you start talking about money, it's like taboo. Like, oh, what you're with them for their money? But you're with them because you find them like attractive. Okay, I get it. And that's a bit mad because, like, you know, finance has much more utility than looks.
Absolutely. And I think that it's just a very I think it's used sometimes as like a shaming type of thing where it's like, oh, you're only with me because of my money. Like what what woman don't want security? I don't get
that's
it.
what.
Like, why are you shaming a woman for wanting security? Not like I think if a woman says, "Oh, you only want me because of my body or I'm beautiful," yeah, the men that's what they're into. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta like accept that's like yeah, you have a nice mind and brain, but they're definitely going to be on the physical aspect of things. That's just how it is. It's like women are going to want um, to feel safe and to feel secure. And yeah.
Because you know, when you look at certain things, right, sometimes relationships can move very fast, and if you meet someone that you like, sometimes you might dismiss certain characteristics.
But relationships don't move fast, right? People move fast in relationships.
Yeah, But I mean, like, it overwhelms. Like, for instance, you can be having fun for a whole year, not even realize a year has gone past.
Yeah, but like, you know, that's still on you for not really realizing it or whatever. Like, you gotta know what, yeah, you gotta be taking check of time. And I suppose it depends what you get in it in the first place for. Like, if you're just like, okay, let me see what happens, then yeah, you could end up anywhere.
Because
like, and
when
that's
you go
also
into
gonna
that,
affect your criteria at the beginning. Like, if you know, it's like if you go to the supermarket, right, and you're already hungry and you don't have a shopping list, like you're gonna come out with bare stuff that you didn't want, like but bare junk, this, that, because you know you're just going off your stomach. But if you already knew what you wanted before you went there and you weren't hungry, like starving, then you're gonna come out with what you want, and when you get home, the everything's gonna be proper.
Great analogy. Great analogy. Don't be out here shopping for men or shopping for women when you're hungry. You're liable to take anything. You're liable to take anything.
but that's what a lot of people sometimes do, though. They go out there and they say, "Yes, that's my wife," and then they go into the relationship and then they come back and tell me it's a nightmare. But the relationship has gone too far.
But like he said, you know, the relationship went too fast because, like he said, they was hungry. They went grocery shopping while they was hungry, and they was like, you know, like I can't be denying myself for carbs, right? On my keto diet, and go to the grocery store while I'm hungry. The other day, I ate a bag of chips. I wasn't supposed to eat no bag of chips, but I was hungry. You know what I'm saying? So what did I get? Empty calories. Nothing that's gonna benefit my body. Nothing nutritious. Nothing that I know is what I should be eating. You see what I'm saying? So just like you know that you shouldn't be talking to some person that has no future, but because you're hungry, you just take anything. That's, you know, I ain't with it, man.
But then doesn't that sometimes happen with age?
That's how people get called a snack as well. You know, it's like he's a snack or she's a snack. You know, because people are just snacking.
What munchies?
Yeah. They're like, yeah, I'll just have this before dinner. You know, the ones there or after dinner.
They smoke a weed spliff, and next minute they find themselves in a situation that they didn't even want to be in the first place.
He said they busy snacking. Oh man, that was funny. Yeah, man.
But yeah, no, it's just looking at where can we find solutions for these young ones, in the fact of giving them the right direction.
I don't think this is an age thing, you know. Like, I think there's plenty of people that wouldn't consider themselves young ones that are snacking and are being called snacks. Like, you get what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I think it's a universal thing on this age.
Yeah, everybody's out here snacking. That's what I try to tell you. Do people want relationships? Because it's like everybody want to be slim, but nobody want to work out. You feel me? So do the people want to put in the work for a relationship? No, they don't. They just want companionship. They want somebody to spoon with, somebody to, you know, put on their arm to watch little movies or whatever. But they don't want none of the work that it comes to maintain a relationship. It doesn't. They don't. We would have way more relationships if that was the case.
So then it falls on to the fact of commitment.
Yo, I just talked about a low carb diet, and I just got so tempted just now. I gotta walk away. From the temptation.
What's in your fantastic fridge that's tempting you?
I have some cassava in my freezer. that I could just fry up some nice crispy cassava. But nope, I'm on a mission.
But then that's the temptation. Some people just can't resist without just going there. Or that what we
Yeah,
say.
but you gotta work on it. You gotta work on it though. This can't word that's getting thrown around too easily. I can't. So I'm not gonna even try. Some things like, say for example, if you can't do 20 push-ups today, what are you supposed to do? Just never do 20 push-ups. Nah, you do 10. You get me? And then you get to 12 and you work your way up, man. All this can't. That's just excuses, man.
Or when a man's
long.
When a man's chasing a woman and the woman's making him wait for a long period of time, and then the man decides, okay, let me go and have a snack before I come back.
Seriously, that's not the kind of workout that man's interested in, chasing women. The ones there, you attract women, or you attract each other. But if you're chasing them, it's like they're running away from you. What are you doing that for?
But then the woman likes him, but she's making him wait.
Yeah, then you ain't got to chase her, innit? You just do your thing, innit? And then at the end of the day, it should open up. If you're trying to force it, then it's not for you. Come back when it's for you. Sorry, sis. Go to.
No, I was just saying, that's speaking of a case where the person actually wants that kind of stuff. Again, I don't really think that the people want those situations. I think that whole chase business, it's just part of the facade. And when the chasing is over with, you can see by their actions that they don't want it. They don't really want responsibility. That's what relationships is really about. Being responsible for what you agree upon together to build, responsible for one another, making a commitment that goes way beyond physical attraction. All that stuff right there is too serious. Look at this stuff. People just want microwave gratification. They want it right now. Put a 30 seconds, boom, that's it. They're not trying to put stuff in a slow cooker and cook it overnight. That's too long. Nobody got time for that.
But then,
y'all can tell I'm hungry, right? All of my analogies have to do with food right now. You can tell I'm hungry. Oh, Lord, let me make me something to eat.
Right? If a child's only been taught how to warm food in the microwave, should we expect anything better?
I think so, because not everything you know in life, your parents taught you. My mom wasn't on some pro-black stuff. I am. You know what I'm saying? Not every single thing about who you are is from your parents. So you can pick up things along the way. You giving grown people too much, like he said. You making that's too much excuses. You're grown. Don't talk about you. You don't know about marriage. You just want to be whatless.
Yeah, if you want the information, to learn how to do something is out there, innit? For me personally, my household wasn't where I formed my blueprint on how I wanted to, on a relationship, right? On a philosophy, I look for good information or things that people that was doing things that I like, for example, okay, there's someone that's been in a relationship long term. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, there's my uncle. I'm staying overnight or something, and in the morning, you can see the romance in their relationship, and they've been together for 30 years. Okay, what are you lot doing? Yeah, let me take some of that. And you see what I'm saying? And it's okay, you lot are doing that over there. I don't like that. What do I need to not do in my relationship so I don't bring that into my house?
Yeah, I whenever I have opportunity, I always speak to my uncle and aunt. They've been married for No, it's a toaster oven. I toasting bread. What are you talking about microwave? I speak to my uncle. My uncle and aunt. You know, their oldest child is 44, so they probably been together like I don't know, like 46 years or something like that. And ask them like, how y'all make it work? What you know, how was it? How has it been? Or like, what's the secret? What are some of the challenges? You know, like you pick their brain because a situation with marriages like that is kind of unheard of. People being together that long. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the common thing. And well, my uncle, he's an interesting character. He just says don't pay him no mind. That's what he said. If you let him talk it, he's like, I just don't pay her no mind. And that's how we stay together. You know, I just let her talk and whatever. You know,
I think that's like one of the issues, though. Like, yeah, because a lot of people don't like really humble themselves to do that. Like, go and ask someone. Like, say for example, if it's like a business or something, someone wants to make money and say like Melanated made all this money, people will be quick to go like, oh, how did you do it? Like, da 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 da. But like, you know, say they like how her youth is growing up or something. They don't go like, oh, so like, how do you raise your child? Like, you know, what tips would you give me? Or, you know, how do you stay in a relationship? Or like that kind of stuff. Everyone wants to figure it out on themselves. Do you get what I'm saying? And do their own kind of freestyle thing instead of just like trying to learn from people that are successful in those areas. Obviously, you got to put your own spin on it, and not everything successful someone else is going to be for you. But you know, there's going to be nuggets that you can take from each situation.
That's true. That's true. You know, it's seeking advice from people who are elders, but not just elders because they older than you, but elders because they live in that life, they doing it, they have the evidence to show. You need to like tap into some of that knowledge, some of that wisdom that they have going on, and figure out like how you make this stuff work. You know, and a lot of it has to do, at least for the women's standpoint, a lot of it has to do with coming out of that whole, like you mentioned earlier, like that whole Disney type of thing, and expecting that being with someone is going to be like a damn fairy tale. It's not, you know.
And that's like part of the problem, right? Because when it's not, like, we're conditioned to think that that's not the right person for me. Like, you know, we're having difficulties. That's not how I was supposed to go. That's not what I was expecting. Like, let me try someone else. Okay, like now that person is proper into me because they just met me. Like, so let me go to them because they're giving me exactly what I want in this moment. And you know, you're old news kind of thing.
But it could also be too, you know, you with your significant other, and you know, you're not looking like the women on Instagram, and they have children, and why does your body look like this? You know, now I'm not into you. You know, like that does happen too.
Yeah, most definitely.
You know, they want to upgrade you for the latest model. You know, nowadays people aren't financing they just leasing. You know what I'm saying? They just leasing for a couple of years, and then boom, you get to 2022 about to come out, the latest models. You know what I'm saying? That's no bueno, man. That's no bueno. I say it all the time. You know, y'all don't. Oh yeah, you gotta have this and look like this and da 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 da. Oh okay. Well, guess what? I got the same requirements. I'm saying that. I got the same requirements for come to me with your bald head. I ain't man boobs. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
They're gonna get a lot of that through quarantine.
I'm saying.
Yeah, man.
What
Everyone's
we
got a
gonna
floor to
do?
do push-ups on, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes. Push-ups and burpees. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it. No, let's get it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I don't know, like to be fair, like everything we spoke about, I don't know how how people are gonna get the message, like where people are gonna end up in much more successful relationships in it, because like you're saying, it's just like a lot of people spending a lot of time on Instagram, and like that's becoming now the new model, and they're not getting the full side of the story. They're only getting the whole honeymoon period and then the breakup. Like that's it. Like you don't see all the stuff in between. So it's like either we're in the honeymoon period or we should break up. And yeah, that's a dangerous model.
Yeah, because even now, like a lot of people are starting to travel into that what they call it, is it Clubhouse?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they're modeling off each other, off their Instagram, and how an image should be like, and what how a relationship should be like. Because it's now what a lot of these platforms are doing is creating a voice for many, and they're putting their opinions of how they see things.
But yeah, like I think it goes back to what Sis was saying earlier though, man. It's really just about being an example. Like not everybody is gonna like, take to your example, but that's the best that you can do. And then the ones that wanna come to you and ask you or like are attracted to that, then you can give it to them because you got the experience. And the ones that are not, then Kuna Matata, your thing's still popping.
Well, they might turn around or say, "Ray, you're too old, man. You don't know nothing."
Yeah, boy. Like downstairs. I told them, boy, that's cool with me. Like, I'll say I'm old and happy. Like, you're gonna get old too. So you better take this and hold this for them. You might not need it now, but put that in your locker so you can unpack that when that becomes your time.
Because I hear that enough from them sometimes with these little ones as well. When they turn around and they say, "Yeah, you don't know nothing, man. You don't know about what's going on around us. You're too old."
To a certain extent, like that can be true. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, but it's like with some things, man's not in touch with what's going on a day to day on the ground level, innit? Because I can't be in it. I'm doing things on a different level or from a different perspective. But at the end of the day, some things are universal and you can take from that, and some things you can't take from what I'm doing, and that's cool. Then you go somewhere else for that one. Like it's not a one-stop shop, innit? No one has got all the answers for you, but you just take the meat and leave the bones, unless you're vegan. You get me?
Plant diet. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, by the way, tonight, don't forget on Black Ice TV 7, we've got True Talk, as Brother E likes to take his part. And the discussion for today on Black Ice TV 7 is: do we know the difference between information and propaganda? Interesting. What do you think about that, E?
Yeah, like a lot of people don't, and like I think propaganda has its uses, right? Like it's always a dirty word, but sometimes it's useful. It's mainly like obviously when it's used against one, then it's not good. But sometimes you have to gas some things up in it to make things happen. But generally, I would imagine that I do know, and yeah, I would say yeah. But some things I just dismiss them like, okay, I don't know, and I'm not gonna go either side of it. And it could be propaganda, Like I'm not taking this information from that person or whatever as truth in it. But there is a lot. Like I sent a video to Richie earlier. You know, Roland Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like he was interviewing a young brother from like, I don't know where he's from. He's like 21 years old. Him and a couple other brothers come together, and they basically they started their own school. Or they bought a school basically, and they're about to start a school. And he was talking about doing for self. And Roland Martin was like saying what he said was idiotic. The bro was like, yeah, we don't need to like rely on the government. We should just do for self. And he was calling it idiotic. And you know, people that are trying to stop them kind of messages, they're there to create propaganda against like movements, isn't it? So he's not really there to put information. He's there to, you know, divide and conquer basically, which is you know, spewing out propaganda and misinformation.
Because and I've kind of noticed that that divide and conquer it sometimes it becomes very strong, and even when we're talking about this topic, there's always someone trying to create some form of division, like, you know, this is the right way or this is the wrong way, and no one's giving them no facts or a real explanation.
Yeah, like, and yeah, that's the norm now, right? And like, especially with social media, like someone can create a meme and then the next person will quote it to you, like they just got it from a, like, you know, a historian or someone that really knows what they're talking about. And there's not a lot of fact checking going on in the information that we're passing around, which is you know, it's a bit dangerous, especially when it comes to stuff that might like affect our health or, you know, our family or whatever, our finances, whatever. So yeah, there's not enough fact checking going on.
Because no one likes to look at the back of the packet or read the policies behind the paper.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on a comment in the chat. Sister Kushti said people be too invested in social media relationships. When a couple breaks up, they just be as devastated. It's dumb, and most of them are clearly for show. You know what? I will have to agree. One of my Facebook friends, she will post so many pictures of her and this guy, and they were like long distance. So that's like, oh, he'd be like, oh, I'm going to go see my baby girl, taking pictures at the airport. She's taking pictures at the airport. Oh, he's finally here. I mean, if they went to the lake, it's a picture at the lake. If they went to an amusement park, it's a picture at the park. When they broke up, I was like, he broke up with us. Like, what happened? What just happened in our relationship? Y'all need to tell us what went wrong, because it just felt like, I don't know, they just invited everyone into their relationship, and then one minute it was done. I'm like, look, all that posty business, keep your stuff private. Keep it private.
So then what do you think of, in saying that, right, what do you think of people going online and social medias to find their dates?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I think that's cool.
I
think it's cool.
Nothing wrong with that.
You know, like it's just like really and truly allowing you to broaden your search, and also like, you know, put some filters on, because it's like also, you know, not everybody wants to be approached on the roads. Like, and you know, when you're working a lot, 1 second.
Because the dating sites have become one of the big phenomena at the moment, and even
well, like you said, you know, like, I mean, what you call it? Lauren London met Nipsey Hussle on social media. You know what I mean? Like, it's people meet. Like, it's just another avenue of meeting someone, and it does allow you to kind of like cast a wider net. You know, if you keep casting your fishing hook and all you getting is grass and dirt and little fishes, you might need to have a bigger a bigger mechanism for catching the fish, for you to get a better fish or something, just to be able to catch something that you want. So, yeah, I don't see any problems with it.
Because it kind of created an avenue, especially like through this pandemic that we've gone through in forms of lockdown, in the fact that it's the only way we can do it.
Yeah, that's what Cushy just put in the chat. I saw her. She said, "Do this lockdown." So
yeah, I was just looking at that, and I said, and it's a fact, isn't it? Because you can't party, you can't do nothing in this lockdown. Even at the moment, the crisis in Jamaica right now, and boy, it's rife over there. So they've gone into lockdown. France has gone into lockdown. All these places have gone into lockdown. So it's going to be bringing an influx of people being online.
Christy just asked, has the panel seen the drama about Derek? How do you say that? Jackson. I don't know who that is.
No, I haven't seen that. Nope, not yet. But I can do a research on it. Let me just quickly look on that. But yeah,
if I just drop off the panel, it's because the person I'm supposed to see showed up to our meeting.
That's okay. We got I've still got 2 episodes of that video I played earlier, of them 3 authors, and they go into relationships and things like that. So, but if anybody out there wants to jump on, please do so. And once again, Sister Circle will be on this Sunday. They just had some technical problems last week, so they didn't do it. But this week they will be having that. And hold on, if I'm right, Queen Afua's documentary is going to be coming very soon, which is good because everyone at the moment is going to Ghana. So Queen Afua and all her people, they were going to be in Ghana, plus others are going to be in Ghana in the next few days, because they're trying to establish something over in Ghana at the moment. So, and that is the focus point, especially a lot of the people from the States. Ghana is one of the prominent places where they are focusing on. So hopefully I can see if I can get some content to put onto Black Eyes TV for that. I'm going to play Queen Afua's advert once again, just to show you what's happening.
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivering to this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, 20s of chattel slavery, we've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. So the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists, but they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. There are Muslim sacred women and Christian sacred women and Buddhist sacred women and Akan sacred women, Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches. And those branches, if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together and we help her. We nurture each other. And all in sacred women, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that sacred woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want and the men want. Everyone loves the sacred woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.
What did you think about that, people? The documentary is coming very soon, and the series. But before I even play that content, I want you to listen to what this, one guy did called, is it Madeira or whatever? He put something that made me think. I had to think about it. But yeah, Kushti, she said she had to go and do something. So she said she's gonna try and come back. But the panel's open for everybody. I'm trying to get hold of others to come and jump on. Hold on. Yes, let me get this video. See if I can get it up. And I want you to give me your opinion and understanding of this.
Everybody come in my life in the category of a tree. Some people are like leaves on a tree. The wind blow, they over here. They unstable. That's all right. That's some people. Most people in the world are like that. They just there to take from the tree. They ain't there to do nothing but take and give shade every now and then. That's all they can do. But don't get mad at people like that. That's who they are. They ain't gonna never be nothing. That's what they put on this earth to be, but be what they are, a leaf. Some people are like a branch on that tree. You gotta be careful with them branches too, because they'll fool you. They'll get there and make you think they're a good friend and they're real strong, but the minute you step out there on them, they'll break and leave you high and dry. If you find you 2 or 3 people in your life that's like the roots at the bottom of that tree, you are blessed, because that's them the kind of people that ain't going nowhere. If them roots wasn't there, that tree couldn't live. A tree can have 100 million branches, but only a few roots down at the bottom to make sure it get everything it needs. I'm telling you something, when you get you some roots, hold on to them, but the rest of it, let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah, do you see that? So for me, it's finding a woman that would actually be a root. Once you can identify that root. Did you see that, E?
I just caught the end of it still, but me and my
let me play it again. Yeah, let me play it again for the people.
I mean, it's just where
everybody come in my life in the category of a tree. Some people are like leaves on a tree. The wind blow, they over here. They unstable. That's all right. That's some people. Most people in the world are like that. They just there to take from the tree. They ain't there to do nothing but take and give shade every now and then. That's all they can do. But don't get mad at people like that. That's who they are. They ain't gonna never be nothing. That's what they put on this earth to be, but be what they are, a leaf. Some people are like a branch on that tree. You gotta be careful with them branches too, because they'll fool you. They'll get there and make you think they're a good friend and they're real strong, but the minute you step out there on them, they'll break and leave you high and dry. But if you find you 2 or 3 people in your life that's like the roots at the bottom of that tree, you are blessed, because that's them the kind of people that ain't going nowhere. If them roots wasn't there, that tree couldn't live. A tree can have 100 million branches, but only a few roots down at the bottom to make sure it get everything it needs. I'm telling you something. When you get you some roots, hold on to them, but the rest of them, let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah, I liked a lot of it, you know, but I don't really like to think like as a tree, as a person, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's hard to change. It's kind of like, you know, the bird always flying south. Like, we're not like that. We're built in a way that we can always we can move it. Like, if we're not doing things right today, we can just get up and keep it moving. But I agree, obviously, with the, you know, flimsy people, and you need to be around people that are, you know, tapped into your roots or nurturing, you know, what you're doing, and also you need to do the same for them, innit? Like, definitely.
A balance of support.
Yeah. You know? It's like, for me, it's like like, say for example, if you're like, we need to help each other go up, innit? But if I'm gonna be a weight on you, I'll prefer to move away from you so you can go up, innit? Like, I'm like, man. And vice versa, innit? Don't hold me down, innit? Like, I'm gonna try to help you, but don't try and like stop man from elevating, innit? Because that's just gonna be a conflict of interest.
Yeah, because I'm trying to I'm building a character, a cartoon character, like a mascot for the Manhood Academy. And then use that character into doing certain bits and pieces. So I'm trying to look. What'd you say?
So we're using Adobe.
No, I've got an artist. I've got an artist because let me just give it in a full notion. I'm going to be releasing a fashion collection in different aspects of t-shirts and art. So because it deals with fashion and art, and I've just got a whole heap of stuff that I've just done so far. I even had to go and collect some stuff today. And what the artist did for me, it was create a character. So this character is going to be doing a lot of traveling and giving quotes and things like that. So it's able to even implement it in like a cartoon or like a book, a children's book, to kind of give them the guidance of what Manhood Academy is about. So, like, you know, because we go on the terminologies of air, water, earth, and wind. So we use analogies to give the children an understanding. So, like, you know, water in forms of meditations and being calm, you know, fire of dealing with anger and things like that. So I was just going over that, but I was just trying to get the artwork done in forms of using the fashion as a tool to able to advertise and promote the character. So once the character it comes to life, then I'm able to utilize that within a book.
Yeah, I can do it. But you want to make the clothes before the book?
I'm making clothes anyway. In general, that's why it came up, because I was getting a cartoon character done, and I said, oh, I might as well just do one for the Manhood Academy. And funny enough, I looked at the initials and I started laughing because it says MA. And then as I came to head was MA Brown.
Yeah, man, that's cool. Like, if you're gonna do the clothing anyway, then yeah, it makes sense. If not, then I would have thought the book would have been, you know, better first, and then just creating the clothes as kind of merch, or, you know, like starting to be next to it. Like, because with the book that I got coming as well, like I'm not too sure if man's gonna do some kind of like clothing with it or not. You get me? But we'll see.
But you know what?
Probably start initially. Say again, bro.
No, I was saying the children's books they're in demand on a regular, because
a lady that I know in Birmingham, she just released something to do with greens. And I've forgotten the name of the book. I interviewed her some time back, but her book has done well on Amazon. It actually done more than I thought it would do. In the fact of it just skyrocketed that she started going on promotional trips, and the books were just selling like hotcakes. And I realized that, you know, sometimes if you're lucky and the promotion goes viral, then you're gonna get the influx of people buying. And the good thing is, especially when you have this Black Pound Day, it kind of helps because people, it's something that the price is reasonable and people just buy it just because it's Black Pound Day for their children.
Yeah. Like one of our companies, like we've been advertised on the Black Pound Day, stories and Instagram as well before. Like, yeah, it's a good thing, man. Like, definitely.
Yeah.
Like, good thing with books, innit? It's kind of like music, right? It's catalog. So like once you build a catalog, then you know it can stand the test of time. Like, you don't need to hit now; it could hit in a year or in 5 years. But then the rest of the books associated with it, like, and you're just gonna continue to receive royalties as long as you keep it in print.
Yeah, because like even my friend that does the Black History activity books, her book's called the Green Juice.
Okay.
But her name's Selena Brown. Yeah, so Nina the Green Juice.
Well, who's gonna write the book? Your one.
I'm open to anyone really telling honest truth. I'm just trying to get the characters and then able to give the scenario. Anyone that's wants to go on to the joint adventure, I'm open to it, in the fact that, you know, for me, as I said, more heads is better than one. So the opportunity to creating this book it's for everyone to have their input in it than me just doing it for myself. I'm not doing it for myself like that. So, and not only that, because of how things are working out for the academy as well, it gives it even more strength in the fact that the more children that we have within the academies, the more that book would able to go viral because of the amount of people that are there, even on the ages between the 8 and let's say 7, 8, and 10. So the opportunities are there for it to just from there it can just take off. Yeah, because we've been talking and we've kind of had a good opportunity the other day, which just waiting for a little bit more of having these meetings, and if this meeting works out, there could be a massive explosion. So while that's hot, it's something that we could able to jump on that situation to making even the book go even more viral worldwide. So I'm just waiting on that perspective. And you see, like the topics today, these are the kind of ways where we can educate our young children in different ways, but a little bit more subtle, and able to give them some forms of information. Because, as I said, I don't think even people understand what a marriage is or even a relationship.
I definitely agree. Like with relationship, I don't know, like I'll be more like looking at least to start on something like friendship or, you know, those kind of relationships, you know, like, but you know, like children's books and stories is a great way to. I'll give you an example, right? Say there's a book called Clean Up. I don't know who the author's called, Nathan something, and like I'm one illustrator called Dapper, right? And the main character is called Rocket, but it's about one girl called Rocket. She goes to Jamaica
to see her parents, and the beach is all messed up. So and like she wants to clean up the beach, and it's about cleaning the environment. And like my other daughter, like now she's really like into like cleaning up. Like that's one of the things that she's like pushing. Like even when she goes kindergarten, she's got like some next gloves that she wears, and she likes to clean up. It's like, you know, she's been inspired by that story. So I'm also interested in creating stories that inspire children to do things that, you know, is beneficial to everyone.
Because they don't forget. They don't forget. Once they've read that story, it's kind of embedded into their life skills, and they would utilize that situation into furthering it into the future. You know, so even if a parent is not able to give that capability, at least a child can read it and reflect over the book. Yeah. So family, go on.
Big up, man. They're like, like we'll talk. You know, the ones there offline and there. But yeah, man. Big up, big show. Big up to everyone. Probably see you later in it on Black Eyes TV7 talking about information.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna continue anyway to a certain time, so I'm gonna be playing some videos and things like that for the people. So yeah. So I'm gonna play part 2 to what we was watching earlier. Let me get that set up. All right then. E, nice for coming on. Okay. We're gonna be playing part 2 to the Kings and Queens tour. Let me cue that up for you, family. Just bear with me, part 2. I hope you've enjoyed today's conversation, and it's going to continue to a certain time. But let me play this video for ya. Yes, Madam Kushti. It's true, the cat. 100% Kushti. So let me play this video.
Yes.
Man, you know, we know that you've done a bit of history yourself. Is it with Robin Walker? Okay, and you know, like what we always say is that like we have to stand on top of our history, not looking it from the now, looking backwards. So we're dwelling in the back, but the history that you've learned from Mr. Robin Walker and the information that he has given, how has that helped you in life today?
Well, at the time I did the course with Robin Walker, I was still quite fresh out of church. So it was not long after asking God for the truth. And what I liked about Robin Walker's course was it didn't just teach you about slavery. It taught us about our rich history before slavery. So, of course, you know, we all know about slavery, but not many of us know of and his book is called When We Ruled. So he's more focusing on our rich
our greatness before we were enslaved. And so obviously it's good to know when you're looking back at your history, it's good to know, you need to know about what happened to our ancestors in slavery, but you don't stop there. You've got to keep looking back further and further back and go back as far as you can. So a lot of the information I was channeling, I didn't even know where it was coming from, but it was coming from ancient Kemet. And so we have roots, and that's what you want to get back to. Don't just let them make you think that you are just slaves. So we are of royal heritage, and that is the truth. It's in our bloodline. So we have to remember who we are and reclaim our thrones, and which is our rightful position in society. So Robin Walker's course just helped me develop that sense of pride in who I am as a Black woman and pride in my race.
Okay, so what touched you in that when you were getting taught in that history? Something must have gravitated out of that, like a content. Like let's say, for instance, mentioning Marcus Garvey, and you just got some information. You said, "Wow, I didn't know that." Did you get any of that kind of feeling when you was getting that information from Robin Walker?
Well, it was mainly that thing of our greatness, because I didn't know.
That you gravitated to, because you all tend to gravitate to somebody. There must be someone in that book that must have said, "You know what? This is a fact." It might have been one. Maybe a goddess. It could have been a princess. It could have been Marcus Garvey. It could, but there's always one that changes us to look at the view much more clearer.
I can't.
You always resonate to. You always mention her name. Think of a goddess.
Oshun. Yes, but I didn't necessarily learn that on his course.
No, but it's part of history.
Yeah,
So
I thought you were talking about in relation to his course. That's why, yeah, Het Heru, because it was more recently she came as Oshun.
Yeah.
And then one day I was sitting thinking, I wonder if Het Heru and Oshun are the same person. And I just Googled it. Is Oshun and Het Heru the same? And sure enough, they were, because I'd more always related to it as Het Heru.
Because they changed what it is that what we've got to understand is majority. It can pick me up. But majority of the time, you will find that everything in history, where the things change, is more on the what we call language or linguistics. Majority of the source or the foundation is always, we find, is relatively the same. So when we see one deity, you can look around and you'll find the deity somewhere else. But the only thing is the different languages. So when it comes to Christianity and you look at Christianity, you can look much more further and you find where it actually comes from. So, and that's why I was asking you what kind of you saw in forms of history and said, you know what, this is a fact and this is what's changed me and this is what's taken me away from the church, because now I have a better understanding. There must have been one thing that must have kind of changed you. Do you think there was?
I wouldn't necessarily say one thing, but I do remember when I first asked God for the truth and I began to learn about the creative power of our thoughts. And it was so profound to me at the time. And I was thinking, why hasn't anybody ever told me this before? You know, how your thoughts are creating your future. So, yeah, that was a big thing for me. And now when looking in the Bible, seeing references to it. So it's almost like it's there, but it's kind of cloaked. It's not revealed, open, obvious, you know. So they might say things like, for instance, there's a scripture that says, whatever things are pure, whatever things are holy, whatever things are good, you know, think on these things. So that in a way is relating to meditation, you know. Yeah. But they don't say to you that your thoughts are creative. Why not just say that, you know, that your thoughts are creating your future, you know. Yeah.
All right. Now we're going to go into a little bit more deeper and in depth in this one, because this is to do with health and well-being, and we're going to talk about things that have given us trauma, things that have made us sick, as we know many people are sick. Bring forms of confusion, bring toxics to our lives, what kind of foods we need to eat, what foods that we're eating that are bad for us, and just generalizing on our health and well-being for us to able to grow.
All right. Excellent question, brother. We first must ask ourselves, what is health? Everyone always thinks it's the physical body, but we are made of three parts: the mind, the body, and the spirit. But since we live in a Eurocentric society, it's all only about the physical. So we just focus on the health. As we know, or a lot of us should know by now, especially in the conscious community, a vegan and even a raw foods diet is better for you. We want an alkaline bodies and alkaline food that produces higher vibration. We want our foods that are live. We want our foods that we give good substance from. But what we don't realize is that a lot of these, we'll call them health nuts, okay? Because we can, how we do. Once Black people do something, we're gonna do the most and take it to the extreme, So a lot of these, the alkaline water, and I'm not touching this food unless it was made in the Himalayas on Christmas under the Christmas moon on a Sunday. We get really deep with it. And what we don't realize is our spirit and the power within us. As we all have a solar plexus, right? There's a sun above and there's the sun inside. And that's why that area or chakra region is the solar plexus. So you want to be alkaline. And that's why a lot of alkaline water, you can't expose it to the sun, because if you expose it to the sun, it loses its pH and becomes acidic. Well, guess what happens when you drink or eat anything? It's exposed to your inner sun. And your inner sun, whatever consciousness you are, higher or lower, is the esophagus goes past that into the stomach. So it has to pass through that. So you infuse into the food and the drink that you take your consciousness, whether it's higher, which is alkaline, your thoughts, your behavior, or lower, which is acidic, the ego, and so on. So it's not necessarily what you put in, but what your spirit is giving out. And that's the focus on health issues in the Black community that we don't have. Because there's a lot of, if that was the case, all the raw foods people, all the meditative people, all this really holistic, extreme people would be at a high vibration, but they be the most egotistical people I know at times. So I really wish that we focus like Dr. Laila Africa. It's African holistic. It's 360 degrees. It's the body. It's the mind. It's the spirit. It's the mental. It's the emotional. It's all in one. And we need to look at health in those terms and not just what we consume or what we expose ourselves to.
Okay, easy. But now we're going to go to Shazam, and we're going to talk about trauma and what are people going through, and the women, how it's affecting them in many ways, even through the womb.
Yeah, it's a big topic, actually. When I published the first edition of my book, I had so many people, women and men, coming to me with their stories of how they had been sexually abused, or maybe they might have had FGM, female genital mutilation, been raped. Even men. I have a man that I know who was raped as a child, and he now does the Man in the Mirror project to raise awareness of this within our community, because it's so prevalent, but yet it's all kind of swept under the carpet.
That's right. We need
Yeah.
to talk about these things much more regularly.
Yeah. So I've created an event, which is actually tonight, around sexual trauma and how we can heal, really, because this is where our power lies. And I really do believe that this is why there has been such an attack on the women, the men, the children, in terms of their sexual energy. Because if that energy is blocked, we're not going to be able to perform these rituals, and if we're not able to perform these rituals, then we're not able to elevate ourselves and reclaim our position in society. So it is a big topic, and it is time for it to be brought out into the open so that we can discuss it, so that we can heal ourselves and move forward.
Have you had anyone that's kind of broken their experiences of being in that trauma? Like, you know that the trauma is sometimes the cause, but the effect of it.
Yeah.
How have you felt when that person kind of relates that to you?
Okay, so I have a particular woman. She's very close to me, and she was sexually abused as a child, and she's now working as a. In fact, I know a number of women who this has happened to, where they've ended up, in a situation where they're abusing. Okay, so yes, when I published the first edition of the book, I had a number of men and women coming to me with their sexual issues. A lot of them had been abused sexually as children. Some of them had been raped. Some of them had had female genital mutilation. Even just very recently, a woman came to me. She just finished reading the book, and she said she was 52 and she had only ever experienced an orgasm twice in her whole life, which to me is very tragic. And so I realized that there was a big problem really in terms of our sexual energy and us not knowing how to relate to it properly. The main reason I see is the thing with religion and how religion separates sexuality from spirituality. So if you're sexual, you can't be spiritual. And if you're spiritual, you can't possibly be sexual at the same time. Whereas my job is to put the two back together again. Because as people of color, we are naturally sexual and naturally spiritual. So with the ritual that I wrote about, I channeled, it's about harnessing that sexual energy and raising it up and using it to create something, because the woman, her womb is actually a portal. So it's not just babies are spirits coming from the non-physical realm through the woman into this physical realm. And so her womb is a portal to bring in other things other than babies into this physical realm. And so these rituals, that's how we manifest. And even the word manifest, it's the man's vision that is going to manifest. And I think that's why it's manifest. So this is the information that we, well, at least myself personally, and through TC's book and Kevin's book is about raising that level of consciousness to become that king and the queen. That's what it's about, is helping us to regain our power. So for a lot of women, they're abusing their bodies. They're having, I don't even call it sex, actually. It's just abuse of their body. And they're pretending that they're enjoying it, because every now and again I go and watch porn just to see what's going on out there. Seriously, I do. I just watch it to see research. Seriously, I'm on my heart. I do. I have to go and watch it. I do. and I just think to myself, these women, they can't be serious that they're actually enjoying what's happening to them, but they pretend that they're enjoying it,
Because I have a question to ask, just speak loud so you can pick me up, In today's society where it's a sexual saturation across the board, everything sex sells. When you're talking about relationships and sex in this climate, how do you raise the spiritual awareness within it?
Exactly.
And separate it from the base titillation that is everywhere. Like, how is that? How do you attack and deal with
this
that
is it.
when you're dealing with talking about sex? Because obviously you just mentioned porn. We all laughed, it's got that form of ha-ha-he behind the closed doors kind of thing. So when you're trying to talk about sex and relationships and the sacredness of it, do you have a problem trying to get people to take it seriously because we're living in a society of saturation across the board, and as I said, sex is everywhere.
Because it's in forms of kind of like an entertainment.
Sex
And
everywhere.
so where we feel like when we talk about it, it's we either laugh about it or we keep our mouth shut and don't talk about it
It's
at all.
taboo.
Yeah.
It's a taboo. So, you know, how do you strike that balance when talking about or dealing with it? Do you find it hard? Is it a problem?
No, I mean, my book is very candid in that way. I mean, their sex life goes through a transformation. So at the beginning, it's very raw. It's somebody said it's like voyeurism. They felt like they were really just watching through the window. But by the time they get to it elevates, and they get to that part where they're beginning to practice sacred sex, and they go behind closed doors. You can't even, I don't even talk about it because it's that sacred. So that's what I'm hoping for people to get from reading the book, is that there's a level that you can get to, which many of us have not experienced before. They're just operating on those lower 4 chakras. But they don't understand that you can get to another level in your sexuality, you know, and this is what we're aiming to help people to understand. Yeah.
So that's basically what my book is about. It says The Secret Science of Black Male and Female Sex. And I know a lot of people buy the book because of that word sex, because of the reasons that we're talking about today. When I had my experience, the goddess Nekhebit told me sex is a universal law, a universal principle that holds the universe in a delicate balance and harmony. So everything, all systems practice sex. What is sex? Sex is really the law of gender. The law of gender states that everything is energy. All energy is either masculine or feminine. Masculine energy on a simple basis just gives out energy. It was built to give out energy. And feminine energy just means to receive energy. Okay. So this is where you get economics, the buying and selling of goods. That's a practice of sex. Buying is receiving, selling is giving. The circulatory system of the blood, all it does is circulate through the heart and lungs. It gets oxygen, receives oxygen, and then it goes out and gives the body the oxygen. Everything is sex. So we have complicated sex and demonized sex when it's actually the law, the one thing that holds everything together. The expression of the law of gender now can be at a higher state or can be at a lower state, depending on your level of consciousness. But the act of sex, or the law of gender, should not be taboo. It should be open, and we should be teaching this as early as they can ask questions, because it's what holds it together. And once we know from a higher scientific principle of what sex really is, then we don't get the behind closed doors. Can't talk about it. Even the deals of gender now, right? That's a big deal now. Oh, gender doesn't matter. Oh, I beg your pardon. Gender holds this whole world together. So,
let me ask a quick question though: is what would you say the age group would you start to teach the children from? Because you know, the one thing is that we put our kids into the schools. The school system teaches them the basics, but don't give them the explanations behind it. And when the child comes home, what age would you start to show them something like that without making them too sexualized in doing things outside the box?
Right. Great question. I actually start in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
In the womb. Remember, when they're in the womb, they're in a liquid or water form environment. And I don't know if you've ever been underwater and someone drops in a pool and someone drops a dime or a quarter. It's like echoes underwater through the whole pool. So everything underwater is heightened like to the 6th power. So that means this child in our wombs, or our sisters' wombs, is receiving all this information from us without even being here. It's like being in that pool and everything is heightened state. So I say in the womb because we need to even start thinking about consciousness and these laws before they come out. But to be directly to your age group, I think as early as possible, because it's life. It's the whole thing in life. It's what does it mean to be male? Male just doesn't mean dad goes to work, dad pays the bills or whatever. I know we it's all switched.
I find that our parents, they, because it's such a taboo, right? We go out into that wilderness, and because we don't know nothing, we end up gambling or by having sex with someone that we don't know nothing about.
True,
So
true.
I don't, and that's why I sometimes wonder that when the children do go out there, how do we give them that form of education or understanding? Because we can all talk about it in the books and literally, but the problem is that we're not teaching them the methods or what to do or how to do or to make sure that they are secure in whatever they're doing.
Correct. Yeah. Hold on, brother. So in ancient Kemet again, there was no stipulation between the word God or the concept of God and the concept of nature. Nature was God and God was nature. So to be closer to God, you better learn the universal principles that run the universe. You had to go closer to nature. So a lot of our teachings was in nature, and nature practices sex all the time. And once you can acknowledge that, and daddy, this is a male principle, or this is the feminine principle, and this is what it means, and when they come together they create this. Now that you get all that lower vibration of what sex is and what it means out the door, because the European, right, when he met us, we was butt naked. We didn't have no problems. But now you got problems with breastfeeding in public, which is a natural thing, right? So it's their stipulation. We need to get out of their mindset of their modalities of culture and what's appropriate, and go back to our right minds and what's appropriate.
On top of that, Mr. King Kevin, give us something. Oh, and I would like you to even explain in that you was talking about earlier on in the library a couple of days ago about the health of how our children in the schools and what's forcing them to go into the prison system. But I just want you to touch on what we've just spoken just now, and then we go into that form of prison system and what you've seen around your environment, because most of the people that you was explaining that have been in prison for 100 years or 60 years, 20 years and things like that, because this sickness is coming to be a habit. So we come out there and we commit crimes because we feel that we need to make money to get us into that system.
Yeah, great question, Mr. Riggs. Back to the original question regarding sexual abuse. I've had two women in my life that has opened themselves up to me regarding what they've experienced in their life. One young lady, when I was in high school, her uncle was molesting her for several years. It wasn't until her cousin seen something that the cousin stepped up and actually spoke up about the situation, and that's when they deal with it. But this the thing. Her father was a very wealthy man in the community. And so he didn't want his name tarnished. So what he did was he just kind of kicked the uncle out the family, so to speak, and they didn't press any charges, didn't do anything, and kind of swept it under the rug. And so this, bothered her for several years. She ended up being very successful in her life. Very successful. I mean, making like six figures. But then there's another young lady that I met years later. She ended up, getting on drugs and having several children with, men who really not in the father, in the children's lives, not being the father. And so it's important that if you are dealing with that type of trauma, that type of experience, that you seek help from people who love you and that can guide you so that you can use your energy towards a positive direction. I mentioned these two people. Actually, they're in my first book, Courage to Believe, which is a inspirational autobiography about my life. I mentioned these two women because they went two different directions. Both kind of experienced the same things, but went two different directions. And they also, I don't remember what the stats are, but when a woman has been abused at a young age, she's also more than likely to be raped later on in their lives. These sexual predators can sense that. You know, they somehow they can sense the vulnerability. Right, right.
The female and male dog. Sometimes when females are on their time of what we call heat, they let out a frequency.
Mm.
The male dog now is able
Can
to
sense it.
sniff
Right.
and then able to spray around the female dog his territory, so that
Mm.
no other male can come in, but they prey on that female because they can sense
Like a
at
sense
that time.
that she's vulnerable. Right. And you know, it's a sad thing, and it's very popular in the black community. You know, it's accepted behavior to grab a woman's butt, you know what I mean? To call her, you know, can I curse on the show as well?
Yeah, it could be whatever you like.
You know, it's straight up. You know, it's acceptable behavior to call your woman a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Or to have multiple women. You know, to have several baby mamas. You know, it's actually through music and the media, it's encouraged. You know what I'm saying? So we as conscious individuals, it's our responsibility to put that information out there to know this is not acceptable. You know, we are not going to condone this. You know, so instead of supporting these artists that's creating this type of music or movies that are, you know, projecting this type of image, we need to fight against it by putting out positive music and movies as well. Now, the second part of your question, which ties into what we're saying regarding the school to prison pipeline, a lot of these young men and adults that go to prison, they bring that spirit back into the community. And in prison, a lot of guys are getting raped. A lot of guys are, you know, are turning gay. And they come back into the community and inject that demonic spirit right back into the community. And a lot of our women are seeing these guys and actually allowing them to move into their homes, and now they're molesting or raping their sons and daughters. And so this cycle continues because now these young kids going to grow up, and more than likely, if they don't seek treatment or talk about it, seek help, they're going to repeat the same thing again. So it's very important that we stop it. Yes, I call it in my book, Seven Queens, STD, sexually transmitted demons. You know what I mean? So these type of things need to be, there need to be some sort of exorcism to get rid of that spirit and to allow them to actually see themselves as beautiful. Because once that happens to you, from my understanding, you don't see yourself as beautiful. You don't see yourself as important. You see yourself as, you know, less than the next woman or man. And so you end up selling drugs. You end up becoming a pimp. You end up becoming a stripper. You know, and most of these strippers have been sexually abused, you know, the truth be told. But yeah, that's my piece on it.
Mr. Rich, on reflection time so far, what have you your thoughts?
So far, it's been very insightful. I mean, my input, as far as one, the sexual abuse, again, I don't think a lot of people realize how much of a problem that is. How many people have been abused? How many people have got a mental disposition in place long before they've even got to an age to even experience what an adult relationship is. So by the time they get there, again, as you said, there's a muddied water, an equation that started off with the wrong number from the start. So once you start like that, you're never going to get the right figure at the end if it's not tackled at some point. So, you know, I'm that's one of the things when I reflect, and from my own personal experiences now, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, I've, again, like many of you have said, I've met countless people now who have been abused, and the stories just blow my mind. And even the way people have learned to live with it, because not everybody's wonky, not everybody's, you know, feeling it. Some people have learned to deal with it, go on to be successful, you know, go on to be constructive people. But again, the levels in which Black people today, male and female, are experiencing this level of abuse needs to be acknowledged for us to be able to move forward. So that's definitely one thing, you know, I would definitely like to highlight and stress to people when you're meeting females and males. Be mindful of this. You don't know what people have experienced or gone through, you know, before you get to that dating process. So, you know, always check people's history, unify the past, the chemistry, the history, the sociology, the psychology, you know, this grand unified theorem, Dr. Oyibo. You know what I mean? To see you have to bring all of those factors together when you're analyzing people to get a rounded picture. So, you know, I thank Kevin and TC again for their books, because I know they cover those bases. And I need to look at your book, Suzanne, because I haven't actually looked at it yet. So I will be checking it out and having a look. But yeah, so far, been blessed.
Yeah, we're going to add something more. Suzanne?
I also wanted to talk about men on the down low in our community, because it's quite prevalent as well. And so a lot of women are in relationships with men not knowing that they're sleeping with other men. And that is another thing that's not talked about in our community. And I don't know if we're going to get to tackle that one tonight, but I personally know, I personally experienced it, and I personally know a man who was in that situation himself, in a relationship with a woman, but he was on the down low. And yeah, it is very prevalent within our community.
Just to be clear, when you say down low, we're talking about homosexuality down low.
Yeah.
Undercover.
Yeah. Whilst in a relationship with a woman.
The Michael Barrymore kind of thing. Well, let's ask. Let me ask you, Lovell, now. What is your opinion on homosexuality? What is the general opinion of the panel?
Black Ice T V.
Cheers, family. Hope you enjoyed that. If you, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna play the book that I put up with the interview with Selena Brown, so you can get an insight on the book, because I like to promote most of our authors, and especially our Black authors. So I'm going to play the video with Selena Brown talking about her book, and with me and her having the discussion. But anyone that needs to want to come on the panel, please do so. The link is on the top of the chat and in the description box, and I will put it I'll put it back into the chat once again. If you want to jump on, I will pause the video when you're ready to come and discuss about the topic of the day. So please, when you have time, and not only that, if you want to promote your business or your products or services, whatever you want to talk about, or you know, we can always have that discussion. This is a panel for the community, by the community. Anybody can come on, come and reason, come and chat, and you know, give your opinions, and let's make an understanding, and let's find ways of creating solutions. So in saying that, there is the link in the chat, and if you feel so, I'm going to play this video. This is Selena Brown, and me having an interview with Selena Brown over the book that she made, which is called The Green Juice. So let me play that, and let's see and reason on what she's written, because I want to create a children's book in the fact of teaching our youth the rites of passage in the fact of in forms of cartoon characters. But yeah, let me get this out.
that the
There is a connection between every institution grown out of this country and white supremacy, the nation as a whole, including its laws and its institutions.
What you have is a tension between nationalism and globalism.
They had to create something in the mind of the poor whites that distinguished them and separated them from the blacks. And that's what what I call, and James Baldwin call, the religion of whiteness.
And the police that answer to the politics of that community are going to be driven by the economics of that community, because economics and politics overlap.
You know why I wanted to be a politician in a time where we disenfranchised? Because of power.
African Americans spent $1.3 trillion last year, making us the 16th wealthiest nation in the world. Why have we not turned those riches into wealth to develop our communities?
Tamir Rice, Sean Bell, Sandra Bland, Eric Garner, and Michael Brown, just to name a few.
Some may incorrectly classify their death as police brutality. However, it is in fact murder and a form of terrorism that is ironically very similar to what took place during chattel enslavement. What steps can be taken to make it stop?
The devil had me.
Greetings, family. We have a new and big adventure for you today. I'm going to speak on certain things next week. We're going to have some things coming, but before I get into that, I'm just going to say, please press that share, like, and subscribe button. And we have a big gun in the house. I can say she's been on the channel once before. and she's going to describe who she is and what she's about. But you've seen the advertisement all over the place. You've seen the social media, but it's the one and only, and I'm going to let her introduce herself. Queen, introduce yourself.
Peace. I want to just start off by giving thanks to the Most High, giving thanks to the ancestors, giving thanks to the universe, giving thanks to all the hidden hands that are behind the scenes, the unseen hands that are making all this amazingness happen on this planet, in this world, in my life. I also want to say a big rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman. I hope you transition well to the ancestral realm. Thank you for all the work that you put in to just raising the vibration and raising the collective consciousness of Black people across the planet. And I am Selena Brown. I wear many hats, but my most important hat is a mother. I'm a mother to a 2-year-old princess. I'm also a children's author. I'm the head of events and marketing for Legacy Centre of Excellence. I'm also the CEO of Little Miss Creative. So I wear several different hats, all of them incredible, all of them fill me with joy, and all of them I'm just giving gratitude for.
Okay, as we were speaking now, you know, Selena, it's been some time now, and you know, a lot of people have seen you do the works and put in the works. I just want us to go from the beginning, because you know it's a big journey that most of us make, and you know we go over many different hurdles. As you know, we have this COVID-19, whatever they call it, and a lot of people have to able to reflect. And I want to ask, how have you reflected over this COVID so far?
Well, so COVID was a much needed pause that I didn't know I needed. So I was able to just be still. I remember the day after, it was a Wednesday that we decided to close down Legacy in March. I believe it was like around the 30th, 14th. And I remember the next day waking up and thinking, oh my goodness, I've got no schools to go to. I've got no work to go to. I've got literally nothing to do. And I was sitting there thinking, like, it was just this like peace that just came over me. And I thought, I'm gonna just chill. So I did. And I chilled for a very long time. And so throughout lockdown, one of the things I did over lockdown was to completely remove myself of social media, because I didn't need it. So that allowed me just to focus and go inwards. And then obviously having no social media, having no work, I was like, what am I going to do? And so I looked at my back garden and I was thinking, yo, that needs doing. And so I've done a whole makeover of my back garden. And then after that, I was like, oh, I need some fruit and veg in here. So I just planted a whole farm in my back garden. And most of the tips came from YouTube. I'm not even going to lie. So now my garden's abundantly grown with fruit and vegetables. I've got everything from purple kale to sweet corn to beetroot to carrots to garlic to onions. I got a whole supermarket in my back garden. Actually, yesterday I was there trying to cook some food, and I was like, "Yo, I'm running out of onion, star." And I was like, "Oh, so I'm trying to go to a supermarket right about now." I was like, "Yo, let me go dig one out of my garden," and I did. I dig the onion out of my garden, and it tastes good. Tastes good. And then so that was one thing I did, and then I just got and then my garden was done and everything was planted. And then I just got this I got this calling for plants. Over lockdown. So my house is just like a rainforest. Like literally my house is a rainforest. So, and then one of the things that happened over lockdown is that my grandma transitioned. So she passed, which was devastating, and it rocked my core. And it really, really, really it was just devastating. And so I was grieving over lockdown as well, and just, really connecting to the ancestral realm and going within and just questioning and really just questioning and asking questions and listening and, just being in that space, you know what I mean? And so I think one of the things that came of my grandma passing was just the desire to just move and do and be, you know what I mean? And so during that time, I actually wrote a book as well, Nina the Green Juice. Yeah. So that's one of the activities. I know do you want to ask another question? Because I can hear you trying to comment.
Okay, so because I'm going to ask these questions because you know what, before we even get to the book, I want us to get into the demographics of your journey, quick, fast demographic, because people want to know who you are and how did you begin this journey. Let's look at it in the forms of from when you've left school and you're out in this world of today and how you grew your journey.
Okay, cool. Okay, so if we're starting from like school times, from when I was in school, I just remember loving media. I wanted to work in the media. There was actually a war that took place. I don't even remember where this war was, and there was one journalist that was there, and it was just on the lines, man, on the front line, bombs being dropped, and he was interviewing people and running. I was like, yo, I want to do that job. So I just had a fascination with media from a young age. And simultaneously, when I was also being fascinated by media, I grew up in a household with my mother. Big up my mum, she's amazing. And he had loads of books around the house about Black history. And me just I just loved to read when I was younger. I went through all the Goosebump books. I went through all the Jacqueline Wilson books. Like I was a bookworm. And so, and my whole book collection is behind me. So still a lover of books. And so I kind of, from a young age, I was aware of our history and also our greatness as well. And so I went to a school where I was the only Black girl out of 300. Out of my whole year. So that's 300 people, 300 kids. There's one Black guy, one Black girl, and I was that one Black girl. And so, I don't ever really so I suppose there was obviously Asian people there as well, but I was the only Black girl. And I can never remember wanting to be anything other than I was. Because I'd always nearly every weekend go and stay with my nan, and that was a heavy Jamaican household. Like he had African saltfish, there was a pot, there was rice and chicken every Sunday, Saturday soup every Saturday. Like, you know what I mean? He was speaking patois and doing what she's doing, and you know what I mean? So I always had the culture around me. Like I always knew who I was, and I always knew where I came from. And so so moving through. So so I went on to study media and communication. Like I'm telling two stories simultaneously. So I'm telling my professional story and also my spiritual story. Let me just clarify, which one do you want? Because
you know, in forms of the stories, I was going to get to the spiritual side because I just wanted to give an overview of how you maneuvered in your journey in just in forms of the academic and a little bit of the spiritual.
Academic. Yeah. Okay, well, let me get academic first then. Okay, cool. So I wanted to work in the media, my passion. And so when I was younger, I was very outspoken. I was very, I was relentless. I was unapologetic. I knew myself, and my youth worker, because I went to a youth club every night. There was a youth club in our area. I used to go there every night and play ball and whatever. And my youth worker noticed me, and then he called me in. He was like, "Yo, there's an opening to be a youth MP. Yo, you should go forward." And I was like, "I don't want to be a youth MP." And he was like, "No, you should do it." So I did, and I became the youth MP for Nottingham. I was voted in, and that required me to go around the UK doing speeches and stuff. And then I went on to go to college, and I studied media and communication. And then I went to university to study media and communication. While I was at uni, after uni, I went on to work for MTV, BBC, Floyd Communications. and then I became communications executive at charity. That charity in Birmingham, that charity got closed down because it lost its funding. I was left without any job, and so I decided to move to New York. Moved to New York, worked there for 2 years. Worked in media.
And let me just interject quickly, because I kind of know a bit of your story and your understanding of your story, but a lot of people, because you see, I look at that, and when you repeat your story, I see your transition from the time you reached New York, which gave it like an explosion, a boof. So I want you to just quickly tap into that New York part on a spiritual level.
Okay, so whilst I was in New York, I wanted to go there. Like I said, I knew nobody. It was my absolute desire just to go there. I just felt there was a calling for me to be there. And at the time, as I said, I just been made redundant. Like I didn't have any money. And then I just remember going to one conference and meeting one lady. And she was said to me, like, if you want to manifest anything, have no fear, and just call it in. You know it's going to be true. And so I was like going around telling everybody, I'm going to New York. I'm going to New York. And they were like, but no, I don't care. I'm going to New York. And so I ended up going to car boot sale every Sunday. I was at that car boot sale selling stuff, and I must have made at least 400 quid over a few weeks from the car boot sale. And then I got my job and I moved over there. And then let me fast forward. So let me backtrack a bit. So part of that visualization, because it's really important what I'm about to say, part of that visualization process was that I had a picture of New York that I would stare at every single night before I went to bed. And I would literally stare at the photo, stare at the skyline. I would just stare at it, and just imagine myself there, and imagine the smells and the sounds and the feelings and the breeze and everything. I would just be there. And I was just calling it in and just visualizing myself there. So fast forward, I got a job in New York. I was working in Manhattan, and I was working late one night, and the building that I was working in had a rooftop garden. It was about 11 o'clock at night, and I went to the rooftop garden, and I looked over at the skyline. And I just paused, and I was like, I've seen this before. And it was exactly the same as the photo I was looking at. So manifestation is real. I want to just put that point out there. Like, even what I'm experiencing now with my book, like, let it be known that this is what I've been calling in. You know what I mean? Like, I have no doubt, I have no fear, and I'm claiming what's mine. You know, and it's coming because I'm commanding it to come. You understand? So I'm relentless when it comes to manifestation. Calling in what I need. So one of my wishes when I was in New York was that the only wish I had was to meet people like me, and I was like, I just want to meet people like me.
How do you find that though? Because sometimes when you look at a mirror reflection of yourself, and like you're trying to seek for someone that looks like you, but they never always seem to be complete. How do you find that?
So like, I was like, I just want people like me. So like people that are outgoing and friendly. And then I was kind of going into I was a vegetarian, kind of looking at like healthy eating. I was spiritual. I was making my own hair products. Like I was like really kind of coming into myself. Like I was just coming to, it was 2011, 2010, I was coming into myself, and I was in New York, and my only wish was to find people like me. And so through a series of miraculous, not even coincidences, but meetings, I was just meeting people. And the first person I met was a guy called my brother. Not even a guy, my brothers called LeVon and Sean, and I met them because there was a lecture happening in Brooklyn. Red Pill and Blue Pill was there. This was in 2010, and then I remember just walking out. I just had a calling to go there, and I just went to the lecture by myself. And then I just felt like I was going to meet someone there. And the lecture ended, and I was walking out the door, and I was like, I haven't met the person yet. And then a guy tapped me on my shoulder and he was like, "Yo, where you from?" And I was like, "From England." And he just got talking and he was like, I was like, I want to make some friends. He goes, "Where are your friends?" And then since that day, all and now, these are my brothers, man. These are my brothers. Anyway, so, and then there was an occurrence where I was at a crystal store in Union Square, Manhattan, looking at crystals, and there was a guy standing next to me and he was looking at crystals and we just got talking and I was like, "Oh, where you from?" And I was like, he was like, "I'm from Florida. I just moved out here." And then I was like, "Oh," he's like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "From England." And I was like, "What you do?" I said to him, "What are you doing out here?" And he goes, "I'm working with Queen Afua." And I was like, "What? You working with Queen Afua?" No way. And so fast forward, I think it was 2008. Queen had come to Brixton to deliver a speech, and he signed my book, and I love that book. I've got it here now, Heal Thyself. And he's actually signed it from 2008. That's a signed copy right there. Yeah. And he was like, "Yeah, I can introduce her to Queen." I was like, no way. So anyway, I end up going to the house, Queen's house, and I had a very in-depth, what would I call it? I wouldn't even call it interrogation, but I had a very in-depth discussion with Ali, her son. And he was going in, questions who I am, where I come from, blah, 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 blah. And like, I was just answering and just being honest and transparent. And obviously they took to my energy. So I ended up working with her for the 2 years that I was there. I undertook all of her programs, Sacred Woman and Women Wellness. I was helping making her products. I was helping with their social media. I was going to events with her. And also during that time, I became vegan, like fully vegan. My healing journey was like on another path. Like, you know what I mean? I met with my sister, my sacred sister, Tabia, my sacred sister Bailey, there when I was there as well. And so, yeah, that was like my journey in New York. Yeah, it was just like the best years of my life, honestly.
Okay, so like let's get into the nitty gritty, because you know, fast forwarding in forms of your journey of that health and understanding the business, academia, and in the media, and if you put that into a ball now, as you was explaining through quarantine, what gave you a desire to? Because I know you've written books before. And we will talk about your other books a bit later on. But what gave you a desire to actually write a children's book?
First of all, it was my dream. Like, my dream has always been to write a children's book. Like, I've written my book Before Breath that came out in 2015. And Queen actually wrote the forward for that book as well, bless her. She encouraged me to write that book. And so I wrote that book. So now we're in quarantine and I'm sitting there and I'm just seeing like, I don't have a TV for one, but obviously like you're on social media, you're on the internet, and you're just generally around people. You're hearing about Corona and all the things that are happening, people dying, and about like have to eat healthy, you need to take sea masks, blah, blah, blah. And I'm seeing like kids around me do the complete opposite in terms of looking after their health. And I'm just getting really, really concerned. I'm thinking like, if kids continue to eat healthy, their immune system is going to drop and they're going to be susceptible to getting the virus or any other disease. So I was like, what can I do to kind of solve that problem and prevent that from happening? And so I just went into spirit, called and asked, and I listened, and it came to me to write a book. And so I did. And yeah, I birthed Nina the Green Juice, and it's basically about a 5-year-old girl, Nina. Nina's actually based on me. My family all call me Nina. Okay. And then one of the characters in the book is called Melly, her sister, and then mom as well in there as well. So the book's actually based upon a true story of when my mom used to juice for us when we were little, and have explained the different fruits and vegetables and the power it had on the body. And that's basically what this book does. So it's like it's a very basic, child-friendly, fun way of educating them on the power of food and vegetables. Yeah.
So what would you say your target audience is?
So the target, the child in the book's 5, I'm saying the book is suitable for 0 to 10-year-olds, and obviously it's for anyone that wants to educate their child or wants their child to be healthy. I'm a mother of a 2-year-old. I know that sometimes it's difficult to kind of get your child to eat certain things because they're not aware of the power it has. But if we can explain it to them in a fun way, like broccoli is good for you because it does this to your eye, it does this to you, whatever, it does this. You know what I mean? It's going to encourage them more to want to eat fruit and veg. And if we kind of compound, if we also supplement that, or also, what's the word I'm looking for? If we also introduce to them gardening as well, alongside the healthy eating and the education on the food, it makes it even more powerful. So my daughter has seen the cabbage grow, she's seen the carrots grow, she's seen the tomato grow, she picks the tomatoes for me, she picks the strawberries for me. You know what I mean? Like, so and she makes her love the food even more. You know what I mean? Even yesterday, we were in the kitchen cooking some wholemeal dumplings, and she's rolling them. She's only 2, but I thought, yeah, she can roll in them, and I put it in the hot water for her, and I was like, that's your dumpling. And as soon as I put the dumpling on her plate, she ate the whole thing because it was her dumpling. So when they have that relationship with food, they're more enticed to eat it. You know what I mean? And so this book is definitely a way of definitely educating them and making them understand what.
Because you know how the little children nowadays, they find it very difficult to fast food to eat their greens because they like the fast foods out there. But does it kind of express its way of having fun and enjoying the green that they drink, or because, as I said, getting the inside of that book? So does it kind of educate and give the child the fun about drinking greens?
100%. Like I've had the mothers come to me and even the fathers come to me. My daughter wants to make green juice now because she's read your book. I had a book at my house the other day when we were filming for the BBC, and then we were juicing, and they all drank the green juice because they made the green juice, and so they wanted to try it. It was their first time, and they all loved it. And so, yeah, it's definitely fun. It's definitely educational. I mean, like, fruit and vegetables are so powerful. Like, there's more iron in kale than a carton of milk. There's more vitamin C in kale than orange. You know what I mean? And when we look at the nutritional value of fruit and vegetables, like the vitamin C is good for the immune system, vitamin D gives you energy, you know what I mean? Iron moves the oxygen around in your body gives you immune system boost as well. And so it's important that we have these foods. It's not even like, it's like they have to be part of the lifestyle for our children, man. It's so important. If we want children that have powerful bodies, that have good brain function, that their memories are sharp, it's about feeding them from the early days, from their age 0, with these fruits and vegetables, with these supplements. Put in, like, when my daughter has sea moss in her cereal. You know what I mean? Like, I put sea moss in her cereal. Black seed, she takes black seed, she takes molasses, like all the natural stuff. You know what I mean? The millet, the folio, everything. Like, so I was juicing hemp seed milk for her when she was younger, almond milk for her when she was younger. So she's been a vegan since she's been born. You know what I mean? So she knows, like, she loves strawberries and she loves fruit and vegetables, so she'll eat it. Yesterday, for the first time, she tried passion fruit. She had the whole thing. My daughter loves fruit and vegetables. And that's because from a young age I've been introducing it to her. It's not an addition to, it is food. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you say, oh, eat, you know, they look at fruit and vegetables as not being food. It's just something that you have on the side. No, that can also be a main meal as well. And so yeah, it can definitely educate children on
Okay, so in how long did it give you, like, how long did it take you to actually bring this book together? Because, you know, there's a lot of even people out there that have said that they find it very difficult to construct or to build a book on especially on your life skills, and especially the passage of you and your daughter. So I just wanted to give an insight of how you came to bringing this book into content.
Well, I just like the first thing I did was write the story. Obviously, I wrote the story. It was quite quick to write the story because I know I'm very educated. I know about using food as medicine. I green juice daily, so to write about green juice was easy for me to do. I read stories daily to my child, and so I'm always around children's stories anyway. So I knew the natural flow of the story and how to structure it. And so that kind of came innately. And then my worked with my friend to illustrate it, and then just put it together. But you have to understand that this was done during lockdown. I didn't have any work to go to. I didn't have any other things that were occupying my time apart from being a mother. And doing my gardening and watering my plants. I had so much free time. You know what I mean? I had so much free time, and so I was able just to zoom through it and do like a fast-paced route into writing the book because of the amount of time I had. I think it would have taken me longer because obviously I've got loads of other responsibilities in terms of my business and my work. If I had done it when it wasn't locked down. So I need to give thanks because I had that much needed pause, and it enabled me to really go within, be peaceful, be calm, and just channel the information down, listen, and work with spirit. You know what I mean? Spirit's always part of my daily life anyway. And so just working with spirit and them guiding me and using my intuition, like, should I do this or should I do this? Even with the date I was letting it out, like the book was actually ready in June.
Yeah.
I just release it but I'd released it in August just because it just felt right. You know what I mean? Like it didn't feel right. I was just going with spirit. I was like, now isn't the time. It just doesn't feel right. And so I was just waiting for that kind of inner knowing and I had it. So I released it on the 16th of August.
Okay. So in writing this book, would you say you wrote this book on the strength, as it was COVID, but on the strength of raising your daughter in the formality of being that plant-based health in that perspective? Would you say that had a massive influence in
Go ahead, sorry.
Not in teaching your child?
I mean, it's definitely, my daughter loves the book, and my daughter influences me in everything I do in my life. Like, she's a massive teacher. My daughter is my main master teacher in that she teaches me so much. And so, yes, she definitely influenced the book 100%. I suppose if she wasn't around, I probably wouldn't have even written the book because I wouldn't have had, I wouldn't have had the insight that I do now as a mother. But so, yeah, she was a definite influence.
Okay, so in saying so, if I look at it, like, because you see with that surrounding of the COVID, what is your understanding of COVID, by the way? Let me ask you, what's your understanding? Because I always like to ask people their understanding, because everyone went into that thing where they part themselves up, and one thing I've noticed, what you're very an interactive person, and you always see you do a lot of your affirmations and things like that when I see you online, especially on your social medias. During that period of COVID, how did you keep yourself active?
Active? How did I keep myself active during COVID?
Yeah, because a lot of people
I went to the park. I was they said one of the lockdown rules was that you could go out into green space. I was out in green space. It was beautiful. Like taking walks, going to like the hills. I was in green space. I was in nature. I was taking in the sun rays and the energy in the room. Yeah, just breathing in that good ass prana, baby. I was active. I was doing my yoga. I was doing my Tai Chi. I was doing my exercise. I remember I had so much free time. So I was doing like YouTube exercise videos. You know what I mean? Me and my daughter, I was going for walks I was loving it. I was always like, during COVID, I was always in my tracksuit buttons and trainers. Like I just wore trainers all the time, tracksuit buttons all the time. headscarf all the time. Like that was my attire, because I was like, you know, constantly just training or out in the garden and stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, but in how can I say this? Inside the book itself and the demonstrations of the book, you know, because I look a bit deeper, and sometimes when we go into it, we go into the forms of the psychology and the mindset of the person, because your mindset has a massive influence on your book. In what would you say are the straight messages within that book, or what kind of message are you trying to reach people with?
Okay, so this is a draft book I've got here because I've sold out of my thing. So this is the first page of the book, and so as you can, Mummy's got a little teeny weeny afro, like, you know what I mean? She's natural. All the children are natural. So first of all, I am showing the young children that read this, the young girls, the young boys, that black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. There was a study done in 2017, and it found that only 1% of children's books in 2017 featured a main character that was black. And the 1% of books that did have a main character that was black, the character was like, you know, a drug dealer, it was a really bad stereotype. And so this is a positive story about a mother just teaching her kids about green juice, you know, and there's her with some beetroot, there's Nina looking at the juicer, you know what I mean? And so it's about, the messages are behind it is: 1, black is beautiful; 2, green, food is medicine, you know what I mean? And food is powerful, and food really, really, really boosts everything, you know what I mean? Like fruits and vegetables in particular. So they would be the 2 main messages that I've actually put within the book, deliberately. Yeah.
Yeah. So so within the messages, as I said, is the greens and able to eat him right. When did you feel that you needed to do your own personal transition? Because, you know, a lot of people find it very difficult because they've been meat eaters for a long period of time, or they have children that have been meat eaters for a period of time, but they want to change their diets, as in from that their child eating so much meat to being some form of eating more vegetables. What kind of advice would you give?
Okay, so my journey into vegetarianism and veganism, I like to just call it like a plant-based lifestyle.
Yeah, that's true.
So I have a plant-based lifestyle that started in 2010, and that started basically because, for one, I was at a point in my life where everything had to be natural. Like I was putting like avocado on my hair and just making my own. I was making shampoo out of like black soy. Like I was going hard. I had all these natural face masks, everything was like my whole household was natural. There was no chemicals in my house, like in 2010. And obviously, naturally, kind of progressed into the food, and I was researching food. I had Layla Africa, Dr. Layla Africa's book, Nutricide. I had, let me just get them here. Nutricide. So these 2 books really influenced me. So Nutricide by Dr. Layla Africa, and then I had Heal Thyself by Queen Afua, and I was reading these books, and I was like, yo, like honestly, like, and then also this is in 2008 where Queen signed it in Brixton. So so I read these books. So I was just understanding health and chlorophyll. Like it was a thing about chlorophyll. So I started like really looking to chlorophyll and looking at plants and everything. And then I heard this quote that in one YouTube lecture, or some sort of lecture, that said, if you want to live, why would you put death in your body? I was like, complete sense. Like if you want to live, why put death in your body? And that really shook me. And I was like, I want to live. You know what I mean? I don't want to die. I want to live. And so you put life in your body if you want to live. It's a simple equation. It's as simple as that. And so, like mutton was the hardest thing I had to give up. Let me tell you, like a lot of people, it's chicken. Like I used to love mutton. Why? I used to love my mutton, you know. And so that was really difficult. But once I transitioned off the mutton, chicken came easy and everything else did. And it was just looking at I just had alternatives. So back then I used to eat a lot of soy-based products. So like the Linda McCartney sausages, banging, banging. I used to eat like, you know, just the corn mince and then the chicken pieces, and then like there was the veggie fish fingers. Like I used to eat things like that because it was easy, it was accessible, it replaced what it was very similar to what I knew. So that's kind of how I kind of moved into the vegetarianism. And then when I went to New York, Queen and Ali, because Ali is an amazing chef. They opened like a world of food, like carrot tuna and nori and all these amazing and all these different grains that I never even knew how to cook or what they were, and how to like make different stews and roasted this and dried this, and it was incredible. And the food all tasted delicious, and I was like, wow, I can really be 100% vegan, and I love nice tasting food, I'm not gonna lie, and I can actually eat really nice food as well when I can be healthy. Man, this is amazing. So like, yeah, it was just basically that. It was, I think, because I was around the environment and I was taught it. Like part of our training with Queen, like we were in the kitchen and we were making things, and so like practical skills and how to do things. It made it a lot more easier because you know what I mean? It made it a lot more easier because I knew how to do certain things that I never knew. So yeah, that was my journey to healthy eating.
Because you know what, I want to ask you a question, because you know we got to that point where I was going to touch on, and because we had the International Sister Circle earlier on, and they were giving out their testimonies, and I know that you have become a sacred woman. I just wanted to give a demonstration and understanding of the sacred woman journey, and a kind of a testimony of where you have come from in as Selena Brown.
Okay, I'm going to see if I've got my sacred woman book here. No, I don't have it. And so, yeah, and so I went into Sacred Woman, not knowing it was Sacred Woman, and I was just invited to a course. Queen told me to come on one day, and I was like, cool, I'll be there. I knew nothing about Sacred Woman whatsoever, so I joined the course. I went there after work in the evening to Queen's house, and there were other sisters there. And wow, it was one of the most powerful things I've ever done. Like just moving through the different gateways and like doing the fire breaths and doing the singing. Nupu enter Hamed. Nupu enter Hamed. That means I am a sacred woman. And so doing singing and just go through the gateways and doing your your sacred baths and journaling and just really just going within and in conjunction with that, like every fortnight we'd go to the steam bath with Queen. So we'd do a deep steam and we'd put the green clay all over our bodies, and then we were hitting ourselves to activate I can't remember what it's called, but you kind of tap yourself. And I had to do my enemas, I was doing my colon cleanse, I was doing my colonics, I was doing my inversions, like I was in it. And the beautiful thing about doing it in person is that I had a women that were on the journey with me. And so I was never alone. And so when I had them, like, because when you go through Sacred Woman, you're basically putting a mirror to yourself and you're having to see yourself and all of the drug. We were also seeing and recognizing who we could become. So allowing us to be able to really understand that we were only part of the woman that we were, and that we could blossom into so much more. So Queen really helped us, allow us to sit on our seats of power, walk with our heads high, allow us to understand who we were and our God-given power, allow us to work with spirit and the energies, and just really delve into the deepness of the divine in every single way. It was incredible. It literally changed my life. Literally, I'm not even joking. I would do it again. But like I said, I think doing it in person for me,
yeah,
is what made I was in Queen's house, like literally in Queen's living room, like, you know what I mean, drinking, and then we'd have the breath of life, we'd have the green juice, we'd have the green juice, the woman's tea as well, and like we were embodying it. It was just it was incredible. That's my testimony.
But I always ask this part of the testimony, in that if Queen was in the room right now and you had something highly special to say, all right, through your journey, what would you say to her?
I would say, and I was talking to her son Ali the other day, and I said that I would say that I just hope that, no, I'm willing, and I'm asking the hidden hands, the universe, to give you an abundance of everything good. I want all your heart's desires to come true, every single one of them, because you deserve it. But the amount of work, you need to understand, when I knew Queen Afua, like, he was big. It was in 2011, like 2011, I knew Queen. That's when I had a relationship with her. And she was big. Like, but now she's just on a next scale, like a next scale, like Beyonce video kind of big, you understand? Nipsey Hussle kind of big, you understand? And so I was saying, like, I remember, like, in 2011, like, he was grinding. He was in the office. He was putting in the work. He was putting in the work. He was putting in the work. You know what I mean? And I know back then he probably wasn't seeing as much of the, I don't know, getting as much monetary gain as he is now. But throughout it, he was putting in the work. Like, he was dedicated. Like, to me, like, the amount of, like, wisdom he put into me is unbelievable. And I've seen so many people come through and he educated them as well. And so right now is Queen's time. Yeah, right now is time for Queen Afua, for the world to know Queen Afua. And so I want people to be speaking her name throughout the planet, on every continent. I want them to know about Queen Afua. I want them to be buying her books. I want them to be enrolling in her classes. Why? Because she deserves it. Because she's authentic, she's honest, and she's committed. Like, she lives the lifestyle. He lives the lifestyle. Like, like, undeniably lives the lifestyle. Like, she's been on this for years. And so, like I just want her to have an abundance of everything great and good. And I just want her name to be spoken across the world, and to be put on her platform, to go be elevated to heights.
But when we talk on that, right, and going through the program, and I know it must have had influences into creating your own program, and the powerful things that you do at this moment in forms of going into the schools, because I find it, for me, you have to go to building a foundation and a legacy for your future. You have to tap into the young children. And when you tap into the young children, what you give back in forms of going and meeting these young girls and things like that. Just give us a little overview of your program and what you do within your circumference.
Okay, cool. So I run an organization called Little Miss Created. I'm the founder and CEO of the organization. It was started in 2013, as soon as I came back from New York. I just knew that I just felt there was a void, there was something missing in terms of, like, that connection between women, because I felt it in New York. I had my sisterhood in New York. I came back here and I was like, I don't have anyone. Like, I need people. And I also want to be able to share this knowledge, this newfound knowledge that I have as well. So I created a Little Miss Creative. And it started as just like a networking group in a cafe, in the basement of a cafe, literally in the basement of a cafe. And the first networking session had maybe, I think I had like 12, 13 women, girls there. And yeah, from there it just grew and grew and grew. And so to date, we've worked with over 5,000 women across the world. And so when I say world, I'm mentioning Jamaica, Brazil, Gambia, New York. We've done sessions in all them different countries currently. So I had a team of 10 people. We were doing like at the height of the organization. We had an office based in Birmingham. I had 10 employees. We were doing incredible work. And then my business partner passed away from cancer in 2016. And so because of that, I just literally shut down everything. Shut it.
But you know what? I'd like to hear a little kind of demonstration of what was actually happening within the program, because you know some programs, for me, I never say they die. They elevate, they upgrade, they move into advance, because you've now taught some of these children, and there's someone that may come up and say, you know what, Selena, you know, I would like to take that baton, or I would like to find a way how we can collaborate and make it even more powerful. So I just want people out there to know exactly what kind of things you was doing when you was approaching these young girls.
Oh yeah, when at the beginning of the organization, we were doing, it was really based on events and workshops, and so we were delivering like so many workshops in schools, in universities, and nurseries. We worked with Google, we partnered with Microsoft, so it was like a really high profile organization, and then we'd have influence come down from London all the time to come and speak at London's creative events. And then, so as I mentioned, in 2016, my business partner passed away. I closed down the organization completely. In 2018, I started it back up, and I kind of, you know, created, I had a different outlook when I started back in 2018, and I solely wanted to work on the schools. And my focus now is schools and at-risk young girls. So we currently work with 10 schools across the West Midlands with at-risk young girls. So these girls have got behavioural issues, they've been excluded several times or suspended, or they're low achievers, or they lack confidence. So they're at risk in some way. And we also work in people referral units as well. So these are girls that have been kicked out of mainstream schools. And so we work with them. And so my focus in the programs is on, I call it like a user-led program, because different schools have different issues. And so some of the girls may need confidence building, so they be very confidence building focused, or some of the girls will be like, it might be, you know, there's been an issue with social media, so we'll look at that, and healthy relationships. So it might be about I don't know, sharing really inappropriate imagery online, look at that. Or it might be like a really like violent school with like people that have been involved in knife crime, so we'd look at that. So I've got a very bespoke program and user-led program where that I will literally, if there's an issue that needs to be created, that's come up in the session, or if the girls express a need to talk about a certain topic, then I will create a whole session, a whole a whole workshop on that particular topic. And so it's very bespoke and user-led. Like, because I found from the beginning that not like some go in and say week 1's confidence, week 2 social media, week 3 sexual health. No, it doesn't work. Like when you're dealing with these girls that are very energetic, very passionate, you know what I mean? You need to work with their flow, rather than dictate to them what they've got to learn, because my sessions aren't normal school sessions. Like, it's completely different. It's about building them holistically, looking at the whole person and listening to the whole person, and really, rather than dictating, like listening. And that's the main part of my workshops.
Okay. So, in going back in this, your book release, as we're coming to a close of time, but we're going to continue probably in the future and discuss with our international sister circles, as they've been demanding and asking, because they know that you're a powerful sister.
Should I go and turn on my light quickly? It's getting a bit dark. I'm just going to turn on my light. 1 second.
Okay.
I just don't want to. I don't want it to be.
People, love and like. Please press the share button, like button. You know, this is good information, and this is information we need to share as our brothers and sisters. As you know, it's the Black family first. You know, we have to clean out our house before we're even able to engage. So, you know, talking with our brothers and sisters and getting to know what things are happening within our community is the right place to begin. So, you know, this is Black Eyes TV. Make sure you share, like, and subscribe. And yes, Selena. So yes, going back to your book, you know, I want you to give us a quick another overview of your book, and you know, in the times of your launch, and you know, where can people receive and find your book, and how would you kind of give the information about your book in like your social medias?
Okay, cool. So, like I said, I released my book on the 16th of August, and since the 16th of August, it's the love and support, the positivity, the likes, the shares, the purchasing has been out of this world. Like, honestly, like, it's just been incredible. Just this past Friday, I had a whole news segment on the BBC News about myself in the book. Which absolutely blew me away, because the support I've been receiving, and the news segment as well, was absolutely incredible. So I want to just start by saying thank you to every single being that has supported me. I've noticed and I've seen, and I appreciate every single person that's just given me a like, given me a share, told their friends about me, to the journalists, to the platforms, to the celebs. Thank you. Like, honestly, like, it's been, yeah, I'm deeply, deeply, deeply humbled by the love I've been receiving. So you can get the book off Amazon, type in Nina the Green Juice, or you can get it off my website, www.selenabrown.com, or you can see the Selena Brown, and you can get it, go to my Instagram, there's a link there for you to purchase it there. So if you just type in my name, Selena Brown, you'll see my website on Google, it'll come up, click the link as soon as you go onto my website to buy the book. Like I said, I appreciate the support, man. And it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. There's so much more that I want to birth. It's just bubbling inside of me, and it's going to be.
I'm going to bring out a part 2.
Saying like, yo, what's coming next is going to be so powerful. I'm telling you, what's coming next. If you think Nina the Green Juice is good, wait. Saying. It's for boys and it's for girls. So if you have a child that you want to just introduce, teach them about healthy eating, this is the go-to book. Very, very easy read, a light read, a fun read, a happy read. Yeah, all children love it. Like, I've had so many positive reviews. My daughter loves it. So I can give you a first-hand review as a mother as well. So yeah, it's definitely a good look.
Okay, so in forms of giving advice to the general public from your perspective, and advice from the perspective of your book, give us two different perspectives, because you know the book is different from who you are.
Advice in regards to what?
If there was something you wanted to tell the general public, as in from your people itself and from the book itself, what would you say?
So I think what's coming through for me to say is that the 9 axioms of Tahuti, which is actually the laws of the universe, or if you want to call it the Hermetic laws, the first law is all is in the mind, the universe is mental. All is in the mind, the universe is mental. Everything starts from here. So if you have a dream, if you have goals, if you have anything that you want to birth, first of all, you have to be able to see in the mind. It has to be from, it all starts from within, the mind and the spirit. You know what I mean? Just will it, speak it, call it, claim it, know it to be true. Release all doubt, release all fear, and it will appear. And the thing about it is that you have to understand when it comes to willing things into existence is that when in terms of the universe, time doesn't exist. You know what I mean? And so just think of it here as in the now and live as if it's in the now, and it will appear. It will, like, it honestly will appear. It will appear, like, honestly, I'm speaking from truth and from experience that everything and anything is possible. There is no limit. There is no bounds. You are limitless. You are timeless. You are amazing being. Like, you are pure energy from source. And when you know your powers, unstoppable. So that's the message from me. And the message from the book is to drink your greens. Drink your greens. Drink your greens. No matter it doesn't matter if you're 2 years old, if you're 42 years old, you need to be drinking your greens. You know what I mean? Get that vitamin C, get that vitamin D, get that chlorophyll, get all that goodness inside you, yeah? On a cellular level, like, it's just activating. It's just activating. It's just activating. It's just activating. It's ridding your body of any possible disease. It's giving you more energy. It's giving you clearer skin. Like, greens are the way forward. Like, eat from Mother Nature. Mother Nature before everything. That's what I'm about to say.
Thank you for Selena coming around and giving us a quick visit and, you know, giving us a quick information on the book. You know, I did an advert earlier on. Next week, Wednesday, on the 2nd, we have Leonard Jeffries and the Happy directors. And the directors for the Happy film are the same directors for Tahuti Films, who are doing the Queen Nafua documentary coming. So that's going to be massive. Yeah, so everyone look out for that. But yes, we're going to be talking about that information on Wednesday at 8 o'clock UK time, 8 p.m. and 3 p.m. EST time. So watch out for that. You know, it was lovely speaking to you, Selena, as we start to begin and out. Love, peace, and light.
Love and light, and give thanks to, like I said, we always have to give thanks to those that have come before us, the ancestors, the Most High, the universe. Praise and blessings to everybody. Yeah.
All right. Peace.
One can live, a family can live together. You know,
see,
togetherness.
And the people want the love.
Yeah.
Want love. So how the man really see music as a form of message?
Yeah, as a form of message. I father work I do. You know, so I father work I do still. You know, down to the people. Why I see what I wanna happen. You know, and I know so that not right. But if I go out and tell them still. You know, enough things would happen, so I will have just it inspire through.
Truly.
From the decision down sound Lord. We bring it from Lord and we take it all over, bro. I will tell them say I still I see I do. Start up a burning flame and you will shut again.
If you want them long to hear the sound, we come from Kingston. If you want them long to hear the sound, it used to make the people gather around. Bob Marley is a youth from Kingston. He made the music and create the sound. Alton Ellis is a youth from Kingston. He made the music and create the sound. Del Harrison is a youth from Kingston. He made the music and create the sound. Ken Booth is a youth from Kingston. He made the music and create the sound. We are the youth from Kingston, down. We made the music and create the sound. The youth from Kingston, nicing up the town. We are the youths from Trench Town. We make the music and create the sound. The youths from Trench Town, nicing up the town. Hey, hey, Bonnie Villa is a youth from Trench Town. He make the music and create the sound. Dennis James is a youth from Trench Town. He make the music and create the sound. Nesbitt is a youth from Trench Town. He make the music and create the sound. Dean Fraser is a youth from Trench Town. He make the music and create the sound. Triple L is a youth from Trench Town. He make the music and create the sound. Wailing Soul is a youth from Trench Town. They make the music and create the sound. We are the youth from Trench Town. We make the music and create the sound. The youth from Trench Town, nicing up the town. Hey, hey, the youth from Trench Town. We come to collect some of the shilling and the pension found. The youth from Trench Town, nicing up the town.
Well, on your English, but me tell them a thing, you know, me said the Trench Town sound it been for Bob Marley, inspired by Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Black man redemption, black people glory. Know your roots, your culture, fun pagan story. Tell them say Trench Town me bring a lot of inspiration. Ancient melodious sound from creation. And when it hits you, what a sensation. It uplift the nation. So play this on your station. It's me I know, Father you Sherlock, heart no brother. Push on the phrase and fall and tucker. Money and for the camp all in my brother. Don't forget the know I rise up the banner. All the weapons and God me honor. Joe you take your words and tens of me mother. All the way love bringing music. Let me see you one kind of manner.
Everyone them long to hear the sound. Sound, they come from Trench Town. Everyone them long to hear the sound. It used to make the people gather round. We are the youth from Trench Town. We made the music and create the sound. The youth from Trench Town, nicing up the town. Hey, hey, the youth from Trench Town. We come to collect some of the shilling and the pension found. The youth from Trench Town, nicing up the town. Hey, you English and Dutch again. Ba-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-da-doo. Da-dee, da-dee, da-ba-ba-doo, ba-da-doo. Ba-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-da-dee, da-dee. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Captured us from our homeland. Sold us into a foreign land. What woe, what pain, what misery. 400 years of slavery. got the scars and the gradaries. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Da 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 da. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Practice of our heritage and history. Brand us like animals, they scarred us mentally. Use us for entertainment and debauchery. Destroying the family. Let's fight the demons of slavery. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Let's rise above hypocrisy. Use education as our directory. Free our minds with positivity. Work together as a family, and God will shape our destiny. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes, color of my skin. If black is the sin, I ain't apologizing. Color of my eyes to the color of my skin. Black is my kin, I ain't apologizing. The color of my eyes, the color of my skin. I ain't apologizing for my black skin. Proud of me blackness. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Proud of me black skin, Mama Africa, I want my come from you. Me say me proud of me black skin. Me nah go bleach out my black skin. Me say me proud of me black skin. Nah go bleach out Mr. Black skin. No, 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 no. Black skin, proud of me black skin, yeah. Apologize. No, 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 no. Proud of me black skin, yeah. Proud of me black skin, yeah.
So I actually toured with him for 7 years and really got a chance to like dig in and
In my rest and in my rising, late at night and early morning, girl, you're always on my mind. You know I never deny you. Say I satisfy you. You're always on my mind. Seems like I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. Oh, no. No matter what I do, I'm still in love with you. Baby, I'm falling for you. I know that things may change. This love remains the same. First thing first, you make me smile. When I'm around you, you make my emotion go wild. You give out the strength and the drive to keep on keeping on in rough times, tough times. And when I wake up from my sleep, you always there, girl, beneath the sheet. This love is discreet, I can only believe. Now, seems like I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. Oh, no. No matter what I do, I'm still in love with you. I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. I know that things may change. This love remains the same. No, I don't really matter what people say. You always in my world, in love we'll stay. Girl, I made you a promise this day. I won't go astray. For your love, I'll walk a million miles. You were there for me in tough times, and there's no compromise. I'm yours if you're mine. Like I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. Oh, no. No matter what I do, I'm still in love with you. Baby, I'm falling for you. I know that things may change. This love remains the same. In my rest and in my rising, late at night and early morning, girl, you're always on my mind. You know I never deny you. Say I satisfy you. You're always on my mind. Seems like I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. Oh, no. No matter what I do, I'm still in love with you. Baby, I'm falling for you. I know that things may change. This love remains the same. I'm in pain. Baby, I'm falling for you. No matter what I do, I'm still in love with you. Baby, I'm falling for you.
Sisters are helping each other to be more powerful, and they're giving them more grace, and they're showing them how to run their own businesses and companies, and how to write books, and how to overcome their relationship issues. And it's just that, I call it quilting, our purpose. And that purpose must be delivered. When we come to this world, we're delivered into this world, but we come with our purpose already in us. And if we don't live out our purpose, we're always sad, hurt, or wounded. A lot of times we're afraid. We've been, born as a child of slavery. We've been stunted, our growth. But much connect from the ancestral realm says we can birth anything that we set our minds to. And so I'm seeing the women birthing and being ecstatic. So the women are cleaning, they're vegetarians, they're vegans, they're live foodists. But they're also culturally conscious, and the women are coming from different spiritual houses. They're Muslim sacred women, and Christian sacred women, and Buddhist sacred women, and Akan sacred women, and Yoruba sacred women, all from a root from the Nile Valley woman. And that root has branches, and those branches if we feed the women, the branches will be vibrant. And every gateway just gives us the strength to now birth our purpose. If we see a sister, we all come together and we help her. We nurture each other. And all in Sacred Women, we also nurture our men. We want our men to be strong and able. We nurture our children. We nurture the elders. So it's a circle of love. So that's why I believe women are looking for their medicine, and they find their medicine in the gateways, and they're mystical women. They're enchanting women. A group of sisters asked her to come and bless the circle. She said, oh, like they said, Black girl magic. Oh, you want some of that Sacred Woman magic. You know, that fabulousness and that peace and that joy and that colorful spirit and that loving being. They want that. The women want, and the men want. Everyone loves the Sacred Woman. I am Queen Afua, and I want to welcome you into the Sacred Woman series.
No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crown, triumphantly like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She's stronger than a lion, someone that you always can rely on. She's the only one you can run to when the world turns its back on you. Sweeter than a honeysuckle rose, growing in a garden of thorns. How she does it, nobody knows, but she keeps on rising. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crown, triumphantly like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She's a shoulder to cry on, she's a rock you can rely on. She'll turn water into wine just to see you smile. She's a light in the dark and a smile to mend your broken heart. And she will wrap you up in love till your pain subsides. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crown, triumphantly like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. She'll always be right there for you, like a shadow standing close to you. A gentle summer breeze circling your life. There's nothing she wouldn't do for you to make your wildest dreams come true. Turn your gray skies to blue, bring sunshine in your life. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when a crown, triumphantly like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down. No, you can't keep a good woman down. Every day she'll rise when the crowds triumphantly like a brand new day. When you think she's over and done, she will rise like the morning sun. 'Cause no matter how you try, can't keep a good woman down.
My name is Lyndon Wissard, author of the book The Inspired Diabetic. I reversed my type 2 diabetes in 105 days naturally. In my book, I'll tell you exactly how I done it, the journey, and my story. No sugarcoating. I provide a recipe for success. Visit my website, theinspireddiabetic.com, and visit all good bookshops to get a copy today.
Man, I hope you've enjoyed what's been going on today. And I see that we're talking about the Green Juice book, the Nina the Green Juice book. Make sure you try and cop that out for your children. It's a book to introduce your children to drinking green. But you know how it goes. You know, this is Black Family First, and it's about Black family things. And, you know, we're going on the topic today of Black love. Have we lost it? Are we discommunicated with family? Where is the love? It's like love has disappeared out of the Black love. And what are we left with? The youth running around. Are we creating any form of legacy? Are we trying to put any forms of situations? You know, as today, once again, I'm going to talk about today's topic on Black Eyes TV, the main channel. Today, do we know the difference between information and propaganda? You know, what is facts? What is false news? What is fake news? Do we fall into the categories of propaganda? Do we follow the news? What do we know is a fact and what do we know is right? You know, sometimes in our guts, we know what is right for us and we know what's wrong for us. But we sometimes do not listen to our guts because we want to listen to what the system and the outside world gives us. But going back to, do you feel that the Black love has been lost? Do you feel that relationships are not the way they are? And now I'm asking for people to come on the panel and have this discussion, you know, and let's see where we're at. You know, this is Terry Riggs, Mr. Riggs, UK tour guide to the rest of the world. And I'm trying to create this platform for the community, by the community, so that the community can come on and have their discussions. You know, so it's for you to come here and speak your mind, speak what you think. And not only that, for you to come and promote your business, your products, your services, you know, come on to the panel. And, you know, as like I'll tell you one of my projects that I'm trying to do, which is called the DLA, International Rites of Passage Program. And that stands for Dr. Layla Africa, International Rites of Passage. As you can see, down scrolling on the bottom, these are some of the links that you can able to donate if you want to help me out and donate into creating this rites of passage on a global tip. So I'll give you a kind of an insider understanding the facts that I'm trying to create an exchange program amongst our youth globally on a frequently basis, so they get to know one another. And then we would choose a place, whether it's in the Caribbean, whether it's in South America, or even, as I said, in Europe, or as we go to one of the kings in Africa or the queens in Africa, and we will do a global rites of passage where all the youth on the global tip will go to this destination to doing their rites of passage. And, you know, I want to able to do a men's rites of passage because our men need healing. as well as we do one retreat for the women. But as we're going through this pandemic, I want us to able to get back our mindset to focusing on our legacy. So these are the kind of things that we're trying to help to healing our traumas, helping our new generation to create foundations as a family, as a collective, not as an individual that gets on top of the ladder, but all of us getting to the top of the ladder as much as possible. So I'm always asking for people who feel that they want to donate, please donate. But as I said, whether you donate or not, I am still moving forward. I'm trying to do the best I can do for our Black family. So as you can see, the Moncho is Black family first, the hashtag BF1. And secondly, another project that I'm doing is in forms of clothesline, and it's called Stair Clothing and Art. So where we're creating fashion and art. So all the artwork that we have is bringing it together and able to show and display our creativities through our art and through our fashion in forms of demonstrations of different types of clothing, in forms of t-shirts and tracksuits. So you're going to see a whole heap of merchandise, which is going to help me to able to fund many situations, as well as going into products and services and import and exporting. So there's a lot of things that need to be done to creating this foundation so that we can able to support one another in its more major. So if you are looking to help or you want to come and join, or you can bring any forms of skills to the new beginning, please just inbox me on hkthola@gmail.com. I repeat, hkthola@gmail.com. Contact me on that. I will put that in the chat. So if you feel that you want to contribute for the community, get hold of me and we can have that conversation. So, as I said, tonight at 10 o'clock, we have the True Talk about the information and propaganda. It's going to be a big one. And this is with Brother Rich, and he's going to be doing his thing. So make sure you log in at 10 p.m. I'm going to find something for you, family, because, as I said, anyone that wants to come on the panel, please do so. I will stop the video and we can have our dialogue. But as you know, in our catalog of so much stuff, you know, it's enormous. And you know, I'm gonna play something that we can relate to in forms of relationships, and look at one of our past shows that we had when we had a discussion back in the day. You know, and I'm going back into time. You know, this back into time was a time when we was talking and discussing courtship, relationships. You know, let me quickly see if I can find something that is reasonably not too long, and talk about the relationships. Let me quickly look. Woof. You know, this job is not easy. I'm always looking for a friend to come and jump on board so we can have a dialogue and discuss. Or should I do a sister circle? But you know what? Let me just go to the original thing that I was going for and not get sidetracked. And go into one of the archives of old in our discussions. Let me go into one. I don't want something too long, but some of them can go into certain things. We can go into. Let's play a bit of understanding courtship. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of that, and then we can study through that. Interesting. I hope you've been enjoying the day and the information. I want to go into courtship and just tell me your reasoning. We can stop the video anytime anyone wants to jump on. So, hold on.
We are live. Take us away. Welcome to another Black Eyes TV production. Blessed with a very talented guest and also joined by the Kings and Queens United Sisters. One at the moment, Sister Mo, and hopefully another one will be joining us soon. But before we even start talking, we got a little minute of musical interlude for you. Yeah, when you're ready, brother.
It's a Dr. Mark Walker. You. Let me just introduce myself, Sister Mo, Kings and Queens United. So we create, we've been running nearly a year now, and we are about to create our first anniversary. We create a platform for health, for events and healthy, sustainable relationships. And this is a safe space for relationships to flourish. We create events, workshops, and we set out to create a place for relationships to build, to harmonize, to grow and flourish. So the structure that we put in place for that is down to the events, singles events, relationships events, couples events. It's really important for us as a team to really look at what's important in relationships today, what's missing from relationships. And we are creating this series right now for you, running up to our event on the 16th of December for our first anniversary, which I'll share about a bit later. And so our guest this evening is a Dr. Mark Walcott. I've known Mark for about 10 years, maybe, no, less than 10 years. Least. Yeah, about maybe 7 years 10, or something like that.
Going on for 10.
Yeah, go 10. Okay, yeah. Going on for 10 then. Going on for 10. Yeah, so it's a real honor to have Mark with us. He is a silent warrior in our community, actually. I don't know he's not known in the way that he needs to be recognized. However, this is the opportunity to give you the recognition you deserve, sir. So let me read off your bio because I don't want to miss a trick here. And by all means, at the end of by all means, just let us know what you're up to, right now. Yeah. So Mr. Dr. Walcott is a naturopath doctor who practices at Harley Street near Oxford Circus in West London. He is the director and head consultant of Mind and Body Clinic, Mark began his studies in medicine in 1985 after his journey to India in 1981, where he studied meditation and Ayurvedic medicine at the age of 20. He later studied homeopathy at Hatton College of Medicine in London, where he qualified as a homeopath. Later, he studied NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, power thinking, and goal counseling with Dr. George Phillips at Regent's Park College, which he believes are invaluable tools in the art of holistic healing. Mark promotes these philosophies and uses their technologies with his patients at Mind and Body Clinic. Dr. Mark, as he often is called, believes that the mind is the key to unlocking many medical conditions. His mentors are Dr. Robert Jacobs and Dr. Deepak Chopra. Mark is currently practicing with the scientist Simon Goodrich using helionic frequency medicine. This consists of using light, sound, and color as treatment. Mark's passion for holistic health and psychosomatic illnesses have inspired him to embark upon the new studies at Oxford University called MBCT, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. Spearheaded by Professor Mark Williams, which the NHS aims to employ for treating the mentally ill, MBCT uses meditation and mindfulness technologies to treat MHP, which is mental health patients, minimizing their dependency on pharmaceutical drugs. Mark is also a motivational speaker and has delivered lectures and seminars since the 1990s called Disease is Delusion, Awareness is Cure. He has been one of the key speakers on the subject of health and wellness to most of the Afro-Caribbean communities in the UK. He contributes a weekly wellness talk show on a popular radio station in North and South London. In this regard, his desire to spread the teaching of physician heal self, inspiring others on their chosen path in life while at the same time helping them discover their inner wealth, he has become his life's ambition. Mark, thank you so much for your bio. It's so beautiful. Is there anything you want to add to that? What are you up to right now?
Well, thank you for that. And before I start, I want to say I think what you're doing, is absolutely, inspiring. And it's been a long time that we all in our community need something like this, especially on the subject of, relationships. We've had lots of problems in our past, and so it's good that we're finding a way to revive ourselves. And the word reparations been a big word that's been buzzing around. But thank you. I want to say thank you for inviting me. Thank you for making me, giving me the opportunity to contribute some of my experience. I'm happy to do that. I feel sometimes I travel to India and all that stuff, and I feel I'm not getting all of the stuff I need to get out of me to share with the next generation and so forth. I feel almost as if I've I've wasted a lot of my journey, but clearly not, because we've got you, Sister Mut, and your team doing what you're doing. So I want to say thank you. What I'm doing currently is I'm working on, first of all, getting out of the UK. To be honest, there's a lot of talk about Brexit, and literally, I'm doing one of those. I was fixing my beads here. Yeah, I'm literally doing a Brexit myself, and in my own way, getting out of the UK and going somewhere where it's warm. I'm now 56. My birthday was just a couple of days ago on the 26th. And, I think my latest up-to-date stuff I'm doing is working with Jamal Monkour, who is one of the successors of Dr. Sebi, the great master, Dr. Sebi. And so I'm working on getting tonics, some of those tonics which you can't get anywhere else. Most medicines, tinctures are made with alcohol. And so these tonics are somehow, they're made from the fresh herbs picked by some of the men in the bushes, men and women in the bushes. He employs them, they pick the herbs and stuff, they make the stuff fresh. Unheard of anywhere else in the world. And so I've just come back from Bahamas, and I've taken all the tonics that he's made, more or less, and seen how they work. I've seen testimonials. I've seen quite a few patients while I was there. Testimonials are ridiculous. People with diabetes type 1, which is insulin dependent, they're becoming free completely free from taking insulin, and the diabetes actually gone. That's unheard of. And if I spoke of doing something like, if I made claims that I cured someone diabetes, I would be in quite serious trouble, or a serious investigation, which is even worse. So yeah, what I'm working on currently is some of these tonics. I haven't got my own Dr. Mark's products quite yet, and primarily because the attack on naturopathic practitioners like myself and others, Dr. Stephen Ferguson and many others actually, have had their own, they've had their attacks from the FDA. Dr. Sabi did as well. And my opinion about why is because they were doing quite well at making products and having a really powerful impact on the sick. And so I've been hesitant to make my own, and even if I have been, it's been rather, just among a few handful of patients that I've put together a couple of products that's not been marketed. So anyhow, 2018, I am making some products, and I'll be very careful how I distribute those. I'm planning to do some work in the Bahamas, so I might start there first because their laws there are different. The FDA is not as stringent. And then finally, I'm working on, with Jamal Moncour in Bahamas, the idea of setting up a retreat where people can travel out to Bahamas and stay in the retreat and get their treatments and follow the protocols for certain illnesses. And we're on site. We can check up on how the treatments are going and stuff. And so that's the latest. That's basically, I've just come back from Bahamas about 2.5 weeks now. And so yeah, that's the latest stuff. There's another thing I'm doing. I'm starting a pain clinic. I think pain is the most popular feature of all diseases, and in every hospital in the world, the departments, whether it's urology or whether it's whatever department it is, accident and emergency, really whatever department you choose, gastrointestinal department, they all have patients on those wards which are suffering with pain. Whatever their diagnosis, they're suffering with some manner of pain. And with the use of analgesics, painkillers, morphine, the codofen, codidromol, all of these analgesics, actually in long term are making far more money than chemotherapy that's used for cancer, by the way. Because chemotherapy, the patients do die in some, if you look at the statistics, quite a few of them die. And so, they have to hunt for new candidates to punt their chemo. But with pain, people stay alive and have to keep taking painkillers for life. So I've come up with a pain clinic where we use devices that remove pain in minutes, basically. And so people can save their stomachs from the onslaught of those analgesics and really powerful pharmaceutical poisons. And so that's the latest thing I'm doing. I've only started the pain clinic now a few months. So that's the latest there, Sister Mutt.
Okay. Listen, just to let the people know before you get into the main part of interview, people, in case you don't know, there are shows already up with another one of Dr. Sabi's adopted sons, Katie the Arch Degree, where he's also going in on the holistic health angle, and talking about the black health. But again, today's show, before we kick it off, just to remind the people, is Kings and Queens in Courtship. Yeah, that's what we're talking about today. The different facets of that. And again, if you haven't been aware, we've been running a series of shows with Kings and Queens United, with these two sisters, Sister Mort and Sister Tamar. Today we're just joined by Sister Mort. And we've been going over different aspects of relationships, of courtship, of dating, marriage, all sorts of angles. So again, today's show is another continuation of that theme with our guest, Mr. Mark Wilcott. So without further ado, Miss Mort.
Okay, so we've the importance of tonight's show is really about dating, courtship, casual sex. Let's have a conversation for what people really want to know. And sometimes in the times that we're in right now, with technology being what it is, we do find ourselves in a predicament as to having too much choice, and we are in a position where we're coming from the instant gratification age, so we are, everything is disposable. So we lack a level of value inside of what it is we are choosing and how we choose. We're flippant, we're fickle about how we choose. It's aesthetics as opposed to mind-based. So, I really want you to kind of like set the record straight this evening in the world of dating, for our couples. What can our couples do? What can the couples in our community, achieve? How can their relationships thrive? How can we build upon, our path and bring that into a new future with our community? So without further ado, I'll just start with the questions. I suppose my first question for you is, what is dating and what's the implications of dating?
Yeah, it's funny you asked that. I thought when I saw that question on one of the flyers, I thought that's going to be interesting when anybody asks that question, and it has to be asked, what is dating? And just to add the next question, I suppose, not that I'm asking myself, but then, where did it come from? Right? Where did it come from? So what is dating comes with the question, who invented it and what, where did it come from and why have it? Why do we have it? Dating really, if you go as far back as we possibly can with our Afrocentric past, right, into antiquity, we find that the word dating doesn't exist. The word dating is a new term used by mostly Europeans and the New World, and so let's just start with that. Dating in the old school, old world, ancient world, as it were, was something that would be arranged by the parents. So that's why you find in most cultures, including the Islamic cultures and ancient African cultures, and even till today, many of the old tribal and African cultures and traditions, we still have parents and elders that make that decision as to who the person or the daughters or true sons in their family are going to marry and who they're going to be dating. That's where the word might come in, but they don't call it dating or courting. Courting is more symbolic. Dating is more related to the new ideology of European perspective on relationships. So let's go back to the word dating and the meaning of the word dating. Dating is the bringing together of two or more people for building a relationship, but it's not actually. It's for introducing or for initiating, rather, for initiating a relationship, because at that point of dating, no one knows what goods they've got. That's why they have this thing called dating. In the ancient world, the parents and the elders would do that, and so they would be the ones that would decipher, review, interview, and look into the possibility or whether it was worthy that two people or more would be joined together, and not necessarily in matrimony at this point, but that would be the projection. That would be the objective, that they would actually join them to have offspring as part of the ancestral future forecast. And so first, straight away, I want to point out that dating back in antiquity didn't have the same resonance as the word dating has today, with its casual and casual affairs and casualties from those affairs. I have a saying, I say casual leads to casualties. And so so dating, meaning of the word dating for me is that the bringing together or the coming together or the formulating. Sometimes others are doing that. Even now there's parents that do a bit of the setting up for the children. They have an uncle who know a friend who's got a son or a daughter, and they line, as we say, we line up the thing, right? So that's the ancient method, that it would be organized by the elders. Right. Modern dating is that the elders are taking out the picture, and the boy and the girl, male and female, preferably, choose to go through this phase called dating. And I think it's quite a broad spectrum term. Dating can be nowadays something that in that spectrum, starting with just getting someone's name, a phone number, and giving them a routine text or calls to keep that communication going. So again, there's another word that comes up with the word dating, is communication. No one's dating that's not communicating. Dating means they're communicating. Back to my first point is the old ancient world, the tribal, traditional, cultural past, the young ones would not be doing that.
They would more be, so what you're saying is that they'd be more courting, because in today's times, when we look at courting is what they consider exclusivity. So when somebody's exclusive to that person, that is now considered what courting is. So I can understand your conversations for the elders coming into the frame, the arranged marriage. Statistically, arranged marriages last longer than any other relationships.
Most definitely.
So there's a science inside of being betrothed. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to start there. I wanted to make that the foundation from any topic regarding relationships, dating, courting. I want to make that the foundation that the tradition, the ancient tradition, is that our elders would do that. And that science, as you just said, is still the right way, the best way. I want to say the right way, because you know what suits someone is what suits them best, is what suits them best. But the science of having two young people, if you like, groomed and shaped to mold into each other, is more the formula that worked in the past. Dating is a new thing where, for example, let me give you this axiom, where you have, you know, you see these films where, you know, the king has a son or daughter, and he's chosen who the wife or the husband is going to be for his kingdom. And they didn't necessarily love the person that was chosen, but it was irrelevant. And so people live with partners in relationships and royalty that they couldn't stomach and didn't actually have love for. And so that trend also seeped into the more aristocratic, if you like, upper echelons of society. And also the so-called middle class and upper class, they took on the same type of structure of behavior towards their young and so forth. They would choose that you're marrying the Watsons because they're very successful, what, and so forth. So that trend was something that carried on for some time, and then it then turned out that the lovers rebelled and said, well, we want the choice. We want to make that decision, who we live with, have children with, and spend the rest of our hopefully loving life and relationships with. And so then came the word dating, that we would choose the person, not the elders. We would say, I like that shape of that woman. I like the face. I like her vibe. I like her sound. I like when I talk to her. And these things I'm mentioning is what people itemize to see if, I think the word is compatible, if a tick list of compatible things are worthy in two or more individuals. Yes. So then dating has that kind of background in the past, in the ancient world of our antiquity, and then in the modern, more, you know, present times we live in, it's taken on a different you know, a different angle, a different usage, because now the youngs are using it themselves instead of the elders choosing the dating process. Now, finally, I want to say that finally, I want to say the I suppose negative or concerning aspects of modern dating. I believe that our history has had some destructive elements from people like Willie Lynch, who destroyed the male-female harmony within the black homes and hence communities, And so that needs to be revived. We need to return to the harmony between the black man and the black woman, period. And so in doing so, we need to look at what is the objective of having a black man and a black woman come together in the first place. Now, okay, dating is kind of casual, because you could date someone and don't end up marrying them, or don't end up having a relationship with them. But during the modern so-called kind of dating, you can end up having sex with them, right? So let's get this one out there. Someone dating someone else, has sex with them, the woman falls pregnant. That dating period becomes now what is now a commitment. And it's not a genuine commitment, because both these individuals didn't really decide that that's what they wanted, but oops. And so during the dating phase, they end up going for the committed phase, which happens much further down the line. Those are some of the downsides with so-called dating, because individuals jump the gun, or
it's
rather
what they
jump straight
call,
into
it's
bed.
what young people call a situationship. Yeah,
Oh, that's a new one. I like
situationship.
that.
Yeah, that situationship.
I like
It's like
that.
get into a
Yes,
situation.
you got
They're
young
not
ones, I've got
actually.
young ones.
I got youngers, but it's a situationship. It means therefore, people are not actually choosing by, informed choice. They're not choosing of their own accord. They're being thrown into a situation or circumstance which has them then try.
Yeah, situationship. I'd rather not get into one of them, because you see, that word tells me, I'll use another word which I think kind of resonate the same thing. It's called the Niagara Falls syndrome, which means you end up in situations or situationships, as you said, and you're not quite sure how you got there. You went down the Niagara Falls syndrome. In places where you should have had control, you didn't. And so you end up in a situation which, that's where you end up when you don't take control of the steering wheel of your car. And so situationship for me denotes that, not the best. And that brings us back to the idea, or the ideology of dating has some drawbacks. But let's look at the forward march in the world we live in. Our youngsters are dating. How we going to deal with that? My final point, I suppose, in guardian or guidance to the young in this so-called dating world, is to get involved with some of the choices that our young people make. Either you have the decision before they start dating and have that, I suppose, questionnaire. What kind of person would you go for, and why? And just go through some multiple choices or something, just verbal. I don't mean it has to be rather sterile, and he'll give them a test paper. But I would sit down with my boy and say, yeah, big man, sit down more and talk to you. So I go on lately, So something. No, I'm see you on the phone and talk to a couple girls. So I go on. Well, you have something, you're dating somebody. You say, yeah, that girl where that just a texting right now. Well, son, that's dating you on now. What's her family? Is she in education? And instead of asking how much money she's got, what car she drives, if she have her own car, flat, and then something there, find out what's the internal side of that person, emotional side. One of the things I point out to the young, what's the person like when you vex, when you have an argument, when they get upset? Do they get upset where you then discover that the person has mental health because they switch and about 3 people come out, and you realize that you're not dating any of those 3, and so forth. So it's important, I think, that parents, we're still under the subject of dating, that parents get involved in some way. And I don't mean to get up in the young people in business, because they won't have that. I've got between me and my partner, we've got 9 children stemming from 36 to 7. We've got 36, wow. We've got a couple of 25, 27s, we've got 8, we've got 19-year-old, got 18-year-old, got 11-year-old, got 7-year-old. And I ran a music school, and still do, from the beginners of young children as young as 3 to adults who are taking piano lessons up to 60 and 70. So pretty much we need to guide those young children of ours who are involved in dating. They're involved in dating. They spend so much time texting and giggling. He's a girl or guy, and so forth. And so, don't be careful not to get, the word they use is up in their business. Don't do that. It's not good. It's not good for them either.
I think you're making a really valuable point. I think you make a valuable point. I think if we're looking at the African principles and structure to rebuild our relationships, we have to take some of what is old and some of what is, new, and match them in some way together and have them be, a combination to build strength upon. I mean, I can only look at my own son. I mean, my son, so for my eldest is 17, and there are a couple of situations, and I don't think you mind me telling you, but I think for him, when he was young, personally, we were involved in, in communities quite young. And from a very young age, he was betrothed, if you like. He was 5, she was 3. She's now 14, he's now 17. And all the way through, we met, they were compatible. We could see compatibility in terms of his power, her power. In fact, now she wants to do law, he wants to be an MP. So she's homeschooled, he's not. But there's even now when they speak on the phone, there's a conversation that they have where she definitely sees him as his wife, definitely. I think he's kind of like, well, he's kind of working it out. But I say, listen to him. I say, listen, as much as you might be dating, and he includes me in, I'm fortunate that he communicates with me. And I think if communicating with your parents, you're halfway there with the children. And I think, where my son has been involved with young ladies, he's engaged me, and mom, come and see the chat between me, such and such. What do you think? And what shall I say next? And all this kind of thing. I was all trying to get me to text the girl. I'm like, look, I'm not getting engaged in everything. But I recognize that it's important. And I think, I also say to him, look, you know what? This young lady, I say to him, the young lady that he's been betrothed to, I've known the mother for some time. I explained to him why it's important, because I know the mother knows me. We can grow up together. We can support each other. We can support each other around you. It's not just, it's going to be a community relationship as opposed to, an insular relationship. And I say to him, you know what, you can date, you can do what you're doing, and she can do what she's doing. But no, we've had conversations for a long time, when he did see her as wifey, when he was quite young, and everybody knew about it in the community. I think it's important to share and voice these things. But I've said to him, let him know that, you know what, okay, you come back round, you can do your thing, but know that that's her. No, that's wifey. From time, you've watched her grow, you know her, she knows you, she knows your mind. She's got the right mind for his mind, and that's really important. And a lot of the young ladies he's meeting, I know that they're very, materialistic, they're very fickle, they're just, they're, that whole looking for a bad man type of kind of dynamic. He's not that guy. So for him, he's recognizing, okay, he's having to find himself. He's not a bad guy, though he knows that he has listened to his friends and said, oh, you know what, boy, they know, they have the conversations about how they dealt with this girl and how they do that and how they have to go running back for this and running back for that. So, and he doesn't want to engage in those kinds of things. So for him, it's like he's all, and to be fair, when I got married some years ago, he was at my wedding, and I think that, and he was my ring bearer, and I think that for him has stayed with him, that he wants a committed relationship. He's not in and out plating. And I think if people are not getting married, before they're having children, I definitely would say, just at this point, that is important for your children to see you get married. Definitely. I think that image, that visual image that your children get, it never goes away. And I think it's, we're underestimating the power of that, because so many children now, when we were young, we were going to weddings all the time. Now, some children go nearly most of their childhood years without going to a wedding. So we have to look at what's happened to the fabric of society to help those things go on. But look, let's talk about courting. Let's have a conversation about courting now, because if we're talking about exclusivity, which is an upgrade now from dating and making a call and texting and going out a little bit, etc. Like, what would you say the courting process is and the implications of that?
Well, I think you just said a lot of what you just said was brilliant, and I like how you are modeling your children. I think that's good, and I've done some similar things like that with especially with the daughters. Actually, if you don't mind, if we add this with the daughters, especially because remember the boys they tell man, man have to learn for flex and go out there and you know, go and chirp a girl and know how to carry himself and, you know, get a number and do the courting thing. But girls there for the picking. So it's sometimes rather awkward. A girl can be so pretty that she find it difficult to even accommodate somebody who's coming to date or, if you say, courting her. So early support is helpful. What I mean by girls find it difficult, even if a girl wants to go into a courting situation, due to lack of experience, you can find it rather awkward. And so I suggest that from quite young, like you mentioned there, you got friends who you've known their children for some time, go pictures and bring the kids together until eventually that the age where they can go pictures on their own and hang out together. And then, girls learn how to hang out with boys and know what boys are like. Boys learn to hang out with girls and don't start thinking every time they hang out with a girl, it means they have to have sex with them. And, I learned this back in Jamaica. We had girlfriends, whole heap of girlfriends that was just brethren. They were friends and we hang out and we talk. And in fact, I learned a lot of things about women and girls from girls. From bigger women, really, in Jamaica. We're bigger women, like my big auntie them and like my cousin them who are bigger woman them to me. They would tell me, no, Mark, you can't call woman them when they can't follow them man. That's a caveman approach. You understand me? It's like a caveman. You did it, you know? Oh, my girl, these courted type of what you call it, I don't know. These are very poor courting techniques and ways to communicate. So I believe that the girls and the boys from early should be sent to pictures. They learn that they don't get, girls get very giggly and shy and gone a bit silly when they around boys and don't know how to behave. But if you have a girl that's been exposed to some of these things, as we say back home, neatly and timely, then a guy can't just come and, try to kind of boil her over with just some rubbish because she's been exposed. It's like when a girl has loads of brothers, she says, oh, no, shut up. You can't tell me that I grew up with 5 brothers. I think it's really important, that element of exposure without the girl getting on street.
But then does it not go back to the importance of initiation now? Now we're talking about initiation on some level because we're dealing with, girls are conditioned from a very young age to play house, to nurture, play with dolls, play with hair, tidy up, move like their mum. Can you hear me?
Not anymore. Not anymore. They're not.
No. True. Lot of the small ones, absolutely. I mean, I think we have, again, the infrastructure, like you're saying, it's good because the infrastructure has changed. When I was growing up, that was definitely the way. We were always kind of like dollies. There'll be some girls who are girly. They call them the girly ones. Yeah. But ultimately, we are kind of raised to be nurturing. There is still a wiring that we have as women in our female mind, that we are natural nurturers and we bring a level of nurturing to the conversation and to who we are, such that it's easy for us, if you like, to navigate relationships with more ease. Doesn't it then come down to, it comes down then to how men are taught, like how I teach my sons, how men then become taught about the importance of relationships from a young age and having those conversations with the men around them, or having the right mindsets around them in terms of the men around them.
No, definitely. It's always going to come down to socialization of the kids from young. And obviously the male and female both have 2 different needs. And I think between us, so far in this conversation, we have been covering the male angle because you have sons, I have sons. Mark was mentioning his son and those conversations. But again, because the gender difference is so great and the energies are different, the mindsets are wired different, you have to acclimatize their minds from early. And I think the point the user was making about obviously socializing the children from early And I think me and you even had this conversation about all boys schools, all girls schools, as opposed to mixed schools.
I mean, that statistically, they do say that. I mean, there's now more new statistics around boys, boys' schools, as much as boys' schools have an infrastructure for boys to learn, where they will maybe more concentrate and do better academically. Their social skills have been weakened by the infrastructure of a boys' school, such that they're, not acclimatized to girls. So when they see a girl, they're hungry, they're thirsty, like they've never seen a girl before, and they don't know how to act around them, or they're immature, they're too immature. Whereas at mixed schools, the balance of mixed schools, the same with girls' schools. I remember going to a girls' school and the girls acting like they were St. Trinian. So I remember them times there, they have their place in society, but the amalgamation of schools, even if you're homeschooling, the amalgamation of boys and girls, is an important balance and an important part of the infrastructure. So you're right.
The natural balance of the universe, male and female gender mix. So, you have to cultivate it from start. And again, if you're talking about being in an over-sexualized society like we are today, then it becomes even more important, as I said, to take the sting out of the tail and kind of acclimatize the children to male and females interacting on a completely normalized level without the sexual tension, so to speak, and just enjoying each other's company, getting to know one another, enjoying the different mindsets and whatever. As we know, the sexual side will come, but you want to try and lay a little track foundation for the mind long before you start that physical, because it's
absolutely.
You back with us, Mark?
I'm back with you. That's absolutely spot on. That's what I was saying. In short, you were very succinct. It's getting them familiar with the territory of what, as you call it, dating and courting, because they're learning from pornography, they're learning from films, they're learning from a Europeanization of dating and courting, and they're getting it terribly wrong. You mentioned just now, Sister Mutt, about courting. Courting has now become digital. It's digital. It's more, they don't even have communicational skills as such. It's more technological skills using devices like the laptop or iPad or mobile phones.
I mean, that's a challenge. I think it has its place for sure, but I think if you're looking at exclusivity, if we're looking at now courting and the exclusivity of courting, I suppose the implications, then become more about the commitment, the seriousness, taking it to the next level, the goals that you're setting, the conversations you're having for a relationship to develop and build. I think that's where, for me, when I look at courting, you're looking to build something now. That's a foundation where if you're exclusive to him and he's exclusive to you, you're saying, okay, the door is closed to those other beings. Now we're dealing with me and you, and what are we bringing to the table emotionally, physically, spiritually, mentally?
I mean, on a very serious note from what you're saying, very, very serious, that aspect needs reformation. It needs reforming, it needs healing. Because, for example, you use the word commitment. The word commitment today in 2017 has a complete different meaning and definition than it did in, say, the 60s, or the 70s. We know that during the time of most of our parents, the woman falls pregnant and they get married, right? And I've heard too many stories of families that got together, or families that were created from, a gentleman who didn't necessarily plan to be with that woman, but during those times of commitment, during the 60s and so forth, 50s and 60s, they would get married more quickly than one does these days. Now, but
there wasn't that down to, if we look at I look at my grandparents. So my grandparents on my father's side were married 47 years. Now, a lot of people in that generation, they came together quite young. They also, they had their value system was stronger, I would say, then as well. There was a stronger value system for relationships. They came into it to build sooner, I think, and cultivate, that procreation was on their mind as opposed to recreation. And I think some relationships also were out of duty. You chose that person. You know, that's why when you have conversations now, for the conversations that they're having now, where people are having things like empty nest syndrome, where, you know, the children have left home now and the parents don't even really like each other, and then it's over. You know, there was something going on right down at the base of that relationship to create that spiral of events. So I think it really makes it important, you know, that those things are also, I suppose, get addressed inside of, you know, courting from a legacy mind.
That's beautifully put. Courting from the ancestors' point of view, and with a future perspective, a future forecast for the ancestors' return. And so that makes courting a more serious type phase of a young person's life. I think the same point about commitment, I think we should hover there a little bit, because we have terms like friends with benefits, right? That's an aspect of relationships today. In fact, that term covers more of the spectrum in relationships than genuine committed relationships. And unfortunately, that takes people sometimes into marriage where the marriage is based on benefits. I don't know if one of your questions go from courting then to marriage.
We had a conversation. I mean, you're leading into a conversation around, you know, if you're talking about Netflix and chill, I suppose we're spanning into the casual dating, you know, and the casual sex, and what the importance of, you know, the implications of casual sex. So go ahead.
Well, that's perfect timing then, because you see, part of the culture today with this friends with benefit, it lacks commitment. And pretty much relationships, I mean, my 36-year-old is married. My 32-year-old is married. All the rest, the other three, two girls, 18, obviously not, and 20, what is she, 24, and then my 25, I think now. You know, they're not. I'm leading up to saying that, you know, when we use words like commitment these days, my 24-year-old son, when he was in his teens, like 18, 19, he would have girls and boys come to his room and they'd play PlayStation, have a drink, okay, and they'd also smoke, and you know, they hang out. And, you know, one of them could have a girlfriend that calls, or a boyfriend, and say, "Where are you?" Say, "Well, I'm round by K's." Say, "Well, yeah." And, you know, they hear the phone go quiet for a while and say, "Yeah, what's the matter?" It's my boy, innit? This is a girl round the house of a guy in his bedroom. This is my son. I'm round by K's, innit? What's your problem? And so these are now the new kind of symbols of insecurity in relationships. A guy shouldn't feel anything if his girlfriend is in the bedroom of another guy who is her boy, and they're hanging out, having a smoke and a drink. And so when I say commitment, the old definition of commitment, your girlfriend could be in the room of another guy, and you call her and she's like, "Yeah, I'm having a drink and a smoke with my boy." So commitment has a slightly, here comes the word now, it has a slightly more casual type of, if you like, you know, kind of casual kind, I want to choose the right word, a casual kind of impact on all of it. The whole impact of relationship comes with a casual.
I think it's like nonchalant. It's like a flippant,
nonchalant, casual undertones is the word I was looking for, because I think it runs as an underground theme throughout a lot of people's relationship benefits. And then casual is what most young people's relationships are based on today. If you compare it with the old school, as we call it, they're all being casual. It's all casual now. And I think the theme that you see on TV, the relationships they project in these through the media and so forth, it is all casual. Jerry Springer, casual. You can have sex with your girl, then her sister, then her cousin, then actually her brother. you know, and if you have her mother as well, then you make the top short of Jerry Springer. It's all very casual, and I think it comes from a very dark place, that once you delete those the traditions, and as you use a word I like, a word I really like, is the science behind relationships. Once you delete those things, you're left with pretty much the shell. You're left with the problematic negativities, where people just group with people to get what they can get from them. And
It's opportunists. You become, they're just opportunists. It's how you can have, what can you get from them? What can you gain? Because remember, I think it was a year ago, an article, a psychology article was out, was last year, 2016. It was the year of the narcissist. Yeah. And when I listen to that, I don't take that lightly, because we are in those times where we have to really assess ourselves and know ourselves. And if we are creating a structure, or the structure has been created for us to be very much instant gratification, get what you want when you want, disposable, it means you've got the Jerry Springers, you've got the 5 minutes of fame that people are wanting. That means, that, if you like, that way of being allows for them to, if you like, be more hedonistic about what they approach. Anything goes, do what you want when you want. Mother, aunt, uncle, whether it's incest, all them kind of things there. These things lead, into that kind of path, the casualness about it, because nobody's got the moral fiber is missing.
That's right. Now, the question I'd ask myself and our listeners, audience, etc., is, do we think that the modern type of society we live in is forcing our children to have to grow up, and not just grow up to washing the plates and taking them the cups and things out their bedrooms and make sure bring it back to the kitchen and so forth, but more grow up with dealing with the stresses of, the society we live in, with the new products called terrorism, for example, and young people having to grow up with lots of, you get young little 11, 12-year-olds saying they're stressed. I was 11 and 12, and so were you. We weren't going through I never used the word stress when I was 11 or 12, actually. Never used it. Not in that context. And so maybe society these days are forcing our young children to not grow up in the sense that we would want them to grow up in, but to adultize, if I can create that word, them, adulthood them too early, before the necessary training, like, life skills training. They should have schools where young men learn to cook and fry that piece of chicken that they like, and make their beds and clean their homes, and know lots more about hygiene. And if they do have a relationship that they get committed to, that they can actually play the role, the committed role, that's required to run a good household in any successful relationship. So I think those life skills are missing, but the so-called growing up factors to deal with street and to deal with lots of the negative effects from our so-called modern society, I don't think it's the kids. I don't think it's the young children that's doing it. I think it's the grooming. They spend so much time on their devices, Facebooking, emailing, texting, tweeting and stuff like that, that really, they're not domesticated. I grew up in Jamaica, and trust me, you as a boy especially, a girl it was a given, but a boy you'd have to be domesticated, particularly by your mother, who would have you clean the floor, polish the floor, shine the floor, wash the dishes, and at some stage say to you, clean the whole house. I've had that, and it has to be done well. You get a beating. Now, okay, granted, maybe the modality under which we done it still have that slave kind of overlap of the brutality and the way in which we were treated and how we were taught. But I have to say that some of that, you can't throw out the baby and
with the bathwater.
No, we need to some of that bathwater. There's some stuff in that bathwater.
It's about discipline. It's about taking, I would say it was about taking our, what works and what didn't. There's certain things, elements that worked. Yeah, the elders worked. Yeah.
Yes.
The structure for relationships and courting worked.
Yes.
Yeah. When you're now dealing with, okay, throw everything out, discipline out, no one knows no one, people, estranged children from their parents, all these kinds of things, that is an epidemic proportion in our community. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have a duty of care to take that on, yeah, and look at it one by one. What is our contribution to this? How can we contribute? Are we part of the problem or part of the solution? So I think when you say what you're saying about the structure and how, and the discipline, those things, certain of these things, domesticating our children to a point is an important skill. At the end of the day, they're going to leave home, they're going to need to take care of themselves. That's going to be a given, yeah. So I think we can't discard that. I think spoiling our children is very dangerous in a society where, the children have too many rights.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think, and they're being taught and it's being pumped in school in their PSHE lessons, whereby, they're coming home telling you about their rights and they're trickling it down into the mouths of babes about their rights and what they can and can't do and who's going to do what when. And I think those kinds of things are important to know, but I think they're taking too much power from the parent. Yeah. And if you're taking taking too much power from the parent, which allows for the children then not to have, if you're going to take power from the parent, you're also going to take the power of away from the parent to, start to help navigate that child. Yeah, navigate that child into a relationship, into a healthy relationship. Because as far as I'm concerned, school's doing it. School's teaching you about relationships. So you know what, I'm not qualified. And that's what some of the people will be thinking, and as much as we're talking about our own, we have to understand that the conditioning is coming from another set of people. So therefore, if that condition is coming from somewhere else, that influence is going to be on our children, whether they're homeschooled or not homeschooled. That influence is going to be in society. I remember when my eldest son was 17, when he was 3 and he's 17 now, and we'll be walking around and there'll be like a poster for Spearmint Rhino, some gentleman's club. And he say, Mum, why has she got no clothes on? This time she's half semi-clad. But the point is, he recognizes the difference between a girl who should be wearing clothes and not wearing clothes. Yeah. Now I've got a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old son, and those things are going on all day long, and they are getting it wired into their minds. Even if I walk past it, even if I don't put all the adverts on, even if it's the subliminal messaging is at a high point and a high frequency right now. Yeah. And we have to rein it in our children. We have to be more dedicated to how our children's relationships go, because these are our grandchildren. This is our legacy. This is important for us, as people who care about our community, to take it seriously. That when I'm gone, I want to know that your children are operating on point.
This is it. That's where the ancestors and projecting forward with, purpose and why. Even sex then has purpose. But the word casual and casual sex, casual relationship, I wanted to define a couple of aspects that I see in those terms. I think casual sex or casual relationships, I think could be divided into a couple of things. One is casual sex with no guidance. And casual sex with guidance mean that the person is investigating. It's a phase, another phase of you said dating and the courting. That's it. It's another phase of courting that it's expected that these individuals would know about each other intimately, and that means sexually. So during that phase, there should be guidance from the parents to the young people about what to expect in the interaction of intimacy and sex and stuff like that. That's still casual because they're not married. This idea that they must be married before they have sex, I'm not particularly, I don't subscribe to that personally. That's created more problems in relationships. Now they've rolled that out for many decades. We have the evidence that it's created more problems than not. I would opt for more for them having experience, some sexual experience with, and so that's what I call guided exposure. And then there's the other casual sex and casual affairs, casual relationships. That's quite destructive. This is where the Europeans, and they've used the term, go out there and sow your royal oats. Well, basically that means go out and have as many women as you can possibly get without getting committed, and just learn, from the learning curve of just having lots of casual sex. Well,
but you see, those kinds of things again, it's a cultural thing, because that's not necessarily our cultural way. And you've got the Henry VIII syndrome, that comes from that kind of period where you'll be sowing your royal oats, and it was concubines, and they had a place in time at that time. But I think the value of sex, I think, the importance of it, the spiritual of sex, I think we don't know enough about. I think we don't, I think parents still shy away from how to have particular conversations around casual sex with their children. They're going to meet somebody who, when I was speaking to my eldest some time ago, I remember when he was about 13 or 14, I said to him, he said to me, Mom, when before he was thinking more about the intimacy, he was saying to me, well, Mom, I only want to, I said to him, well, he said he wanted to be with a girl who was a virgin. So I said to him, well, it's all well and good, and that's helpful. However, someone before you, and you might have met someone before her, and you might have she might have boyfriends, and you might have girlfriends. And I said, well, what, Mom? I don't, what girlfriends? I only want one. In that moment, for me, I was really proud that he could see that one was important for him. And it does take something to not feel that need to go out and be casual about it, or flippant about it, or not even care. You can have relations then with somebody and still care about them, and not discard them and treat them like, used goods. I think also it comes with an attitude as well, when you're dealing with other people. I think casual sex can, it has its place, but at the same time, we have to remember that we're spiritual beings having human experience. We have to be aware that we're dealing with hearts. We're dealing with the heart seat. We're dealing with the heart chakra, and it's not to be messed around with or played with.
Absolutely. I think that was well put. I think casual sex at the same time would be something, as you said, guided. So there's a stage where boys, I think it more defined boys than girls, that they have maybe the need to discover themselves other than masturbation, and so they spend that period of time discovering, and it means having lots of girls. So basically, I think at that time, because they already do it, they're already having lots of casual affairs. I think it's good to give them some input that's constructive at that time. I know one of my sons, I heard of incidents, where they were having sex with girls in the cinema, on the buses. And, because I'm close with my kids, these things come out. And so, I suggested that they come home and have sex with girlfriends rather than some of these unscrupulous places. And so I opt for more exposure with some kind of input from the parents. I think that's far more, powerful than trying to say that they shouldn't have casual sex. I mean, it would be very nice to say, actually, you shouldn't have casual sex, period. And I think that's probably where most of the old school, perspectives would lie, with not having no casual sex at all. And I grew up in Jamaica, that was it. Don't have casual sex. But, in fact, don't have sex until you get married. That failed miserably. Most of the people in Jamaica are having sex before they get married, but then they have to sneak out, hide and seek, have sex. And then that becomes worse than casual. It leads to casualty, girls getting pregnant, willy-nilly, and the boy or the gentleman not accepting that it was him because she was having casual sex with more than one guy. Now, so I think casual sex is more a man's thing. Now, I know that women have casual sex too. But why I say it's more a man's thing, because I think it's more a prominent feature that a man can have casual sex with multiple partners, female partners preferably, and not have any hang-ups mentally about that, because of the way the man's brain is made, is able to be more detached and have multiple partners and not get emotionally too disturbed about that. I think girls are more emotional, and so that comes with, even if they're having casual sex, listen to this, she may see one guy and may actually get attracted to another guy and have sex with him, and maybe another guy. And my opinion, from my experience, that's probably more sporadic over a long period of time. Was a guy was sleep with those 3 girls within the same week, many of them within the same day. So it's not quite the same for guys and girls when we talk of casual sex. I think maybe some girls listening now might say, no, I got a girlfriend and she has sex twice a day. There's going to be some of those anomalies, but primarily the man's nature is more polygamous than the female. And I think it's part of his nature, unless he spiritually curbs that with spiritual discipline. Even when he grows into an adult, he's likely to have the urge to be seduced into multiple partners than sticking committed to one. And that's another subject, a really important subject, at some point to discuss. But casual sex, I think, will go on. I think I don't think we should, like our elders, attempt to stop it. I think we need to guide it, shape it, and make it healthy. It needs some healing. There's too much European elements in casual sex, whereas just go out, have a drink, have a meal, and the meal and the drink means I'm going to have some sex. It needs to be more meaningful than that. Some bonding, and some possibly the casual sex you're having is with someone that you're likely to say is part of the courting, and I'm going to actually, get engaged to her or him,
Oh. When you're talking about the sexual guidance in sex, obviously we've just talked about the differences between how you may be able to talk to your son as opposed to your daughter. But again, with a daughter, with a female, how does that look? What does that look like when you're talking about sexual guidance? Like, as you said, they're still dating, air quotes added. But how do you talk to your daughter or a younger female about securing herself within that situation? Because as you said, it's easier to talk to your son in that way. Son, strap up, be safe, boom, boom, boom. He's not going to carry certain responsibilities. And I mean that physically, as far as pregnancy and whatever, if it gets on top, you already know that your son is probably more wired, as you said, as a man, to psychologically maybe put it into a box to deal with it. But when you're dealing with your daughter, what does that look like when you're trying to have a conversation in your opinion?
Very good question, man. Very good question, especially for families, not single parents who are thinking to have girls and boys, but you already have a girl and maybe making some major mistakes with your daughter. Yeah, I had that incident. I had that scenario. First of all, I think with the girls, you need to start. I don't know if the word is grooming, but maybe a word shaping, or maybe a better word even. But you need to start doing that earlier than later. And so one of the things I did was to take my daughter when she was probably around 9, probably 8 or 9, to the cinema. I had her mom take her to the cinema with this guy who apparently she liked and he liked her. What that meant to them at that age was whatever it meant to them. But we thought, let's take her to the cinema. Let's get them to both go. And they both went. And, he was actually shy. where he was like, I like her, but when they went to the cinema, he was quite shy, and they sat there, had popcorn or sweets or whatever. And so I think the giggly kind of, what do you call that? That's like the puppy love, or the the unknown, where people are kind of scared of the unknown. You kind of break that open, and so they're able to overcome some of those, unknown issues with what happens when you go out with a boy and a girl. Had she done that at the age of 14, first time she's going to the cinema with a guy, then, so first of all, that's one of the things I put in place, that girls get more familiar with guys. She also did roller skating and went out and jammed with a lot of guys and girls and got to understand how boys are. I suggested that she also did martial arts, that she knows how to kick ass if she needs to. I think that's important for girls. And then on the sex subject, I think the mother needs to tell the girls some of the intimate things regarding sex, not particularly the dad. There are aspects where the dad comes in, aspects where the mother comes in. Regarding menstrual cycle, there are always the women that did those type of things. I've done some, because I'm a doctor, so she'd come to me for problems which were even female. But I think the typical dad would have to leave a lot of that sexual stuff, especially in the climate we live with molestations and stuff. I wouldn't suggest a dad goes to the daughter and tell her stuff that's intimate about sex. I let the mom do that, or an aunt do that. But there's some element, there's a borderline where you can actually do that and get away with it. And I think that needs to be discussed maybe in more detail another time.
I think you make some really valuable points. I think when you discuss, how you raised your daughter and acclimatizing her to male and female relationships, so that when she chooses, she's choosing from a place, a more balanced place. She's getting to see, the personalities of different boys, as opposed to being isolated from them until she is exposed to them, which I think, makes a really valuable point in terms of how we choose, our relationships, and how ill-informed we are inside of our relationships. So, to the point where there's a relationship illiteracy inside of our community, for wiring our children in a certain way for them to really experience relationships, see relationships for what they are. Okay, personality types, and I think, and having you cultivate your children around those, like dealing with conflict resolution, like a young girl might like a boy, and, oh, mom, I don't like that boy, or he did this, or he did that. And it takes a lot of emotional intelligence on the parents' part for them to have a conversation with their child and let them be able to teach them about conflict resolution and personality types and different, if you like, characters in some things that will be regular in its kind of like generalized, and there'll be other things that are distinct and unique to that person or that character. Mark, you still there? Missed you. But yeah, I mean, what do you think, guys? Terry, Richie, what's your thoughts?
Listen, at this point, yeah, I'm just gonna, while Mark's just sorting himself out, let me just say to the people then again, big up for watching Black Eyes TV 7. Today's show is Kings and Queens in Courtship, and today we have Mark Wilcott, Dr. Mark Wilcott, joining the Kings and Queens United team. We've just been dealing with courtship and different aspects of dating. Usually we will big up couple businesses. Terry, you there? Can you hear me, brother? Okay. So everyone's dropping off, but that's cool. Yeah, we're going to be coming back shortly with more talks on courtship and relationships. But again, Mo,
yes,
remind them of where your event is coming
up. Okay, so just to let you guys know that the event that we're doing will be the anniversary and relaunch, a dinner and date event, and a dinner and dance event that will, allow for you to, if you like, as a relationship, to go out and date, have an experience of going out on a date with your partner in a, in a nice setting, It's going to be the Saturday, the 16th of December, 2017. Yep. So we're looking at 7 p.m. start till late. Looks like 1 a.m. And we're really like celebrating Black love, family, Black relationships. We're using this as a relaunch because we will be launching an online dating service, and on that online dating service, it means that we're designing it specifically for people to find and cultivate relationships upon the strengths of their awareness. So there'll be a series of questions that will help you to be more compatible with the person that you want from a place of self-awareness. So we just want you to come down and have a fantastic time at the event. We're looking at the event is in Rock Island Bar and Grill at 320 Old Kent Road, London, SE1 5UE. We'll talk about it again at the end. And by all means, if anyone is wants to sponsor the event or wants to come down to the event, by all means, go on to our website, which is kingsandqueensunited.com, and go onto the Eventbrite, and you'll see the events that we're doing, the singles events we're doing, and also this event that's coming up on Saturday, the 16th of December. So we look forward to seeing you and your partner or yourself and your friends down at the event.
Excellent. Excellent. I wanted to say, can you hear me, Sister Mud?
We can hear you, brother.
Excellent. Brother, just a couple of things came to mind. I feel the urge to add on the point of the young girls and the contribution from the dad with regarding to sexual matters. I think things like, for example, medically it's not broadly known, but if a man has, or young man has warts on the penis, it's a sign that he has in the past contracted gonorrhea. I think it's important to educate girls into some signs and symptoms of sexually transmitted diseases that they can see early and know before having sex with a boy or man that he may be well contaminated, and she knows because she's had some medication in that regard. I think that's important. Just thought I'd add that. And things like when she also, I think just education, it's just health, hygiene, and sex education. I also do a talk on the magic of sex, and that boys and young girls can understand it's more to sex than the pornography, and that there's a spirit, or there's a science within the art of sex, that if they revive or recall that from within themselves, because it's within all of us, that beings have sex even if you're not taught how to do it. We find a way to do it. It's an inner organic function. But I think what's happened is it's gone well astray with the pornography. Nothing wrong with the actual physical act of sex. It's just they've made it mostly physical. And also, I think that, if you don't mind me saying, I think the introduction of anal sex, even within a heterosexual relationship, can also, if you don't mind me saying, from a medical point of view, can create some problems. It may be worthwhile having that discussion with a daughter, and it may be well worth having that discussion at some point on another show, because that's created some new problems.
Definitely.
I mean, you mentioned some really valuable points, and I think we cannot have a conversation like this without dealing with the realities. And thank you so much for some of the realities around sex. I think we are, it's very important for us to take heed. Obviously, when you're talking about casual sex, those are the implications of casual sex. A lot of people are going to have conversations, and they're going to be in a relationship with somebody or a situationship, having casual sex with that person. They're sleeping with the next person, they're sleeping with the next person. There's going to be some kind of impact, yeah? Even if it's something like bacterial vaginosis, which, a lot of women can tell, by the way, men, when a man has been with another woman, not only because of that, but they know their bodies, they know their pH, and they also know when their man is playing out, because they will pick up something quite quickly. Yeah. And often, there's some telltale signs about that. So I think it's important to not just look at things on an emotional level, but also, if we're dealing with the physicality of relationships, casual sex in itself is an important facet of relationships. Health and well-being is an important, aspect of relationships. Being healthy, being well for your relationships to thrive, being vital inside of them, being energized inside of the relationships. I mean, when it comes to health, we have to really look at our relationships in I suppose, a stronger way, and bring health to relationships and health to sustainability of relationships.
Every facet counts, definitely.
Absolutely.
And that, yeah. People, you got to bear with us. Doctor keeps receiving a few calls, so we're just going to wait for him to come back on so we can continue this discussion. Yeah. Again, tomorrow we're going to have this whole week is kind of looking a bit busy for Black Eyes TV 7. So if you don't know, tune in tomorrow. We've got another show coming with our friend Samuel Benta, talking again about the manifestation of thought into reality. That's part 3. We're on tomorrow, so he'll be delving into that. And to be confirmed, but hopefully Thursday we should have a show with a guy called the True Historian, going in on churches and masonry, and their connection. So that should be interesting if we can hook that up. So look out for that on Thursday, and maybe, just maybe, possibly on Friday, we may have the one, the only Shaka Mos, straight from America, coming on, blessing the platform, presenting some information. But again, that's to be confirmed. If it's not this week, hopefully we will have him on next week, and we'll be going in on a subject matter of his choosing, where we'll be breaking down some stuff. So look out for that. Look out again for the past Kings and Queens shows that we've done. Ones like with Delon from Ancestral Voices. We got a show with TC Carrier, the author. We've got pre-recorded videos and interviews that we have conducted in the past. We have loads of lecturers, speakers from here in England, organizations, as well as here in England and in America. So look out for that. Where are we going with this conversation? What's your next question that you will be asking Mark when he comes back?
Well, I suppose we've talked a lot about casual sex, and I think we are discovering, the implications. I'm interested in, the alternatives to it. I mean, there'll be people who want to be in a relationship, and there'll be people who don't want to be in a relationship, but do want to have, relations, sexual relations with another person. And it's about that. I suppose the conversation is about, how do they navigate that in a healthy way? Because that kind of dynamic is not discussed. A lot of us go from there's commitment, then there's casual. There isn't a middle ground often, which can be, healthy. So I'm interested in what he has to say on that. And again, the symbology of courtship and dating. There's so many symbolic gestures in the world that we see, whether it's flowers and dinner. There's a lot of symbolism inside of relationships that I think we take for granted, or we have been, some of them are important, and some of them we've been perhaps programmed by them. So I'll be interested to see what he has to say on that, and of course his conversation for commitment.
And one of the things I want to add as well, if you don't know, or if anybody hasn't read it yet, ISIS Papers, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, where she's talking about obviously having children at 30 and doing certain things a lot later on in life, just based on what we talked about, having certain life skills. Because I think that's the key element. We can all meet people at different points in times of our life that we like, we connect with, but ultimately, do you have the life skills to maintain that relationship? I think is one of the key points and factors that people need to take away from these discussions. Like, to fall in love or to fall for someone is an easy feat somewhat, but to maintain that relationship is something different. I mean, I got a lot of friends, you know, who have been with a lot of women, but as far as maintaining relationships, that's a whole different dynamic. So again, I think that is the key element. What key skills are you cultivating that you think will help you when it comes to dating? Because as I said,
I mean, that's I think that's such a great question. And I think that's, we can certainly, put that into the space, because I think that's, it is. I mean, some people will say that falling in love is not an easy feat, and it might be difficult. Commitment can be a difficult task for some people. It's not easy. We're wired now in society to look at relationships in a whole. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, we're here looking at relationships in a whole new way, where commitment, the lines are blurred around commitment, the lines are blurred between what's casual. Communication is not being cultivated between relationships. We'll always need that human connection, so it's important that we look at that more closely. And I think what people are bringing into side of the space, how they cultivate that, what emotional intelligence they have to bring to the table for them to kind of know the position of relationships, know that they're in a position for dating, and know their position, know where they stand inside of their relationships. A lot of the time people don't know where they stand inside of it. They're kind of on the fence. Is this committed, is this not, are we doing this, are we not? Women will be talking to their male friends or female friends, like, asking questions to their male friends, what's this mean? Or the sisters, they're speaking to the sisters about, okay, this happened, and, what does that mean? And, there's too much guidance, obviously, from, again, friends, peers. There's a lot of guidance out there. Comes back down to what he was saying, I think, on some level, about the importance of, say, your community or your elders in the space, or your family inside the space that can, who know you or who can help you, with wisdom, cultivate relationships. I think it's such a difficult task now, and I think we much rather, do something different. We much rather, take on another challenge, or, a high-powered job, or, a lot of us will shy away from the nature of relationships, because, it means being vulnerable. It means, allowing someone to get to know you. It means allowing you to get to know someone else. It's about differences and how you can kind of bring those differences together to harmonize or synergize. These are, the challenges of the heart.
Well, again, the key elements of today's society is me, and it's all about now and me. So in that regards, that's where a lot of people are set up for failure from the start, because, as you said, when it comes to job, careers, those things, they're very much motivated and keyed in and ready to put in the time and effort, and communicate with bosses, communicate with work colleagues and all this. But then to have a girlfriend, to have a boyfriend is a whole new level of challenge. And to sit down and have a conversation where you're not getting paid, or there isn't a direct benefit that they can see, a lot of people just don't have time for it, and just fail from the start just because they don't have the patience to really pursue it and communicate. But I see Mark's back. You rejoined us.
Listen. I want to share something. I want to share something that's kind of funny. While I was absent, believe it or not, I'm just telling you as it is. While I was absent, I had to run out in front of my house to talk to a friend of mine who owns his own car showroom. He's quite a successful, rich man, Asian man. I bought a car from him yesterday, and he gave me the car. Didn't charge me yet. He said, "Just take the car, drive it home, and pay me tomorrow or something." Trustworthy like that, And him have a Jamaica wife, and they're going through real deep hell, real serious problem. And so he just drive all the way from his home up to mine just so I can say hi to her and say a couple of words, because she's distressed, she's carrying baby and she's thinking of aborting. And so, even rich people with money. And so I had to go out there while I was absent and say a few words to her to say, listen, I'm going to sit down with you guys over the weekend. I said, I'm inside streaming talking about the same thing, relationships and the disruptions and elements of turbulence and stuff. Be happy. I'm going to share with you some things that will help you. Start being happy. You have the baby right now. You don't want to carry that misery into the baby's aura. Be happy. And she said, I'm not keeping it. I said, don't decide that you don't know. Let's talk. And so while I was absent, same thing we're talking about is out there. So much need for this, what we're very, very subject to talking about. Not just young people, but there's people in our age and older that need it as well.
Well, that's it. I mean, as we were just saying, if you're not programmed with the skill set from the start, then you will be destined to repeat certain mistakes until you either get that outside help or you have that major epiphany in your own life, which usually comes as a result of something very bad happening, or you losing someone that you wanted to be with, and now you can only make amends many moons on with the next person along the line if you get that opportunity. So yeah, it's definitely that.
True. But my apologies for my absence. That's why I was doing.
That's all right. We was charging you for every minute.
So we were just discussing, like what, we've spoken a little bit about, obviously, the implications of courtship, but I also wanted to kind of go into the conversation around, how, look, there are people going to want a casual relationship. There are people going to want to have a committed relationship. What do people need to do? What's the balance? What's the fine line? Because it's a very gray, very thin line where people are, you have to go off and speak to your friends and your peers to, work out what did he do? What did he do? What did she do? There's a lot of that going on, or a lot of internalizing, trying to assess the situation. Communication can be lacking, I suppose, inside of defining, where the boundaries are, where the relationship starts and where the relationship is at. And I think how do we allow people to give people an alternative so that they can, look at sex. Sex is important in its own right. It stands alone, in fact, in its own right, as a spiritual practice then. But at the same time, where can people how can we give people the access to, walking into something, if they are choosing something casual before they are, in a committed relationship, but in a healthy way? What's your thoughts?
That's beautiful. That's beautifully put, man. I think first of all, sister, is there's an experience I had in Jamaica when I was young. You go into a bar as a young man, as a really young man, in fact, and you're not a drinker or nothing. You're just there maybe if you see your uncle or something. And you can overhear the discussions that's taking place among men and what they do during their sexual encounters. And you hear some of the things that you're not going to hear from your friends, like a young boy them at school. Where every young boy tell another boy, yeah, me see my girl and me and she do a thing, and yeah, mama beat the thing, and and boy, yeah, she wanna ball out. And you see, boys tell lies to boys, and so boys don't learn much more and lie about what they experienced because it definitely wasn't the one, but they have to lie. Now, being around those older generation in those rum bars or wherever the space was, it could be at home with a gathering where there's dominoes and stuff. What I'm leading up to saying is that in these environments where men are sharing intimate things that take place with men and women, we actually learn, we absorb. And there's a saying, monkey see, monkey do. But also it's true that monkey hear, monkey do too. So I think for girls, I think it would be good if there was a gathering of women that's sharing among themselves while girls can actually overhear, participate, share, or extract things from women sharing their sexual encounters. I mean, some of the encounters that men and women experience are not just comical, humorous, but some of them are ridiculous. and to share them. I mean, young people would enjoy that. I think it should be something made into a kind of a comedy kind of a setting, and women sit down and talk among other women and say, you know what, I meet this man about 20 years when I was 14 or 15 or 17 or 21 or whatever. And then you want to see what the man do. The man bring me go in a car, say, "Well, I'm going a car back with me," and have sex with me at the back of the car, and start to delineate some of the some of the expose these young ones to things that you were exposed to, so that indeed they can shortlist and bypass and avoid some of the mistakes that we made. And I think men and women should do. I think there should be a setting for that. I think it could be quite comical and quite entertaining. In fact, it was when I was in Jamaica, going into one of these bars or one of these settings, and hear uncles and elders and people, they're talking. Not particularly any woman in there, just men talking. And that's why I came up with the idea that maybe a similar thing should be engineered or done by design. Instead of a rum bar, have it somewhere where we design somewhere where young girls, young boys can go into a setting where there are elders, and they can get, they can feed and absorb of information from our experiences. I think that would be something that puts, it would evolve this whole. I think it would, what Sister Mott was saying, I think that would help to evolve where we're heading, and the young people could give it their own, as they would give it their own flavor.
I mean, I think you make a really good point. I think it's so important for young people to have like the right conversations with their elders about it, and not get kind of fragmented conversations, or hype conversations that aren't actually true,
Exactly.
from their friends and peers. I think those things are, I think, encouraging that, is a worthy cause, if you like. I think then, it comes back down to how, that is delivered. How do we deliver it? There really needs to be more. When you say that, there needs to be more guidance from a younger age, but there needs to be more guidance, just like they're trying to do what they're doing at school. There needs to be more guidance, more conversations with parents, a holistic conversation, because sex is not just about the fun of it. It's not just about the icky, or however people perceive it. There's a beauty in it. There's a science in it. There's a spirituality in it. There's a journey in it. And I think,
That's right.
Young people need to know, how to protect their force field, their energy field as well, taking on, people who've had a lot of relations, or if they're having multiple partners right now and they're sleeping with you, you're dealing with the spiritual debris of those beings that they're with. I think you can't, not address that. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
I like that. Spiritual debris. Sister Moot, go on. I say, yeah, go on. Spiritual debris. Lovely auras that coincide, that's, colliding. Yeah, because you're right. I think there is room for that platform for young people to, and I think we may have to design that. I'm suggesting that we design that and take it away from the digital experience and let them get an actual, more creative experience. And then, I think an environment where, just like I said, it was a rum bar. It doesn't have to be a rum bar, but you may have alcoholic drinks. Why? Because you see, when a young man has had a drink and can relax, an environment where there's other elders that had a drink and relax and know how to contain themselves, and as we say back home, the behavior. You understand me? They know what the proper behavior and etiquette is, even after having a drink. I think that's something that I taught one of my sons. Well, all of them actually. I've just reflected on all the dance and raves I've taken them to. I've taken them to my birthday parties. We've raved in nightclubs, and they've seen the behavior, and I've shown them the behavior that's acceptable, and pointed in corners of the nightclub to behaviors that's not acceptable. And my son, to this day, I had a birthday bash just on the 25th Saturday, just gone. And thank you, Sister Mut, for making your appearance there. It was wonderful, Thank you for coming and celebrating. And my son was there, and he sent me a text. He said, Dad, the amount of raves we've done, the stuff you've taught me, how to hold my space, how when I drink a juice, how I keep my, maintain good, my mind is still functioning. If I have to talk to a girl that don't sound stupid, it's like I can look around a nightclub and know where the foolish man them there. I know nothing hang out there, so I know where the constructive people them. I know the girl in my idiot and the girl. And so it's something that we have to, like a jungle where an animal would take its young and show the young, how to protect itself from being feasted upon by those who are predatory. Or or if you have to be the hunter, how to hunt and do that respectfully and with integrity. I think that's the healing and the reparations that is required to bridge that gap in the so-called, what you call it, you call it dating, and you call the other aspect was courting. I think in the courting aspect of things, that healing needs to take place there, because that's where I think most of the young go off in the courting, multiple partners, and also the identification with their sexual orientation. I mean, whichever way it is that they should feel comfortable and that they had a good journey, and not that because they weren't given enough attention, they ended up going down the Niagara Falls syndrome and not ending up where they planned to be, but just by default of circumstances, they end up in unforeseen circumstances that's not good for them. So I think we should design something like that. I like the idea. I'm happy to help design the idea behind how young people could come together with elders. I'm happy to be part of it as well. Even have a drink and share with them some of my sexual exploits and stuff that they can learn from my mistakes and from my successes.